Alrighty. Hello, Carly. Hello, everybody. I'm going to switch to sharing this. Welcome, everybody. It's a special edition of art with Robbie G. And we got, so it's gotten a couple of different names over the years. We've done design with Robbie G, art with Robbie G. We've done emote with Robbie G. And tonight we're going to do a little tech talk. And we're going to talk a little bit about some software. Triggerfyre. It's a really cool program that I've been playing around with. I'm also sort of dipping my toes back into streaming. It's been 2 months since I've streamed, if you don't include the test stream I did this morning. If people care about Pokemon and the Pokemon Presents that was this morning, they can always feel free to check out that. I still have the VOD up on the page. I do a live reaction to all the Pokemon news that came out this morning, which I think is really cool. I'm a diehard Pokemon fan, as you will see from some of the graphics that we will make appear on top of this. We have a special guest, the stream scribe, Carlo, is joining us tonight. How are you doing tonight?
I'm doing good, sir. How are you?
I'm doing great. So yeah, it's a fun idea I had for a stream. I've been trying to come up with ways to make things more interactive. And I know that Carlo is always looking for ways to make things slightly more interactive, but also give some control to his moderators and maybe potentially viewers down the road into some of the different angles that he does. So if people don't know who the stream scribe is, I will give a brief introduction, but I'll let him explain it any further that he wants to. But he does great art and calligraphy live on stream. He also joins other streamers, and that's how I met him, I believe in a Josh Turk stream, where he draws people and the events that are happening in a stream, giving a visual representation to the artists. So sort of giving a visual voice to chat, if you will, while the musician is doing his thing, which I think is super, or his or her thing, doing that sort of stuff. But also, I really love his streams where you can do art alongside of him, and he's able to generate lots of different ideas, and they do a lot of different projects. And so, well, Carlo, explain to our viewers a little bit more about what you do.
It's been a work in progress since the word go. I didn't mean to do what I started doing. Got kind of roped into it by a person who didn't let peer pressure die. And he's actually Oversight Mod, who is pretty much the king of the back channels on Twitch. He is personally connected so many communities that never would have talked to each other, never would have known each other. So he's the one that kind of kicked me in the butt and said, "Here, you should do your art thing on Twitch." And so I started, and then he made connections with musicians because he knows I have a music background. I'm not a musician. I'm not a vocalist. I used to be a DJ, and I became a wedding professional and still did some production work, but not chiefly. So when I came on Twitch, a lot of people who might have known me would never have guessed I had anything artistic related, other than the people who hire me in real life. So in real life, I never pursued art as a career. I was going to, but that didn't happen. I was instead went into very many other things. And then coming into Twitch, all my event skills were for nothing because COVID was happening. That's when I came in. And so I got back into art, which I hadn't touched in like 20 to 25 years at that point. And I did make signs for restaurants and menus that people who asked me, but I didn't consider that art. I consider that making signs. And so even it took about a year and a half into being on Twitch before I started started to accept the concept that what I was actually making was art. Even though I had the category of art, I never considered myself an artist. It became a thing with my community that they love to pick on me with it. It says that Carlo has finally correctly referred to himself as an artist over 50 times. Like my mods they have a ball with me. And so I finally embraced that. My community did not let me keep doing what I was doing, which was just calligraphy. For the first year, I black ink on white paper, just writing people's names and doing some effects and mailing the originals to people. And that's how I got known. But then about a year in, I had somebody on stream actually buy me an iPad. They bought me an iPad, and I'm like, okay, I got to step this up now. And I didn't know nothing. I never worked in digital in my life. And that was intimidating. And now it's become the mainstream.
Had you ever done Photoshop or anything, or you hadn't? Zero.
I was petrified of getting into Photoshop. If you want to know the truth, now, having said that, I've done graphic design. That's different. That's not art. That's design. That's a whole other head. as
But you've
far
done
as
that in Photoshop though before this.
no, I never used Photoshop. You're gonna pick on me, and you should. I used Word 2003 to do almost all my graphic design because I was familiar with word processing. But Word, way back when, while it wasn't designed to be used that way, it was very capable of doing a lot of things for the from '03 to 15. I was able to do. I actually made a pool table out of auto shapes and did some 3D effects. And you wouldn't know that
A
I made
lot
that
in
work.
Word. Yeah,
Yeah,
no,
it really can.
it's funny because that you say that because I actually learned in PageMaker, which is very similar to the Word
Yes,
was, but it was actually even earlier in some retrospects than what that time period was. And people who don't know, PageMaker would become InDesign later, and
yep.
InDesign is actually a program I use daily. I'm happy that I sat in the back of my mom's class. She took a community college class when I was like 7 years old, and I sat in the back and made comic strips on PageMaker. And
That's
who
awesome.
knew that that would then like go on to be what my career was?
Isn't
But
that scary? It's always something like that.
yeah, it was something small, but it was, so I love those different programs. And Photoshop is very complicated. As somebody who was a Photoshop teacher for 4 years, I can definitely understand the complexities involved. And I'll be totally honest, I work in Photoshop every day, and I learn something new almost every day about it. Even some of those ads on Twitch, where I joke about them, even they teach me. I'm like, oh, that's a cool way to do it because with that, as well as Procreate, there's a million different ways you can attack a problem, right? So
Absolutely.
there's infinite possibilities, arguably, and so I might know only 40% of Photoshop, and yet I've been working in it for 25 years. So like it's it's just the reality of those sorts of programs, and I'm always so impressed by people that use Illustrator, right? So like, that is a whole different world and being able to do it. But what's great about Illustrator and why I wish I was better at it is it's vector art, so you could blow that stuff up to be much larger than the stuff that I work in. I do sometimes work in poster size, but I've never done like the billboards and things of that nature, which
Sure.
you can
Yeah.
do. But I just want to thank everyone for joining in already in chat. I thought that just before we get going, I wanted to show Carlo and chat something that's really fun. So what's cool is
Actually,
this.
before we get going, real quick too, it's still saying that you have to admit me backstage because I can't see chat until you do that.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Got it.
Sorry.
No, that's good. How do I added guests.
Yep. There should be a little button on desktop that says
Never,
show
oh,
live on stream.
slot guest.
Slot guest.
Ah,
There you
got it.
go. Now I'm good. Hi, chat.
All right, nice. Sorry about that. Yeah, I didn't even
Oh,
realize.
now we got double sound. Hold on. See
Oh
if
yeah.
we can. How about now?
Oh, I'm turning my mic off too, and you can turn yours off, and then
Yep.
I don't hear you now, and you sound fine to me. So
We sound good now. I think we're, but
yeah,
it's
all right,
still,
perfect.
yep.
We're using guest star just as our background, but anyway, I wanted to give a quick little
Sorry
tour
about that.
of the house. No, it's all good. I appreciate you letting me know. I've never used guest stars. So, wanted to take people a quick little tour. So with this brand new setup I have, the entire stream is done on a laptop. So I can actually be downstairs, right? And we can be traveling through my house. And I'm going to go into my son's room, who just had a birthday. And we just redid his room. And I just wanted to show Carlo that right under the Donkey Kong, clock, which is of highest
Love it.
importance. So the future is coming on. So he's
That's
got
awesome.
an entire awesome Pokemon or a video game themed room, but mostly like Donkey Kong and Mario, and has some Pokemon and stuff like that around too. So, but I just wanted to share with him that it made it to the brand new room. It was in the old one before, the Mickey Mouse room.
Love
But
it.
I love this setup because now I can stream from my office, from wherever. I just set it and forget it. And one of the reasons why I wanted to use Triggerfyre was before I needed to change scenes on the PC. And to do that, I needed to be near my PC. But if I make it so that all the scenes can be controlled remotely in chat, then I don't need to be next to it anymore, and I can remotely control stuff. And also, we can change some of the different graphics that appear. So I'm going to give a couple examples of why you might want to do it, and why I think Carlo would.
I'm already engrossed. This is awesome. The fact that you just did what you did, it's like, oh my God, to not have to be at my desk sounds awesome.
Yes. So, and I know that you have multiple machines, and so there is an opportunity that you could set one up in one place and one in another and stream to it. And so there's always those sorts of opportunities. So let me show real quickly. So if I do see Robbie, it will actually make that graphic, I believe, disappear. Let me see if that. So I'm going to see Rob. That's probably what I did. Yeah. So you can see that if you're looking at stream. there was a little box which I is the subject in which we are talking about currently, right? So I actually use a graphic that Carlo had created for me. But let's say we were talking about hockey. So if I did CNHL in the commands, or Ahmad did, hockey would then appear, right? And then if I do CNHL again, it disappears, and then I could do CNFL, let's say, and then oops, let me see if I spell it right. NFL, there you go. And so things can just appear and disappear, and so you can do it to turn them off, and they trigger, right? And so all these things are just scenes in OBS that I give access to a remote program that says, hey, a command, and it either could be a moderator has to do it, a VIP, or you can even just give access to a single person to do it. So if you wanted to give, like, there's a special guest and he had won a prize, and they could turn on their own thing for a second, and they don't have to use points for it. You know, a picture of them could appear, like Albs or whatever on your stream. You know, so like there's a lot of possibilities. They give you 100 different triggers that you can do for free, and then you
Wow.
could pay $2 a month to their Patreon and get access to 100 more.
Okay.
So, like,
Wow.
yeah.
Yep,
So
that's awesome.
um, let's get into it a little bit. I'm going to switch some screens around for a second and show people what I'm looking at. And then I'm also going to show how easy it is. So right now we're still in scene one, but let's say we wanted to go to scene two, because now we're talking about stuff. So I have it set up where if I do cam art and then the number of people, so I'll do cam art 2, then 2 people appear on screen. And what's great about doing it this way is we have just changed scenes. And so if there's two ways you could build out a scene in OBS. You could have a lot of objects to turn on and off, or you could have different scenes that each have a different layout, right? So streamers do it one of those two ways. I like to have the single main scene. I'm going to go back to it for just a second. I'm going to do that. I just have to go to cam 1 now. And so what I do is in that little box, I just change the subject that we're talking about. So I don't need to change a scene every time. I don't need to have 100 scenes for
No,
100
right.
different possibilities, right? I can
Oh,
just
yeah.
have them be layers, and then this toggles them on and off, right? So that's the cool way to do it. But there could be a situation where there's multiple scenes. I actually thought that this was how Kenny did his transitions, but I actually talked to Kenny over the weekend, and he uses a different program, but it's a very similar premise, right? And so, he learned his long before this had come out. So even he thinks that this might be better for some things. So, all right, we're gonna go back to Cam Art 2 for a second and see if that works. Perfect, and there it goes. So this is Triggerfyre. It's a website. And basically, the important things that you need to know for the setup, it's very simple. You have to go at the top, you log in, and you authenticate with your Twitch. So then it only works on Twitch. It doesn't work on YouTube or any of the other software and stuff like that. And then you're going to need a type of it's called a WebSocket. And the simplest way to describe a WebSocket is it's an interface between two different devices. So in this case, it's an interface between the internet, web browsers, and OBS. And so it opens up a port between the browser and OBS, and that way it can funnel information through. So when you do a command, it then goes from the internet through Triggerfyre's website into the browser source, and then you can actually make adjustments on the fly, right? So all you need to do is have a browser source active, because that's going to be able to read and display things, especially for making the animated GIFs appear on screen, which I'm going to show. But also, the real important thing is the WebSocket. And so I will, when I make this a YouTube video, I will link it in the comments for that. But I will also, I think I have the WebSocket release right here. So I'm going to put it in chat just so people can download it if they'd like to. So this is, I think, the latest WebSocket release. I'm double checking. And so there's different versions for different version numbers of OBS. So just double check to make sure that the version of OBS that you're using is the one that's for that, or there's other ones there. And there's ones for Mac and for PC in that zip file or in that website as well. I actually use an older version of OBS. I'm one of those people that if it's not broke, don't fix it. So I upgrade my OBS all the time. So I actually had to use an older WebSocket to make it work, but they're available on that website as well. So that's the first key. Basically, what you do is you go to there, you open up a zip file, you drag a couple of files into your OBS folder on your PC or Mac, and then you're good to go. Or there's an installer, and it will do it for you. Either way works. I tried both of them. And then once you've done that, you can do really fun commands. So Carly just used an example. So she just used a redeem in chat. So it's called Mega Evolution, which means that a Charizard evolves into a Mega. And usually it falls on the sidebar where we're actually right now on this screen. Because most of the time, this is designed for really being on the main scene. And so things will appear on this sort of right bar, right? While I'm talking sports in here. So it's not really messing with us, but it's kind of appearing in there. So you can do things like, there's commands that I've done that are hidden. So angry char, for example, will make a Charizard appear on screen and you get all mad and pissed or whatever. I could tie that to a point or no, or I could do fire the hosts. And so these are mod commands right now, so my mods can do it. And so it could fire all of us, right? Add an effect or whatever. But you could also trigger it with a command or whatever, or make it less time. This is probably too long, but I can go into the settings and adjust some of that too. So I just wanted to show how it should be looking, but also you can do like hockey goal, and like Ovechkin or Kuzi will come in there, or OV cup. And then you'll get Ovechkin with the cup, and they can stack. So they keep on going for as long as whatever their timer would be.
And how long of a learning curve and setup to get, say, a dozen different triggers set up?
Yeah, so let's go into how to make
looking forward to.
Yeah, let's go into the different types of triggers, because that's a great question. I did it, all of this that you're seeing in this, I did in 3 hours. And I think with watching this video, it might be less. I was doing a lot of like trial and error, right? So the different options are pretty simple. I try to do nothing with sound effects in mind, because I'm doing a podcast and I don't want anything to interfere with the audio sources of that. And yeah, that's a nightmare. But most people would add an audio effect to a visual, right, when they fly in. So I will explain how to do both with that in mind. I'm using mostly the images and the GIFs because there's no sounds associated with them, and it's very easy to do. And it takes up less. You have a maximum amount of hard drive space that you can store on Triggerfyre. So it's not unlimited, storage of videos and things like that, which makes sense. So you can have a couple longer ones or a lot of shorter ones is kind of the ultimate thing. So here are some of the images. So let's look into hockey goal real quickly. So the command name is hockey goal. You can also tie it to a reward name, which would then go in the back end, and it's case sensitive, would be whatever you calling your reward. So whenever someone triggers it, it would appear. So for example, the Mega Evo that Carly did, when you click on that, the reward name was Mega Evo. And so if you click on that, then it makes that happen.
Got it.
Now the command is only moderator. So moderators could spam this like crazy if they wanted to. And I may ultimately remove that if they did, right? So like, but you can sort of see, you can set it to a lot of different values. It could be everyone, subscriber only, founders, which is kind of interesting. So you could give something specific to like a founder, VIP, moderator, and just broadcaster, right?
Nice.
So,
that's pretty great.
So there's a lot of different options there. There's cooldowns for that user that you can install, and a global cooldown that you can install as well. And you can attach
does the global override the user, or vice versa, or are they separates entirely?
I'm not sure. I have not tried them yet. So I would assume that the global cooldown would override the user one because it's affecting everybody versus just that one. But I haven't really done a lot of testing on it, but something good to test. Over here, it's the size. So you're uploading, you go to select image, and then you literally upload, and then you just select a GIF on your computer, and then you add it, right? It's pretty.
That's awesome.
Yeah, it's fairly straightforward, and then you can control the size of it, so you can shrink it, expand it. The duration is how long it is, and then these are the positions in an XY coordinate for whatever you're dragging your bounding box, or it's actually a browser source, right? And so whatever you make your browser source, it's going to be that. But you can choose random too, which I was thinking about making something where like snowballs fly randomly, and that's kind of cool. That and So that could be kind of cool as well. So I'm going to cancel this one for now. I'm going to look at the fire the host ones, and we've decided that the duration was 20 seconds, and that was too long. So we're going to try 10, and we're going to save that. It won't take effect right away. We'll have to change the source and things like that. So these are the 5 that I tested and I've uploaded, but you can upload videos. You can create a video trigger, which is the same sort of questions, but it can include volume level and size as well.
Okay, so I could like that right there. I could have chat change backgrounds.
Yes.
That's exactly what I want to do. That's freaking great.
But actually, you could even do it a different way, and I'll show you how I think you should have them change the backgrounds. But this would be more like if you had a video of your all your different best work or whatever, or latest things in the corner, and you click a button, then that appears, right? And then it can show off your work in the corner while you're doing something else, right? So I
Love
think
that.
that would be, because I know you had
That's
expressed
yeah.
something, to do something like that before. And then sound alerts, it's pretty obvious on that one. I'm not going to get into that, but OBS is the big one. Here's where
Sure.
the nuts and bolts and where all of my things that I've done are. So you can see right here, this is Command NBA, right? And so what I do, I'm just going to edit one right now, and you can sort of see what it is. VIPs and above can help me out with switching my graphic, to a different sport, because I don't think that people are going to really be messing with it. But if they did, I could always make it moderator or whatever. And then there's the command name, and then you could, in theory, set a reward for it as well, right? So then you can manage the action, and this is where it gets exciting. So the type is you can choose either a scene that switches between a scene,
Okay.
a source, or a filter.
So we make sure. Oh my God! If this is what it is, this is the thing. But Robbie, you're kind of making me smile, sir. More than I want to admit. More than I want to let any other man know.
Yeah.
So right there gives specific levels of viewers, or just the broadcaster, or just the moderators and the broadcaster, or any level you wish and above. They can change scenes and they can toggle sources.
Yes, and add filters to things. So yeah.
Shut up and take my money.
Right,
Stop.
exactly.
Stop.
And it's
Stop
crazy.
it.
I don't understand how they do it for free. And I mean, yeah,
Well, that right there is the incentive to get in on this now, because there's no way this stays free very long. This is not.
right.
This
Yeah,
is epic. This is
right.
really, really epic. Hey, Carly, don't laugh at me now. Don't judge me. Don't
But
judge
what's
me.
cool is
My hot body. I do what I want.
you can do a hold or a switch, and this is the big important thing. The
Yeah.
hold,
Yeah.
if you choose how
So
long you want it to be changed that scene for, and then it will go back to whatever it was previously. The switch will switch like toggle on or
and
off,
keep
right?
it there until
So
somebody else does one.
yeah. So
That's just freaking fabulous.
So you could have different scenes per se that have different backgrounds, or you could have different sources in that scene that have different backgrounds, and it could toggle it in and toggle it out. The only issue is you may want to do a staggered one, and I'll show you how to do that, where it would turn a different one off and a different one on at the same time, so that way it doesn't do it. Or what I love is you can choose a lot of things that make things random, and different things
Well,
can then
you could
appear.
also. So wait, does the browser source? It's a browser source. Everything's a browser source, right?
Yeah.
So if there's no browser source active, does it just stay off the screen like it just detoggles?
No. So the browser source is different. These are all the other sources that are in your
Well,
OBS.
right. No, but I meant like
So
well, I'm sorry, I didn't explain that right. If like I'm sure what I'm talking about is probably more in the hold switch point. Like if there was a space on my overlays where I allowed this to be like not what we're in right now, just like a pop-up.
Mhm.
And now actually let me backpedal on that. Does the pop-up thing have hold and switch also? Oh, hold on one second, sir. I apologize. Somebody just came right in. I'll be
Yeah,
right back, sir.
yeah, no problem.
Hold on.
So yeah, so I will. But the answer to this question is it will. But I'll go into that a little bit more in a second. But let's. I'm gonna go to chat and read what you guys are talking about for a second and say hi to you all. Thank you guys for being here. I really appreciate it. Yeah, we've got a show tomorrow. Andy, are you streaming tomorrow? You usually are. I know I have a doctor's appointment at 1, but I'll try to be there before and after that if you are streaming. And Champ was doing an awesome stream this past weekend with SummerSlam. I hope that people can go back and check that out as well. that was really good. And so yeah, it's awesome. So yeah, so we gotta check out Champ and Andy. And Carly's taking a break from streaming, but we obviously appreciate her a lot for being here and being a part of this. I think there's a lot of really cool stuff to be learned in this interactive stream. So it's really kind of fun. I really love the idea of being able to let you guys have a little bit of control, but also keep me accountable and be able to switch graphics for me when I need it. And it's a pretty simple system, and we can sort of start to brainstorm ideas. And what's cool is like a command like send love, for example, could then now also trigger hearts and stuff to appear on screen and stuff like that. Welcome back.
Thank you. Sorry about that. The one thing I hate about streaming in my studio is that anybody can pull my driveway and just, ruin my day.
All good.
Um,
I'm going to answer your question in two parts that you asked before. So the effects and having the visuals change stuff is completely separate than the triggers of the OBS, right? So the visual one, I give access to the whole space, and then I, using coordinates, decide what part of it is going to appear
Right.
where, right?
Right.
Um,
But when the effect ends,
uh
does the area that it takes up go back to being like just whatever was there before the
yeah,
effect?
whatever was the, yeah, exactly. So it
Yeah.
goes back to a
So
blank.
if I have, like, for instance, a media source embedded in my OBS that just plays my stream schedule on a loop, and then one of those effects activate it, just, and I have it set over where that is, that
Yeah.
effect ends, it goes back to being whatever's underneath it.
Yep. 100%.
That's fabulous.
So right now, for example, just to sort of to speak to that so you can see it on stream, let's just do a Mega Evo, and it's going to make a Charizard appear over us, right? And so it appears, it's showing, this is an animated GIF, but it could be a video, it could be whatever, and now it's gone, right? And
Yep.
so we're back under it again, and so that works for that, right? And so you could, in theory, also trigger stuff so they only work on certain scenes. And so let me go into a little bit further there. So when we go to OBS triggers and manage actions, you can say that I only want the main scene to change this source. So even if I'm not on that scene, it's changing it, right? So
Yep.
it's changing it in the background. So, or you can only make it change stuff on your scene. The problem with the visual triggers as it's sort of seen is, well, potentially maybe you make a smaller window for some of your scenes for where triggers happen, but
Sure.
know that the triggers will still happen relatively to the same points as they were happening when they were the full screen, right? So,
And this also would work kind of like in tandem with, like, what blew my mind in OBS, I want to say a couple of versions ago, is that I didn't realize that scenes could be sources and sources could be scenes.
yes.
That you could make a collection of things that are in every there a collection of sources that are in every scene, make that a scene by itself,
And then
that
input
is
that.
in just, yeah, that I really wish it wasn't an exception or a rabbit hole concept. I wish there was a 101 class that just made that simply known, that OBS is so much more than you think it is. Like, it is just so.
It's kind of like Photoshop in the sense that you can go down a rabbit hole and like each tool has a million things you could learn about it, and
Yeah.
so
Well,
you never
that's
even
like
click
you
on
said
that.
about Photoshop. Like, you've been doing it for how many years, and you know like 40% of it. It's like, yeah, and you know what you know if you know what you mean, and
Yeah,
that's
and I
that's
use
the
probably
great thing and the bad thing all at the same time.
I use probably 10% of OBS. There are so many extensions and so many things because it's open source that you can use as plugins and give access. So there's ones that are just bots that will give access to this stuff. I like Triggerfyre because it's all managed in one thing. And what's also great is
Yes.
it's a web browser source. So even I'm editing on my Mac, but it's affecting stuff on the PC when I swap scenes, right? So like
That's awesome.
or I can upload a GIF while I'm not at home, or what I mean, like, so I could be working on some of this stuff, and then after a while, I kind of know that to make things appear in that one spot, that I have to go into like a similar position, right? So this
Hmm.
one is 100, which means it's in the bottom, right corner, but I know that I want other stuff to appear at 120, which is sort of where that info box was, right?
Yeah.
And
Yep.
so that way, and I know, and so I put everything that I want to do there at that same spot,
But
120.
the XY is only within the browser source that you're
Yes,
making, right? So it's not like absolute. It
right.
can be, but it doesn't have
Can
to be.
be.
Yeah.
I tend to make it absolute, so that way I can in my head sort of figure it out. But you're right, you could have it only be a specific smaller window within your frame. I would rather just make it the whole thing and then only target stuff on the side I want it to appear on. I think it's just easier to think that way personally. But
I
uh,
wish I was that way. That's a coder brain right there that you got,
yeah,
because it's all X, Y number. And me, it's, yeah, I don't care what the coordinates are. I just want to drag and drop and be where I want it to be.
yeah, unfortunately, it's all XY, so you kind of have to fiddle with stuff, and so that's fine. And what's cool about OBS is you can fiddle offline, right? So you can
Hmm.
just be making these incremental changes, and it's toggling the source, and then it pops in, and then you check it out. And so you're sitting on your own chat doing commands, but like unless somebody's there, they're not likely to realize what you're doing, right?
Right.
And and even if they are, who cares, right?
Oh,
So
speaking of which, I saw that Scissorman went for a lurk. I totally failed to say hi to half the people that came in here. I'm so sorry. Hi, Carly. Hi, Scissorman. Uh,
yes, hello
and,
everybody.
and hello, Robbie.
Yes. We kind of just went into it, which is good because I kind
No,
of
that's
was.
good. It's
I
good. I
think when
like
we
the
make a
drama.
YouTube video of this, that people will want to get into the meat of it somewhat quickly, but then
Yeah,
we can have a chat and do some arts at the end once we've kind of got a basic sense of all this sort of stuff, right? So,
yeah.
but I really do. So yeah, so Carly just did a command right now, and if I go back to the main scene, for example, it should actually appear. Let me see if it did. So I have to turn C. So Carly, if you do C NFL, it'll turn that off because that's a higher layer. So that's why you have to kind of toggle everything on and off. So you do C NFL first, and then you do C Rob. It should make my name appear. And there you go. And so it's cool that, while I'm talking, somebody could toggle C Rob off and the different one on, and I could just, tell my mods what the names on each of the different ones or make a, Google Doc or whatever. And so I have a huge list of every one of the sports. So on my OBS, I have the Commanders, the NBA playoffs, my name, the Mystics, the Nationals, hockey playoffs, No Spots podcast for when we're talking about Champ, who's in chat, Defenders, Caps, Wizards, and stuff like that, and could have more. I mean, those are all the ones I've made so far. Those are a majority of the topics I talk about on the podcast. But you could build them for special things as well. And so, Carly, for example, let's say right now we're in the main scene. So if Carly, you typed in command and then it's cam art 2, it will switch us over to the art scene, and I don't have to even necessarily touch anything. So yeah, cam art 2. And there it is. And so without touching anything, right? So you could tell a mod, hey, can you throw out the over the shoulder angle or whatever? And while you're drawing, they could be doing, the switch for you, which I think would be, very helpful. Or what I love about your new setup with your design is everything's in kind of these little boxes and areas. You could literally have things toggle in and off and have less scenes, right? Right now, you
That's
have
that's
more scenes than
exactly
you
what
need.
made me smile when you first started talking. It's like the idea of having fewer scenes and just have infinitely customizable toggles is just fabulous, because that's the thing, is that right now I have 26 scenes.
Yep. And I
And
try
that's
to go down to 3, and this gets me down to 1, right? So,
right, right. And that just, oh, I can't even tell you how much that makes me want to smile. Like,
yeah,
it's a lot to manage. I mean, and to be fair too, I mean, like, I'm a little bit jealous of a podcast setup because you got it's so beautifully simple and subtle to do it. But like when you have, and don't get me wrong, I do a little bit long for the days of where I just had one camera on my desk, and and I had to move it to actually put my face and talk to people, and there was kind of like an on off switch of what you're doing. But I found that to go back to be well, I'm gonna wax poetic for a second here.
I just want to cat cam while you're
When
talking.
Yeah, Carly, how's that make you feel? Are you feeling better about yourself now? Because I hope you are. um the thing is, oh, I was watching an old interview with Sean Connery on Inside the Actor Studio, I think it was, and he said that he never watched his movies,
Mhm.
and he
I saw
mentioned that, what's that?
I saw that episode.
Did you?
Yeah.
Okay, so
Yeah.
I'm like, how do you not watch your movies? And it didn't occur to me before I heard him say that the joy of acting is not the joy of viewing, and the same applies to streaming. I love, I imagine musicians, especially Carly, I'm looking at you, probably have the same kind of thing where what you get out of performing is not what you get out of listening to music. at all, not to mention your own music, not to mention, and I feel like it's one of those things where it's a foregone conclusion. A lot of people probably don't get it, but I love streaming. I hate watching myself. I do not get anything out of watching what I produce, which is probably what kind of made me discredit and downplay being an artist, is that if I was an artist, I would want to watch what I'm doing, and I don't want to watch what I'm doing. So this can't
Oh
be right.
no, artists hate watching what they're doing, and they hate
Yeah.
being critiqued, even though they have to go through it as part of the process. So it's an interesting thing being an artist because I wasn't one when I started. I was an engineer, a comp sci person, and then I got to school and I took a graphic design class. I fell in love, and I changed majors, and I stayed an extra year in college to do it, and I fell in love. But it's graphic design is so different than video. It's so different than photography. They're all and I'll tell you, I used to have to have a couple of drinks before I turned on the start recording. I've finally gotten over that. Now I'm in my eighth season of doing this, but like it was tough because before I was a call-in radio show, which I was nervous. I'm now running the switchboards. People are calling in. One of us has to drop off being a host, take the calls, and then back on and pretend like nothing happened. Plus, then I started to add Facebook Live on top of it. And so then I'm streaming to an audience to answering questions, running the switchboard, having a conversation. It's all these things at once. It's a lot. And then I eventually moved it to Zoom so we could put cameras on everybody. And especially during COVID, where I have a studio here, but people couldn't come over to the studio anymore. And so this way people could do it. And honestly, when they come over, I tell them to bring their device because then it gets me an extra camera. And so they can still sit next to me, I can mute their audio source, but then they can have their own computer up and and adjust it. And most people are so used to Zoom now, it makes it so much easier, right?
Yeah,
So
absolutely.
I understand not wanting to listen back. Now my co-host refuses to listen back, so that means one of us has to edit the audio podcast, and so I have been that guy for 7 years, so I'm very used to my own voice at this point. But I hated it at first, right? And so, but once you've done as many shows as I've done, like you get kind of used to it, right? And
Sure.
but it's funny because a lot of people are like that. Like I like being the guy behind the camera. When I started the podcast, I wanted to be the producer of the show, but then they gave us a producer and said, "Hey, you two be the hosts." And I liked it. So then I became the host and producer. And that's how, most Twitch streamers are. We're a producer, we're a host, we're, therapy, we're, everything to everybody, as part of the process and community. So
Yeah.
I'm also a webmaster, and I'm also I put edit an audio podcast, and so I had a lot of editor to put on YouTube because I then clip up each of the different stuff. So there's a
It's
lot of
scary how much you and I had come from the same wheel work. That's
yeah,
really, really scary.
yeah. So
Yeah.
it's fun though, and I love it. But like any little thing to take something off of a plate, right? So like scene switches and stuff like that is something we don't have to do, but like it's a function of like a necessity. But if somebody could swap things for us and it would work seamlessly, then that's one less thing on our brain that as we're trying to like look at chat or and I do feel bad that when I'm in this sort of interview mode, I sometimes don't chat with chat as much as I would like to, but
That's okay.
it's tough.
I get it. Believe you me, I get it.
Yeah. Let's talk about OBS and groupings because this is where it gets real exciting. So, OBS, you can do a ton of different stuff. We talked about the manage actions right here, the holding, for how long, the switch. You can do a toggle where it toggles it, or you can set it to do something. You can have sources, and they could be within certain scenes, or it could be always, no matter, if it's your current scene, change the source name, or always do it for a specific scene, right? And not even the one that you're necessarily on. And then you can change visibility and stuff like that. So that's basically the OBS, side of it. And you can toggle anything, which is basically infinite possibilities, right? Because you have so many different sources, and it doesn't differentiate any source differently. So it could be a photo source, a video source, whatever. It just, as long as the name is case sensitive and it's the same in here as it is there, then you're good to go. But what I love is groups. So you can group a ton of different actions together, right? So if we look at here, so we can do a test group right now.
So this right here basically takes the place of a Stream Deck.
Yes, it can.
You don't even need one.
Yes, you don't.
Because now
it can all be
instead of
chat.
a button press, you're giving remote control to people virtually, and with the group trigger, it's the same as having the, yeah, oh my
The
God.
group trigger can be random or multi, so you can trigger multiple things at the same time. So you can these are different, you know, either the OBS triggers and you could trigger at the same time an art thing to pop up, right? So something could change and something pop up at the same time in theory. So there's kind of infinite possibilities. You can have delays between the triggers, so one goes off first, delay by milliseconds, and then another trigger goes off, right? So you can group all of your different triggers into whatever order you want to. So you could use this to potentially turn off one thing and turn on another simultaneously, right? We were talking about
That's
before. I can
fabulous.
manually do that. So, and you can sort by, I mean, it literally can be any, this is all my triggers I've created so far. It can be any one of them. And multi, you choose and delay and add, right? So you can have trigger OV cut plus, hockey goal, and then they both do it. And one
Wow.
could happen after the other, or random, and it will choose chance. And you can put in the chance that you want. So let's say you want something to almost always show up, but there could be like a golden something if they trigger it. Like they get a golden egg if they 5% chance and you give them a prize. Whatever. You could build out, using prizes that have then hidden things inside of them potentially.
That's fabulous.
So yeah, I mean it takes a little time to play around. This is the settings one, but then these are the advanced settings, and I want to show you some of these. Command aliases, you can have multiple commands
So
trigger.
that's just like stream elements where you can have multiple things trigger the same thing or trigger groups of things. Yep.
Yep. You can have keywords, right? So that one is, if you don't want to have the exclamation point, but you want it to be included in a string whenever someone uses a word, something, let's say
Wow.
every time
That's great.
every time someone uses a squirrel pops up. Like you could be like you could get really crazy with it. But like permitted users, you can create a permitted list. So that way, let's say one
Mm-hmm.
of your VIPs, you want to give them their own command, and when they type in their command, their character pops up or something pops up for them or whatever. It could be something you give to a VIP for, I think of high tech, maybe a quote journal pops up and types in command high tech. And what's cool is you can stack these. So you can make, if command high tech did something in I forget which bot you use. Is it Stream Elements?
I use
Stream
stream elements.
Elements. So you can make the command do something in Stream Elements, but then if it's a specific person who uses it, it would also trigger something in Triggerfyre, right? Because that same command string. So for example, goal for us could trigger when people do it, it does emote strings. But if a mod does it, then a goal graphic appears and the emote string.
Wow.
Right? So, so that way different people, when they trigger the same thing, potentially as it, or you could even have different people have permitted users, so the same command could appear differently for different people, right? So there's a permit list. You can create a whole list and then be able to use those lists over and over again if you wanted to give a specific
My God, this is fabulous.
delay, combo keywords, combo mode. So you can have combos of things, combo. Yeah, so how long between them, tags. I mean, there's so much. I don't have to go into all of this because I think it's probably too much now. But like, if you really want to get into it, you can really dive down and give individual people individual things. Or individual mods. Let's say you don't want all your mods to be able to change a scene or activate something. You can give, I don't know why you wouldn't, but some people have maybe a director and somebody who want to be more of the visual side of it, and then everybody else has access to other triggers that might be
Yep.
different or
Does
whatever.
Triggerfyre use an app also or just the browser?
Just a browser.
I love it.
Yeah, it's very simple. 'Cause, I mean, in theory, just go to the website on your phone. I think it just works. Because all of it is pretty simple. You just click this little plus button and you just add a new one. And this button right here is your overlay source that you copy and then pop it in. That pink button
Jeez, that's
is your go
fabulous.
button. So it really
Mm.
the installing the WebSocket, which only took about 3 to 5 minutes, was the longest thing of the whole thing, probably. 'Cause,
That's so
you have
great.
to quit out of OBS a couple of times just to make it actually work. Just be in it when it's installing and things like that. But once you get that part done, which it really wasn't that hard, honestly, just follow the instructions on the website. And if anybody didn't get the link in chat and wants me to send it to them, they can always send me a Discord message, and I can always directly send them that link as well. My cat switched sides, but I didn't even realize. Um,
Kenny, hi, sir.
yeah, so Neville is been in my life as long as my wife. She brought him into the picture. So when I met her, she had Neville, and he's been in my life for 11 years now, which is crazy.
That's
So
awesome. My do is the same for us too. My
you can see
wife
over
and I,
here.
our marriage would be very different without our dog.
Yeah, and there's my dog. She's asleep over there. So, Lily Cam. But yeah, so I mean, it's pretty simple. I guess I'll ask you now, what sort of questions do you have? And then
I
if
it's one of those things where just like anything else, I was just having this conversation like twice in the last day. I bought a course on Procreate a year and a half ago, fully intending on diving in, and I didn't start it until about 4 months ago. Um, and yet, in diving in, obviously, I've learned a lot since I bought it. But regardless of that, I find myself a little upset at and then the person who I bought it from. I really respect on so many levels. They're a world class letter artist, and it's not that the course was like $300, which honestly for an in depth, I'm going to say there's got to be 40 lessons in it. It's not like it's just, six things. It's like not like he took a few hours and did it. It's very invested, but in the investment of time that he put into it, a lot of what he's saying is literally just translates to you got to get under the hood. You just got to get in there and play around and figure it out for yourself. And yet, the thought of my head is like, okay, did I just literally spend $300 for this guy to tell me I need to just dive in and figure it out? No, I didn't, but it feels that way. A
yeah,
lot of what he says is very much tutorialized, but it does not take the place of just getting in there and getting under the hood and seeing and figuring out and playing around and sandboxing it, and that's everything. That's how I taught myself graphic design. That's how I taught myself, what I did know about Procreate before I started taking the course. I taught myself how to DJ. I'm sure every musician who's ever picked up an instrument never took classes. The same thing applies to them. A lot of it is just taking the time, putting the time in and figuring it out. So watching you just cover what you've covered with Triggerfyre, just by seeing what you've been doing, not even if I didn't even hear you doing it, I can see, okay, if I spend 5 minutes on that screen, I'm going to know everything I need to know about it. But or I could spend an hour here asking you questions about it that I could easily just spend 5 minutes on my own and do it and get just as much out of. But I don't think that cheapens this, because I would never have spent the 5 minutes on my own if I didn't have the time spent with here watching you do what you do. So it's one of those things where it kind of plays off each other, and just seeing what you've done, I thank you and I hate you for the next 2 weeks of my life, because I'm going to be rabbit holing on this. I just can tell
yeah.
this
I'm
is a one
excited
size
because
fits all
I think it'll
upgrade.
solve a lot of the issues you are facing because we were
It's
having
certainly,
chats
yes,
offline about a lot of the things that you were struggling with, and even at the time I was like, I've heard of this Triggerfyre, and I've made triggers for people, like make animated gifs that they then imported into theirs, um, but I've never seen it myself. But I was like, oh,
right.
why not? Jump into it myself and see what it is. And what's great about my show is, on the Facebook Live, you don't want any of the bells and whistles or things flying at you. You could still do that, or you could still listen to it, or you could still watch it. My co-host also streams, and he takes the Zoom and he does a different configuration with it, which is why the things I like about Zoom is that we can both import it as a source, and he can do whatever layout he wants, and I can do whatever layout I want, and they don't really interfere with each other. And then I can also just record it in Zoom and have it completely clean with not even labels or anything on it, right?
Yeah.
So
Yep.
there's a lot of different ways to have content, but why not make it more fun here on Twitch and do it? And I want to say hi to Kenny. I'm super happy that he is in chat, and I hope that he's having the time of his life. I know that he's been having some dental stuff done, but I'm so thankful that he's stopped by. I did talk to him about some of the software that he uses, and his was more of a Stream Deck solution, actually, that also built into some of these triggers, but it was a virtual Stream Deck that you could put on like an iPad or another device. So that's another way that you could do it, but I think that in some ways this is simpler, and I think that other one is really good, in the sense that it's not linked to Twitch, so you could use it across a lot of other platforms or a lot of other devices.
Sure.
This one is, they literally, you can only authenticate through Twitch. They only built it for it, but it's fun. I watched 5 different tutorials on how to use this just to compare it and see it in preparation, for this, and they all went through it pretty quickly, and it's all pretty much the same thing, which is you download the WebSocket, you authenticate with the website, you install the browser source, and you go, and so like it's not like it's something you can do in
Not
5
rocket
minutes.
surgery.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. No rocket surgery.
I love it.
Yeah, so Touch Portal wasn't a browser-based app. This is interesting. Yeah. Yeah, so Touch Portal is what he was using, and you had to have like a physical app for it. It's cool. But it's another thing that I'd have to have where, the whole idea is to try to take it out of the physical space and be able
Right.
to remotely
Yes.
control some of this stuff and
Oh, I love it.
get control over
I'm so stoked. And again, I'm going to say it again for the record. I hate you. Thank you. Because this is going to be one of those things where, you know what though, this, as soon as my 3 years past me, maybe my first week I call audibles and say, forget all the plans I have. I might just stream learning this and doing it
Yeah, you
because
should, and then that way I could be in chat and I can help you. Like and
yeah,
so like and the thing is, all you need to do is get the WebSocket and the OBS and like one working, so that way you can do it, and then we could then develop all of your other ones, and then you'll have to jump out of the scene and then jump back into it to refresh it. But it's not. You just all I do is I make one scene that doesn't have all of those things on it, and I go to that, and then when you go back to this scene. Assuming nothing's been triggered in that time, it usually resets it, and sometimes it takes a couple of toggles. I've found when working live. I think in an ideal world, you would do it. You would probably quit OBS and come back in, right? But I didn't want to do that, so I just toggle. So I definitely think that you could spend a day developing the graphics or things or the visual identity, and then another day doing other stuff.
well, the funny part is I already have a lot of that stuff done. It's just the settings and jumping in and connecting things. And
Yeah.
yeah,
So
I just
it might actually be even quicker because I hadn't named mine in a very obvious way, right? Because I was just, and that was part of the fun, was trying to search for which scene I wanted to switch while I'm interviewing somebody, which was a pain in the ass. So if it's all triggered to a command, I don't have to look over there. I can still be having a conversation with you and type something in, right? So
yeah.
I don't even have to take my eyes off of it, which is nice because it was always weird that I'm like looking over here doing something, but
Mhm.
I'm not engaging obviously with you, which is what you want to be doing when you're doing a podcast.
Sure.
So
Speaking of actually, I'm going to take a short bio break if that's okay.
yes, yeah, for sure.
When we come back, if you want to switch gears, I'm ready.
Yeah, for sure. I'm
Awesome.
gonna actually take this as a time to do a quick little break as well. While I do it, I'm gonna put up a little bit of a video. So let me just get a video up, and we'll put up one of my family videos that people can watch.
Awesome.
And we'll be back in about 5 minutes.
Awesome, sir. See you soon.
He was a happy, pretty child, grew up like normal, nothing wild. He was a friend of mine, I used to see him round from time to time. There's just one little thing, he gave away a diamond ring to his boyfriend, and they got kicked out of his family. They cut down, got married, ran out of here. He'd rather leave his home than live in fear of this backwards world, and now he's singing hallelujah, I am free from everything I'm supposed to be. Now I've got my peace. Hallelujah, you will see that what y'all think is not what I believe, but I've still got my peace. I was a happy, pretty girl, told I was ugly by the world, cause beauty's valued high and winks and pink and little upper thighs. But I found my cup of tea, carved from the wood of cedar trees, to be my vocal cords and help me live so I can be reborn. And yes, I pray, I say, God, help me be kind and patient, but I just can't help but think that Jesus would agree with me and say, hallelujah, I am free from everything I'm supposed to be. Now I've got my peace. Hallelujah, you will see that what y'all think is not what I believe, but I still got gave me green grapes to shuck. I screamed with any sort of luck, I'll make it out of here with grape stains on my face and spirit. So I'll respectfully decline and stomp this grape juice in the wine. Get a buzz from smiling at you cause your green's gone, and hey, that's fine with me. Looks like this year's harvest gone to waste. But if this season's taught you anything, to be a real crook you gotta be hasty. But hallelujah, I am free from everything I'm supposed to be. Now I've got my peace. Hallelujah, you will see that what y'all think is not what I believe, but I still got my peace. Hallelujah, I am free from everything I'm supposed to be. Hallelujah, I am free, and what y'all think is not what I believe. Hallelujah, I am free. Yeah, what y'all think is not what I believe, but I've still got my peace. But hallelujah, I am free from everything I'm supposed to be. Now I've got my peace. Hallelujah, you will see that what y'all think is not what I believe, but I've still got my peace. Hallelujah, I am free from everything I'm supposed to be. Hallelujah, I am free, and what y'all think is not what I believe. Hallelujah, I am free. Yeah, what y'all think is not what I believe, but I've still got my peace. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you, everyone, for sticking around through that. Oh, Kenny, I see that you're hanging out. It was good to see you, bud. I thank you for all of your advice that you were giving me. I really appreciate it. Let me switch to cam 2. And then Carlo, whenever he gets back, can swap. Let me see if that looks better. Yep, it does. So you can see just quickly from chat, we can just add different things and stuff like that. Welcome, my friend Kelly and Cher. They have a joint account, and so I appreciate them joining us in the first time chatters. And so they're my in real life friends, incredible bakers. They make all the best baked goods, and yeah, so it was, in fact, I'm reading back in chat. It was How About Charlie? It's Bethany Ware music. So yeah, exactly. So it was super fun. This summer I got to go and meet a bunch of different Twitch streamers. And so if people want to check that out, I'm super happy with how the family YouTube videos went. And so just right above there in chat, a link to my YouTube channel. And so over 10 days, we did over 14 days, we did a 10-state trip, and we actually got to meet Carly. We were one of her last visitors in Maine, and we got to see Primordial Sounds in chat. We got to see him in New Jersey at Chuck E. Cheese. We got to use their music in the subsequent videos on that series of videos. And then the last video, we were able to use Emily Henry's music, and I got to see her in Virginia the following week as well. So I'm actually thinking about putting together a mega mix of some of my favorite parts of that Emily Henry concert and putting that on YouTube. I know it was a couple weeks ago, but I thought that it would be fun to do some of that. Does anybody in chat have any questions about controlling browser sources or any of the stuff that we've talked about so far? And Carl, whenever he is ready, can feel free to jump back into turn on his cam, and I'll know that he is ready to continue on and do some art. And also, if anybody has any ideas of redeems or graphics or things they like to pop up, or ideas that they have, one thing I was thinking about doing was doing a snowball. Where like some sort of character pops into the screen and a random snowball goes somewheres on, and so you're trying to throw it, but it's random if it's going to hit somebody or not. So do you have a big list somewhere of all the commands that trigger the certain things? So I don't yet, but I will give all of you guys, when I start the podcast in the fall, I'll create a Google Doc that will have a list of all the different scenes and stuff like that. But basically, the simple way to remember it is C is to change the graphic. So it's C and then the name of the sport. So C NHL would be the Capitals, C NBA would be the Wizards. And I did it with the league name in mind because I thought that that would be shorter and easier for you guys to remember. So if it's if it's the Commanders, it's NFL. I figure that you guys all know the sport, the leagues that these things are in. So I thought that would be the simple way to do it. That way I was trying to keep it to 4 characters to make it like really quick to turn on and off. But I'll make a whole list of what all of them do when we're done making all of them. And the right now the ones that is fire the hosts. So that one you can use as a redeem. So the fire the host one, I'm trying to remember, is 1,000 points, and that'll put a fire on the middle part of the screen. Right now, it wouldn't fire us because we are on the side, and so I might put in the description for that, and the channel points only use during the podcast, not during an art stream, and then we can maybe do a different fireball that would hit us when we're doing an art stream. So it might be like a different redeem for that. There's a Pokemon in chat. It's a seal. So yeah, I might end up coming up with some sort of idea that a character pops up and then like a random snowball comes out or whatever we want to do. I mean, there's unlimited possibilities. You can import any GIF from the internet. I can edit any of those GIFs as well in Photoshop. And so I just, I'd like to hear from you guys. Do you have a specific idea in mind? Do you like the snowball idea? Should we work on that? Do you have some other ideas of characters that could pop into the screen or be random? Or, there's so many different possibilities that we could do. I can even, create specific moderator commands. So that way when we do, command champ, that a picture of champ appears or a No Spots podcast appears in addition to his name. So I could have, Carly, when we use your name, that your Spotify graphic appears, or Andy can do the same thing where his Spotify graphic appears. So I mean, there's a lot of different potential things that I could give mod special abilities. Whatever we really want to do. I'm kind of I want to make it interactive and make it fun for you guys, and also make some redeems that we think that chat would like as well. Carl, I don't know if you're back yet, but whenever you are, just let me know, and we'll definitely do. Yeah, Seal's a cool Pokemon. It's a Gen 1 Pokemon. It was one of the very few Ice type Pokemons in the first generation, and hypothetically, could it end stream? No, it doesn't control that. It could change it to a be right back screen. So that could be something that we might trigger. So that way, if like something happened, I need to go, you guys could trigger a BRB screen and then back on. But it wouldn't hit a stop streaming button that I know, because all it is modifying scenes and sources and scenes as well. So yeah, but I'm down to do something. We could do something with Neville, with Lily, make them pop up when we use their command. So we could do something that could be a public one that's a command. We could do things that are redeems. So I'm down for whatever you guys think will be fun to do. And we don't have to do them all tonight. You know, we can do them over the course of time if we come up with other ideas as well. But I thought that I could show how you Photoshop a GIF together that we use for one of these as well. So we could just take a look here to see real fast. A GIF for it could be one. You can make one where the spiders dance across the screen. Yeah. Do you have the spider dance GIF? Can you put that in our group chat? If you do, I could definitely grab that and use that for things. We could make it a random spider going in there. Yeah, I see it in BTTS, but I'm not going to be able to. Unfortunately, that Twitch doesn't allow me to grab GIFs from there. But if you have the actual original GIF that you resized potentially, I forget how we did it. I don't know if maybe did I make it or did Andy make it? I don't even remember. But yeah, so if you guys have any GIFs that you want, you can always send it into my group chat on Discord, and that goes for anybody if they want to send me a GIF that they want me to edit. Andy made it. Okay, that sounds good. So let me just make sure that everything is okay. So the spider made it. Nice. But yeah, so let me just while we're here, we can just look for GIFs. So snowball and splat GIF. Let's see what happens here. I'm looking for it. I like how Kane's like sort of like splats. I just wonder if there's a simple I wonder what he. If anyone has any ideas or has any GIFs that they would like me to convert, I will look at those as well. Tools, type, GIF. Anytime has like perspective where it's coming at you, but you know we can also make it, so maybe that would be more fun. All right, so let me see here. Let's make one. Save image. All right, that's fine. So, all right, so let me see if I can do something real fast. We're gonna stop this share, and I'm gonna share a different thing. Photoshop. All right, so
That awkward moment when the streamer feels abandoned. But in reality, it was an emergency because coffee spilled.
Oh no! Oh no!
But we're back. Disaster averted. New cup made. Hey, hi.
All right, there you go. I've been there. I've spilled water all over a laptop in the middle of a stream, so I know how. That... And then you're like switching laptops while you're sucking the other water out and stuff like that. So I had an idea of maybe making a snowball GIF that would then go splat on
Sure.
me, whatever. But I am down for other ideas as well. So if you have something else in mind that you'd like to learn how to do, we can do that.
Probably, but my brain is. I have the equivalent of a 14-hour streamer brain without streaming 14 hours or at all today. So I'm kind of like, yeah.
So this thing was cool because it was already an animated GIF that had different layers and motions and stuff like that. And so what I'm doing is in each one of these, because each one of these layers was created separately, so it's actually a different graphic versus it being one picture that was changed over time. So what I'm doing is I'm going in each one of these and I'm just shrinking it down, right? So that way now it's big, less big, going smaller. This one, right here, maybe even a little bit smaller. And then this one, it would be the smallest. And what we could do is on this scene, when it hits them, so it's like the really smallest, you can then like have little different like chunks come flying off that are also, so you can see this, right? And so, and then I just have to figure out what layers those were, and I have to just turn those off for the other scenes. So I guess it's this one and that one, and then it's this one and that one. So now, if we just play it real quickly, oops, that's going way too fast. So I'm going to take all of this. I don't know how many of you guys have ever done animated GIFs before. So have you made many animated GIFs, Carlo?
I have not made any that I've drawn from, but I've made many that were just graphic design ones. Like I took pre-existing images and animated them, but not from scratch, not from my own work.
Got it. Cool. And I'm not doing it for my own work either right now. So I'm stealing something right here. So going down, making it smaller, and then it breaks into some pieces. And the plan is it's going to happen so fast that people aren't really going to see a whole lot. So right now it was automatically tweened. There was a lot more layers to this animation. I only needed 6 for what I was going to try to do. You go to the bottom right here. You can choose how long it takes between each one. It's how long the motion tween goes. So this one's 2 seconds. So that seems about right. And then we can hold on the splat for a little bit longer. And we're only going to play it once, right? So it goes there and then splat.
Only going to show us this once.
Right. So the snowball is going to be pretty small. And it's going to go and then splat into multiple pieces here. And then just to make it a little bit more realistic, we're going to take this one here. We're going to grab the eraser tool and we're going to chunk it up. So that way it looks like things sort of broke apart, right? Instead of it being like complete circles. So we're just gonna, and I'm not being perfect with it because it's gonna happen so fast that the eye isn't really gonna see it. It's just trying to give you the illusion of motion. So, all right, so here we go. 2 seconds, it goes down and then it breaks apart. And then these layers over here had additional things that I did not need in them. So I will now take those away. Oops. Wrong layer. To switch layers for every scene that you switch to, and then you just click erase, next layer, get on that layer, get here, erase. So let's see, it's going down, and then this one there, and then we're going to erase that, and this is the second to last one. And there you go. And now we've got an animation that goes down and breaks apart, right? And so it's kind of like it hit them in the face, and then it will go away after a certain number of times. So this is 0.2 for 5, so that's basically 1 second, right? And then the final frame is 1 second, and the whole animation we will stay on for maybe 3 or 4 seconds, right? So we'll make it a quick throw of the snowball. And then so we're going to export that. You go to legacy version. Here you can see what colors it's going to dither into, right? And you can choose a size. I don't really care the size. It's pretty small. We're going to just, for fun, make it like 500 width. So it'll become a little pixelated, but I don't mind it being a pixelated snowball coming at you because, again, it's like a video game. Who cares, right? So we're going to click save. And I'm going to call it a snowball. And we're going to go back over here. I'm going to stop the screen share for a second. We're going to go back to Google Chrome and we're going to share that scene. And we're back to Triggerfyre. So let's make a brand new thing. We're going to make the command name snowball. We're going to make, today we're going to let everybody use it and have a cooldown of like global 5 second. User can do it every 10 seconds. So people are going to throw lots of snowballs at us. We're not going to attach a sound. We're going to make it so it's at the full size because I'm curious.
Oh, come on, we're not going to have a splat. We need a splat for the splat.
Right. I wanted that, but
I'm just messing with it.
we could, but yeah. All right. So here we go.
Your voice when you're like, we could. Great. That was awesome. That's the equivalent of me saying, yeah, no. Which I do that all the time.
Duration 5 seconds. We decided 4, I think. We're gonna make it the full size and we're gonna click save. We're gonna randomize it and we're gonna quickly get out of this scene And then this one I'm gonna have to manually do. I was practicing. I unplugged my keyboard and mouse to see if I could do everything without it, just as sort of a fun thing. But then I realized I need to actually shift to a scene that isn't. Let me do two things. One, real quickly. One is mute that computer because we don't need to hear the Windows sounds. And then I'm gonna go off of it to this scene for a second. And we're gonna come back to the main scene real quick, and we're gonna test it. So let's type in snowball.
Right on.
All right, so it did not do what it was supposed to do. So cool. All right, so I have to figure out. Oh, I see why. It was using a type of dithering. I want it to not have the different. Hold on, let me do something in. Let me see if this does it. So before it was trying to generate a very smooth animation, but I don't actually want it to do that. So I want it to actually just see every frame as itself. And so let me try it again. I'm just exporting, but you guys don't need to see exporting settings in Photoshop. Let me see if I can replace it. And we're going to go back over to here. We're going to click on this one. We're going to select image. We're going to click the delete button on that. I should have known when it looked like that was probably not good. Let's see. It's still doing it. Interesting. No, I'm confused. All right, let's see here. So this is every frame is separate. I don't see anything on any of the other layers. There's nothing that's a tween going there. Let's go back into the GIF settings. Looping animation once. It's weird because in Photoshop it looks right. Let me see how it looks when I actually just. Weird. When I open it as a GIF, it's fine. Weird. I wonder why it does that. Let me try something else. Let me just trash this and just try to upload it as a whole new thing again. Maybe it was cached, you know?
Yep, that dreaded cache.
Aha, it
I'll
was.
tell you how many times that was telling for so many things.
Yeah. As a webmaster, like I had to clear cache a lot. So all right, random position, duration, we're doing 4 seconds. And global cooldown 10 seconds, user cooldown 20. We're clicking save. See if this works better this time. All right, so we're gonna get off the scene. Going back to the main scene. And we're gonna just snowball. Okay, I think that actually worked. Let me just see. Oh wow, the cooldown applies to me too. I hadn't thought about that. I was like, oh, why isn't it just, working? Oh, interesting. It's just showing the last frame now, not like the whole animation. Why? Even on this, it's just showing the last frame. What? Something seems very weird with that. Because it's weird, because if you look at it, ever attaching the option, infinite duration. Is there anything? It should just like. I don't know. That's weird. You'd think that it would not be just the ending, but hold on. When I'm in this view for this, yeah, it shows the GIF, so something's still wrong with it.
Yeah.
So it's almost like I have a different idea. New idea. We're gonna have an infinite animation, but it's gonna be so long that it's gonna trigger out before it does it. So So we're gonna have this for let's do it for like the final spot for 5 seconds, right? And then I'm gonna say here, do it forever, but it's never gonna get to that point, and it should then start it back over again.
Mhm.
Because before I triggered it saying never loop forever, so I'm wondering if it loops the first time but never does it again, right? And
Yep.
all right, so oops, make it a little bit bigger. Sorry, I'm doing stuff in Photoshop in the back end, but
You're good.
it's kind of boring for people. So I'm like,
No, I'm following.
it's funny. I always like debate. Do I like switch scenes?
Same problem. You're good, bud. You're good.
Yeah.
That's the good thing about doing this with another streamer. There's not a single thing you're doing that I'm like, yep, that's me. Yep, that's me. Yep, I need to do that. I need to not do that. We're all taking notes all the time. Who are we kidding?
All right.
Or should be.
1, 2, 3. Yes, there we go. I like this better. I have faith that this might work now. So, because now on this screen you can see that it's going, and then after a couple of seconds, it's gonna go again.
Yep.
All right, so let's change this scene for a second. We're gonna count to 1, 2, 3. Give everyone a little bit of primordial sound spunky, and snowball. All right, so that was one. Now it disappears. Now if we do it again. All right, so other people in chat, can you do command snowball? Let's see how many we can get going. So it's still appearing in the same place. Did I not do the random button? Does say random. Interesting. It doesn't seem very random. So, yeah. All right, everyone in chat, do exclamation snowball. Let's see if we can get it to go in different places, because it keeps on hitting scribe dead on, but not me.
But that was a little stanky, like I said, but not me. I'm seeing. I understand what's happening here. I'm not, and I don't like it.
I want to give equal chance for people to hit all of us. They should be able to hit Lily too.
Random hashtag raid. All that's happening now for a whole different reason.
Yeah. All right. Random position, everybody. This seems like I did it right, but I don't know. Okay, that time it went off to the side, I feel. All right, I'm going to, for now, even though this is silly, just get rid of the cooldown. And we're just gonna, so that way we can sort of test it more freely. And
I'm not gonna lie, that piece I did for you came out so good. And I'm not trying to, that's not even a humble brag. I'm looking at that, I'm like, I can't believe I did that. That came out so good.
Yeah, I like it a lot. It's cool.
I don't know how I did that. I didn't mean to do half of it. It just kind of happened.
Yeah. So can we now do multiple snowballs at once, or will it do?
Hey, there you go. It still likes me. Look at that. Man.
Yeah, that's crazy. And so
I got a face only a snowball can love.
it should be. Oh, so when you do multiple.
It loves me.
I gotta figure out why, because that's weird though. Because there's, all right, random position.
Thanks, Tina. Thanks.
It's got a magnetic personality.
Mhm.
The size is approximately right. I might like go to half size.
Don't come visit me, Tina. I'll give you some real snowballs in the face. 1, 2, 3, 4.
I mean, what I could do, so the other option I can do, which might be the simpler solution, is instead of doing it this way, you come up with a couple of different locations that you want it to go to, and you call it snowball 1 through 5, and then you use that other thing to then, like, so then you're actually saying,
and then you can throw snowballs exactly where you want to.
Right, exactly.
Actually, that's pretty good. So if you actually had, like, I don't know, a podcast where you have multiple people, like right now, and somebody does something, you can nerf them in real time and just say, yeah, Robbie's going to get one. Here it comes.
Maybe it's more expensive to direct the snowball, and it's less to make it random.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, have different redeems for
like exclamation point, start a snowball fight, and then
Yeah,
and then just random one, and then it's like revenge one, revenge two, and then
I can go in the upper corner, lower corner, and stuff like that.
love it.
Yeah, so there's a lot that you can do with it. I'm curious though. Let me
Snowball or SB host, SB guest.
right,
No.
exactly. You can
Yep.
the only issue is like during my show, people come out of different quadrants. So sometimes it's four people, sometimes it's five. So I don't know
Mhm.
how you're gonna like tell all of those, you know,
Mhm.
it gets a little that's why it would be almost like you put them in all five of those possible coordinates, and then that way random will select between them and you just don't know which one it's going to. So let's
Yeah.
just do it for fun just for a second. So we're gonna call it Snowball 1, and we're going to say that that one is. I'm going to make them for this screen because this is going to be a screen that we're going to mostly be on. So 100 would get me all the way over there. So let's go. Let's try 80, and then Y position is usually. So let's try 10, and we're going to click save. And then we're going to quickly create a couple of these. So we're going to create a second one, Snowball 2. Select image, select the same image. And then maybe this one is 100. What was the other one that I did? I've already forgotten what I set it at. So hold on. Snowball 1 was this one. And so that was at 80, 10. And then so that one's going to be almost all the way over. So that would technically hit Carlo right now. And then I
I love
would.
how it'll technically hit Carlo. Geez, I can't imagine why, because the first eight came right.
And then this
I
one.
love it. Don't let it. I love it.
And then this one, I'm gonna make it go higher. So snowball 1 and snowball 2. Let's see. I'm just gonna see if this even works. So we're gonna go off the scene for a second, go onto it, and we're gonna try now having different commands. So snowball 1 and snowball 2. Oops. Be good if I didn't have a space. Huh, it's doing the same spot. All right, snowball 1 is higher than snowball 2, but both need to be moved over a little bit. So, all right, so 1 needs to be moved up. So let's try. Try 60/40 to see what it does. All righty. So 2 is down below. And that's interesting. Why is I feel like it should be further apart than they are. I'm so confused about how these dimensions work. That's the part that's gonna take some trying to figure out is like where
Always.
X, Y, and all that sort of stuff go. And also I don't know if it's like resetting it or not, like when I'm doing the one. They seem like they're in the same place. See, part of me wonders if it's even like resetting that source.
Within the parameters. Yeah.
Well, I don't know. Sometimes like the source doesn't reset, you know? So
Okay. I wonder if it's the kind of thing where like while you're still streaming and while it's still there.
yeah, it doesn't like to do this while you're still
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, that's a live edit. That's yep.
Yeah, they're seeing the same one. So yeah, that's the part that it would take some time to try to get used to, but it'd be kind of cool to place them all around the screen, and then you could literally run the random trigger and it, would choose between one of those sources, and that might work better than their random or not. So, But yeah, no, it's kind of super fun. There was talk that from chat that they wanted my animals to appear when people do the commands for them, like a little picture of them. So I thought that I could just quickly do one animated GIF of that real quickly. Unless, Carla, you have an idea of something that you'd like to see pop open.
No, I'm kind of absorbing the overall, so the specifics don't necessarily
Okay, cool.
matter.
All right, so let me switch scenes over here to Photoshop, and we go over there, and we're just going to create a whole new document and not make it like too crazy big of a GIF, but also not tiny. So, to 1,000 by 1,000. So I'm gonna go and find a picture of Lily real quickly, and let's see. So let me go and see if I can find one real fast, and I'll then bring it over into Photoshop. And yeah, so here I go. Posts. I'm just going over from me. That's a cute one. That's in the running. Oh, Lily in a Capitals outfit. It does seem very cute. Hold on. Let me I'll take a screenshot and we'll import it in. Because it is a hockey show, so it'd be kind of funny if she was in a hockey jersey. All right, so we're gonna go to screenshots on my desktop, and we're gonna import this into here, and we're going to rotate her. And so what we can do is, so timeline controls are over here. So I'll show you how to create a GIF from scratch, create a new video timeline, and then you do it frame by frame. And then you take this picture right here and you can start down here, and then you could add a frame and you could move her a bit. You could add a frame and you could move her a little bit more. And what's cool about this is you can take each of these, we can do it for a short period of time, and then you can do what's called a motion tween, and it will create all the frames between it, right?
Oh, that's fabulous. Okay.
And so that got me to here, and then between these two, I'm going to make this one also 0.2, but also do like a tween of 5 between those. And now you have Lily slowly appearing up, right? And then you want her to like stay at the last one, so we're going to hold that one for like 5 seconds or whatever. So actually I want to make it appear a little bit higher. So, and then we're going to tween these just a little bit more. And let's check how this looks. So Lily's coming up. And there she stays there for 5 seconds, and then it's going to be over. And then I just got to figure out how long, how many frames this is. So it was 17. So 17 times 0.2. Okay, so it's like 3.4. So the whole thing in seconds is like 8.5 seconds approximately. So to make it appear to do that. So let's just take a look at this again, see if we're happy with that. So she is appearing. Nice. All right, so let's cut her out of the background. So oops, we're gonna go to the last frame. What's great is we did all this with a single frame. So any Photoshop change I make to this one frame will make it to all of them.
That's nice.
Which is nice. Doing the other one you saw before, each one was done individually with separate layers. And so thus there are advantages to that because I could Photoshop them and make them disappear. Disadvantages is like if I were to shrink her, for example, it would shrink her on all of them, right? I'd have to duplicate it and shrink her down or whatever. So there's a lot of different ways to quickly Photoshop somebody out these days. You can use like a magic tool to take an area. You can use a quick selection tool and hold down the shift button and cut around. So I'm going to cut too far and then I'm going to cut parts back into it. So then you hold the option button down and you give her back her ear and things like that. And this part was there. And then let's see how there's this part right here. And what I usually do is I just oops, it's got to make it not a smart object. So I have to rasterize a layer. And that makes it into the pixels, right? Oops. I can take this part away. Like that. So that's getting a pretty clean cut. I'm just looking through to see if there's anything that we're missing. What I often do is on a background layer, I create another layer and I create my own green screen. So I go and I make an obnoxious green, right? And go over to, oops, I gotta, all right, I'm gonna do it as a layer. Oh wait, I forgot that I can't do that right now. So hold on, let me do this first because I've already selected that. So, and then I'll go to this layer and now I can just drop a paint bucket tool with a color and then there you go. So now I can see there's a line there, right? So I can go back and I can use the good old eraser tool or a smudge tool. There's a lot of different ways to do it. Erase is pretty fast, so I will do that. And then I do notice that her ear is being cut off, but what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make this the top of the animation. So that way she's coming in. I guess it's not gonna read exactly right because you're gonna see part of her ear is cut off.
Yeah,
but
but I get it. You're good.
fine. I don't think people are gonna be like, oh my God.
This amateur hour crap you're giving me here.
Exactly. And
Carly, how do you stand us?
I actually think that I'm going to keep it so that it only goes to here. I don't think I need it that tall.
Yeah.
Let's see. So go to here, and then we're going to get rid of all these frames as well. Oops.
While you're working on that, if you don't mind, I wanted to ask Carly, how do you I haven't been keeping up, so forgive me if I'm being if I've just been kind of remiss, but are you liking New House and do you miss streaming? And how's your husband like the move? Are you guys doing good? And if all these questions are common knowledge to everybody else, Robbie can speak up if you'd like.
No, it's fine. I don't think that she's necessarily done a life update quite yet on Discord, but I know that she's doing well personally. But I'll let her answer whatever part of that she wants to. So the part of her ear get cut off on this? I don't know. It's fine.
It still looks good. Yeah, no,
Yeah.
I got you.
So anyway, so now I just go to the first layer and I turn off this obnoxious green and I turn off this background layer and it'll add the checkerboard and then it should, hold on, I gotta do it here. And
Yep, we gotta take off that one. Yep.
it's supposed to, hold on.
It's supposed to, but no.
Yeah, that's weird.
Same thing happens to me all the time.
Whatever. I'll force
Don't
it.
you hate it when something you know is supposed to work so simply just doesn't work and there's no rational explanation in real time for why it's not doing what you expect it to do?
Yes.
Yeah,
Very
it
much.
drives me insane.
All right, hold it for here 5 seconds. I'm gonna actually take out one more frame and we'll make this one last for 5 seconds because that'll make it so it's 10 for 0.2. That'll be easy to count. That's 2 seconds, and then 5 seconds makes the whole animation 7 seconds, which will be easier to do. So now if we export this as save for what legacy programs, we're gonna keep it looping options forever. And then that sort of appears. And all right, we're gonna save it as Lily. We're gonna go back over to Triggerfyre. Hold on, let me get out of screen sharing Photoshop, and we'll bring it back to Triggerfyre. All right, so we're gonna go over here, plus button. We're gonna select an image. We're going to upload an image. We're gonna select a file. We're gonna click Lily. Oh, there's a little bit of some line there, but I don't really care. It's so small. If someone actually sees that going up on the screen, I will be impressed. We're gonna call this command Lily. And we're gonna let everybody do it, and it's free, and there's no cooldown. Lily can just appear all the time. And we're gonna make it go into the bottom corner, which is I think 100. But who knows what the actual thing is? But we're gonna hope that works, and we're gonna click save. We're gonna try to toggle this on and off to see if we can get it to work. All right, so. And back to here, and now I'm gonna do Lily. And nothing happens. Perfect. Oh wow. She got huge. That's pretty awesome.
It was pretty awesome.
That's hilarious.
Just dog face right now.
It's just talk all the time.
And then presenting Lily. This is how these things start, right, Carly? Like this is just like, yeah, it's like, yeah, this is. See, you did that on a whim, and now that is a thing. And now if you took it back, you'd lose people.
Right. All right. I'm curious here if I can turn it off for a second. I'm gonna try the random on Lily to see if it was just a snowball issue, or I'm just curious what will happen. Maybe the Lily will just keep on appearing over Carlo.
Let's not kid ourselves. She's really the star of the show.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, so now she appears in different places. All right. I like it.
Does it auto transform too? Like, can it generate in like a vertical flip or a horizontal flip or things like that, or does it have to be
I mean, my
separately?
guess is you'd have to probably create separate animations, and then you could probably randomize it within that to like come them in different directions. But you can keep on doing them. And they all start at the same part of the animation, which is kind of hilarious in some ways. But
That is.
so you can make them. So that's kind of cool, right? You know, so like people can get definitely a sense of how you can use that, and you know,
I think I want to do something like that with Do, like when
yeah,
he's got his derpy face, and then just have him crash any one camera, like just like yeah, I'm just gonna like
that'd be kind of funny if you made like a
a Do
whole,
bomb, like a
yeah,
photobomb.
exactly, like, or if you get like the random golden dew, you know, like you can get a prize if you like, you
Yeah,
know, and so there's a lot that we can do with it, and so you can see that it's pretty easy to make an animated GIF. You know, in Photoshop, you take just a couple of moments. You know, and I know that you can create one in Procreate as well.
it just occurred to me, Carly doesn't know Do. I don't think
Oh yeah, that's true.
she needs to know right
Yeah,
there. Here,
do it.
here's your sign off. Here's what you get for sticking around to the bitter end, Carly. This is my piece of work.
Thank you so much, Carly, for sticking around. I really appreciate it.
Very good of you.
Yes. So I do want to swap screens with you and have you showcase a little bit of your artwork, you know, on the iPad that we had
Sure.
tested out. And I also want you to explain your big event that's happening next week. So people that are listening
Oh
or
yeah.
the VOD, I want people to definitely know about the 3 streams you're doing a week
Yeah,
from.
I'm an idiot. I'm
So
an idiot.
I'm going to swap out of this. Hold on, and stop screen share, and then let you screen share now, and then I'll put it on art mode, and then
Right.
I'm also going to turn off.
Screen.
Well, I guess I can keep the lily cam in.
Share. And... Okay. It's funny. It's being funny. Okay, and let's see what happens here. Is it going to do the thing? There it is. And I now have to move. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, you may have to zoom out a little bit just because it's based on my screen. There you go. Yeah. Oh, I guess it's too much.
Oh, yeah, I didn't zoom out. Here, we'll do that.
There we go. Perfect. And then that way people can see it a little bit more because I'm cropping a little bit of it out. But people get a pretty good sense. So you were working on stream on this just a couple of days ago. And it's been cool to watch as you've sort of dabbled in doing, you know, more illustration work, right? Which is obviously very different than,
My whole mantra for going into 2024 is going to be, actually it's been that way since 23, is I didn't intend to grow in any way when I started streaming, and then the evolution came automatic, and then what it's turned into has become really just quite this random adventure. I mean, I've turned into a variety streamer without saying so. I've done some gaming, I've done some art, I've done some design, I've done some. I mean, I'm preaching to the choir right now. Robbie's like, yep, check, got it, need it. You know, just. And now, like you said, illustration, like I never dreamt I'd do this. I never dreamt I'd work in digital. I've said this on my own streams. I mean, a year and a half ago, I never worked in layers. I never worked with color. I never worked with any of the things I'm doing and using all the time now. And so when people come in, new people especially, and they're like, oh my God, how long have you been doing this? I'm like, a year and a half. And they're like, you're a liar. And I'm like, yep, nope. And this is why you need to start doing that too. So I've been a very big proponent of people starting to stream, because there's things about everything that I'm doing now that I never, ever, ever would have started if it weren't for COVID, if it weren't for these external forces that have just kind of prompted new things. And so my mantra going into the new year is try new things. Don't be afraid to suck. My whole new promo thing I'm going to be doing for my merch store is hashtag Yoda lied. There is do or do not. There is no try. No, screw that. All there is try. And if you're trying it, you're doing it. So yeah, he lied. He's don't trust him. He doesn't know what he's talking about. Short little dude, and he's dead now. It's fine. So it's like, I know that's like sacrilege, but seriously, just for the sake of the humor of it, it's like, seriously, try it. You don't know, man. You just don't know. And the big sin of being my age, and I'm 45, and that I had to turn 45 to learn how to be adventurous like a kid is with trying something different. Like, you don't, like, when I remember like hearing like my niece telling me she's gonna quit band. She doesn't want to play the violin anymore. And I'm like, you don't know that you want to stop playing. Yes, I do. No, you don't. Because all you know is you hate what you're doing right now. You don't know what this can be for you if you keep with it even till the rest of the year. If you feel the same by then okay. I'm not gonna make you do this thing. But she wanted the violin, we got her the violin, and now she doesn't want to play the violin anymore. So it's like stuff like that. And I feel like
I did think it was 6 months as a kid, and I didn't stick with anything, and it makes me mad because I feel like maybe I would have been a musician. I love drums.
right.
Like I would have. I wish I would have stuck with something.
Exactly. And the whole takeaway from that is that you don't know yourself as well as you think you do. And that's been my self-imposed lesson on myself, is that, I went through a divorce in 2008, and it was the best thing that could have happened to me and the worst thing that could have happened to me. I did not want my divorce. And yet, if I hadn't done that, I would not have done so many things that only came in my life because of that, that was against my will. It's not something I wanted. And I feel like the whole lesson in that was like learning to embrace change. Nothing good happened to you entirely of your own doing. So ever since then, I've tapped into this. I mean, I remember being petrified that you're talking about Photoshop. I was petrified of having to jump into a program that was so big. And we're talking about the way it was back in 05. Like, it was not nearly the robust thing that it is now. But I remember I think I was in a Staples and I saw the price tag, $1,898. Yeah, keep dreaming. I was, no way I'm buying this thing. And then to buy it and then not use it, that would have been the worst. So I'm like, it's just not even worth trying, right? And now, they fast forward, we're a great deal later into the timeline, and I'm not an Apple guy. Not because I hate it, just because I hated it, and I didn't want to jump into anything that was just only Apple based. And then I see my nephew playing with Procreate on my wife's iPad, and I'm like, what is that? And he's like, oh, it's Procreate. I'm like, ha ha ha, that's funny. And of course, he's like, yeah, I don't know why you're laughing. I'm like, it's just the name, ha ha, stupid male humor. And he's like, no, it's like, it's really easy to pick up and play. I'm like, and my nephew's very much like me in that sense. It's like, if I can't just open the box and start playing and like it in 5 minutes, I don't want to know anything more about it. And I hate being that way, but I find that I am that way. So he's like, here, try it. And I'm just doodling. I'm like, okay. Oh, wait, calligraphy. Oh, that's not too bad, because calligraphy apps suck. Anything that's made for that, it's so like down a rabbit hole limited in what it can do. You have to go very far in to get it to program the angles you want it to be in, and to be sensitive to how you hold your hand with it. And it's like, this is supposed to be something that makes it easier to do digital calligraphy. And it makes me want to quit doing it at all. And then Procreate, not designed for it, I literally in 30 seconds was doing stuff. And I'm like, oh, that's buttery. And I'm like, yep, that's pretty great. And there's nothing like
I'm a little worried. Like part of me, I've never downloaded it. How much is Procreate? Do you know?
When I got it, it was $10 one time, not even a subscription.
Well,
it's $10.
I do have an iPad, and that it's my dad's old iPad, and I don't use it very often. But
I think it's 14 or 15 now. Yeah, it's one time, dude. $15 one time.
Yeah.
There's no reason that, I mean, like, again, compared to almost $2,000 for Photoshop in 2005, this is $10 to $15 now in 2023.
And I have a joint account with my kid, right?
Yeah,
so if I got it, then he would have it on his iPad, and he could, from the ground up, learn to do it. I was so impressed with him. My wife was FaceTiming me, and his coloring in the lines, like the skills, are growing. It's amazing to watch what you're able to do in such a short period of time.
And right here, here's the thing. Like, so all these brushes that you see me organized here, way down the bottom. So right here from default, you see that right there?
But you use a pen, right? But
I'm using a Apple Pencil 2. And when I first got it, I'm like, I'm spending $130 for their brand name official stylus. Yes, you are. And don't think twice about it. It is night and day different from anything else in the market. They know what they're doing. I'll concede that point. But and that's only because if you get the cheaper thing, I promise you within a week, you're going to wish you had the better thing. It's not even that it becomes a waste of money. It's not that the other one's bad. It's just it fails to be as good as you want it to be once you start.
yeah.
Which is just like everything. It's like if you're only going to try it once or twice, sure, cheap out, get the $30 pen. If you think you might do this more than twice in your life, don't cheap out. It's just not worth it. But what I was going to say is down here where everything you see under default. So I made that little label just so I could tell where my default brushes started in my list of things that I made. And just the reason I'm showing you this is that for anybody who doesn't know about Procreate, which I can't imagine if you're even remotely a creator, you've got to know at least something about it. Look at the brushes that come with it, free of charge, and there's a ton within each breakdown. There must be a couple hundred brushes that come with it. Just again, and these are all free, part of a $15 app. Who are you kidding? And then most
So
of the
much more
things
than
that I
Photoshop has built in. I mean, you can download more Photoshop, but it's so much more.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
and then that's the other thing too. You can make your own to make your own brush. There it is. Now you have infinite customization. It's a rabbit hole, but all of the
Have you made any of your own brushes yet, or have you just used?
I've followed a tutorial about how to make a brush and I did it. It's this outline one right here. I made an outline black letter brush, which means I can do like,
Oh wow!
all right.
It's
So
almost like
like,
oh,
so yeah, it's a thing here. I will show you that. That's because by having this, I can now it saves me like several steps in creation of something. So like I can now have this extra line that would normally have to be done freehand over that. And now that right there becomes something I can color in on a separate layer without even having to make, it's like right there. It saves me 5 additional steps by having that outline already pre-built in there.
that's
And
amazing.
then, and so if I do this right, I can put those in another layer and then it helps if you switch your layer, make that a reference. And then we can do,
Oh,
so now we're going to
just
do,
applying it as a reference, but not using it as a
oh,
the
hold
actual.
on. Right. So right there. So now I'm using the layer I just made of the outline as a reference to make this inner one. And now I can create those 2 colors I can do separately. And now I can do,
You can add a hue or change it up, or
yeah, and it just the possibilities of this, and again, the fact that you can work as quickly as you see me doing that, that's the biggest draw for me. My biggest problem, and one of the things my community loves to razz me about, and should, is how terribly impatient I am with making my own work. I lose interest in what I'm working on so fast that if I can't like get in there and make it even better than I want it to be in just a few seconds and see if I'm going to like this effect I'm going to work with. Yep, not interested. I'm already done. And that's just not a good way to be. And so part of what I'm doing going into year 3 is to be able to break that habit, first of all. And the way to do that is to try and do things differently, period. And I'm doing that. I'm forcing myself to do that. And it's good for me. And it's also really hard for me. And I mean, that's everything, right? That's everything that's good for us comes with some grief. And I just need to get over myself. And yet the only way to do that is to discipline yourself. And so I use streaming. And this comes back to why I'm an advocate for streaming, because it's not just trying new things, it's trying new things in front of people and not knowing how it's going to turn out while they're watching you. That is how you grow. I mean, it's getting a kid to try out for Little League, and yep, you're going to fail, you're going to suck, and that's okay. Keep doing it, and get up, try again, fail better. That whole thing. And as cliche as it sounds, it's just really true. And I need to get over myself and stop taking my own craft too seriously, so that I can actually improve on it and be better than just. I know I'm kind of rambling at the same time, but the
No,
truth
you're
is
fine. I was just
I've been so good at letter art for so long. It was the only thing I was confident in trying, and I can do it in my sleep. It's not challenging anymore. why would I regurgitate something I already can do when I can take what people love me already doing, build on it, and they can see that I'm trying something that they've wanted to try and we're afraid to try. And before you know it, we're all doing better at all of the things. Why would we not do that? And I'm down to the point now where, like, you know what, Carlo, I'm not going to take myself so seriously. It's more important for my community and for me to try, fail, and get better at something than it is to keep regurgitating the thing that I'm again, not even a humble brag, that I'm an expert at. What fun is it watching an expert do the expert thing if all it does is make the person watching the expert feel like crap because they can't do it? And then what good is that doing for me? I'm not growing. So I'm like, yeah, I have to stop this. This has to change. And so I'm changing it. And the funny part is, all of that came about from my tech meltdown. So again, even all the things that have been setting me back and that have been bothering me have played a crucial role in getting me to try what I'm doing now. And um, yeah, I'm gonna write it out. I'm not gonna quit it. I'm gonna give it a year worth of, of my time and trying to not be my cliche self and actually do something better than what I started out doing. So far my community is all about it. I want to see where it goes.
I'm so excited because I think with some of these changes where we can start to change some of the angles for you and,
Oh, it's gonna be
and
great.
swap stuff like that, because I think that that takes a lot of your brain focus away from just like focusing on the art, like,
Absolutely it does. Absolutely it does. And I couldn't agree more.
yeah. So I'm excited to see how some of this stuff can, start to play into some of those things. And yeah, I think that'd be cool if like someone wants to do, they type in do and then a live or do cam and and a cam pops up on the side that's, angled at that versus, or see what the live recording is looking like, the one that you're doing of the capture or the over the shoulder. And I like the idea of, yeah, some of them being mod commands, but some of them even just be subscriber commands. Because what a perk for a subscriber if they just
Absolutely.
throw, them in there, and you can throw with the cooldowns to make sure that they don't. And the reality is I'm pretty sure that all of the trying to remember. Hold on, let me just see if we do fire the host. Does the it come up as a reward request queue? So it automatically triggers and as something that's already done. Because there used to be a way that you could like, if it doesn't appear in time, that you could like reward them. If you're doing two things at the same time or whatever,
Okay, that's cool. Yeah.
uh, that you could then refund them, the points. But I don't see an ability to refund these. So, but these seem to be stacking pretty nicely. So maybe that was in a time before, like where it wasn't playing them at the same time.
Right. Yes.
Um, I wish that you could give channel points back to people though, like just like add X points to this person, like
I
where
think you can, can't you? I think I've seen some mods
you
do it
can,
on other channels.
right. Well, if it's in your redeem queue, you could return the thing as if like, hey, we don't have time to do this today. But if it's
Oh,
not
you can't
in
just
your,
reward them automatically.
yeah, you can reward them with stream elements points, right? Which is a
Right.
totally different, point system. It's not tied to this and so that. I want to thank Tina for the resubscription. 11 months. I can't believe it's been 11 months already. Tina is one of my most loyal subscribers, and she's
She is
great.
for me too. Tina's awesome people.
Yeah, and I love her sister as well. I love that she's part of the DMV and roots for the same teams that I do. So it's cool. The months do go by very quickly on Twitch. That is very true. It's just so cool to be able to watch somebody else do art. I think this is actually working really well through Zoom to share a layer like this.
It is actually.
And when you normally do collabs with people, is it normally through Discord that you're like sharing a screen?
Actually,
Like,
since I've actually been doing all my collabs, well, up until 3 months ago when Death Star kind of evened itself out a little bit. Prior to that, I was using Video Ninja for everything. Um,
uh, so
and
did the other person have to install something on their computer and use it as a source, or how did they?
no, that's actually why I liked it. It's all that also is browser based. Have you ever used Video Ninja?
I have not. I actually don't know.
It's worth looking into as a for a lot of reasons, because even if you ultimately don't use it for the reason, wow, that's actually, I like this fiery random thing I'm doing here.
It's really cool.
And again, I have no explanation about what I'm doing. I'm just feeling things out. So the thing I like about Video Ninja, I learned it from Davies Eating a Sandwich. He uses it or used it primarily until Death Star became a thing. And basically it is a well, you know what? Let's just show it to you. Why not? Let's see. Can I screen share? I'm going to stop this share for a
You have to
second.
stop the share and then you start another one.
Yep. And then let me get here.
You got Neville butt cam right now.
What's that?
We had Neville butt cam going.
Let's see. Okay. No. So share. So actually hold on, I gotta do one more thing first because I forgot that it'll dox my thing if I do that. So I can create if you go to Video Ninja and you sign up for something, you're gonna create a room. And basically that room, if you can think of it as like a director's set for like a sitcom. And then once you get there, you'll have a screen that it says invited guest or capture a group scene of multiple guests, which is kind of like what Zoom does with what you're doing right now.
Yeah.
So then you're going to copy that link, open another browser window, and paste that link. And so now you have your director's room, and then you have your own camera within that room. So that's okay. So now from this point on, I'm going to show it to you. So give me a second here. I'll put that on. Once I do that, now I won't dox myself.
The camera is wonky, but I want to leave it in the 3-screen view.
Oh, that's fine. That's fine. All right. So can we see this?
Yeah.
Okay. So join room with a camera or screen share with a room. So if I join with the room with the camera, you do just like you do on Zoom. You pick out, which. Okay, we're not going to do that right now because of the fact that we're already using those sources. So I'm just going to say no and no. But if we did, actually, here I can take one of my other
I was going to say you have different cameras.
That's right. Let's make some use of it. So I think this is the one that's over the head. Oh no, that's the overhead. That's right. That's not the one we want. We want this one. But it's obviously rotated and not right. So that's okay. We'll just show it anyway. So okay, so no audio source. And yeah, okay. So now we start this. So now you see this. But in my director's room, which is right here, I've got this right here. I can see this one. I can have infinite number of sources. So I can give this right here, copy solo view link. I can send that to you. And now you can put what I have in this camera on your OBS browser source.
Oh, wow. So you just give them a browser source and they just put that on their computer and then.
Yep. And so you can also give the entire director room to them if you want by copying this link. You can give them every camera source by copying this link, or you can give them individual sources by copying this link. And these sources, and if you look, you can deafen, blind, hide, mute, and dumb everybody down. Like you control in and out of every source, and it's fabulous.
Amazing.
So it's really amazing. And so this is all browser based. It's absolutely free. It's been out for a long time. And so that's what I've used right up to Death Star. What's that?
It's free?
It's free. Absolutely free.
What?
And this is basically what Death Star is. It's just a remapping of what this is. Only it's limited, which by the way is not a bad thing because the limitations that Death Star imposes keeps people who are not techie from ruining their own stream. So to be fair, Death Star in some ways is better for John and Jane Doe streamer because you don't have all the things here that by pressing one button, you're going to abort your whole stream and you don't know what you did wrong. Whereas if you know what you're doing, this gives you infinite customization.
Wow.
It's fabulous. And again, free of charge, absolutely free of charge. This is basically like an OBS accessory. And that's what it was made for. The original thing was OBS.ninja. And I think they got in trouble and they just changed it to video.ninja. So they made this for OBS specifically to be a plugin source for browsers or for a browser source plugin.
That's amazing. I mean, honestly, if I just installed that on both of these computers, I could probably bypass a lot of what I do on Zoom,
Yeah, that's exactly right. So you could and actually because of this, I got rid of Zoom. I don't have Zoom anymore. You don't need to. In fact, this right here gives you perfect, by the way, because it's browser based, it's a lot less resource hog on your system. And so because you're not installing anything, this is just taking what's already, it's basically making a virtual something, multiple virtual somethings. Like
they're hosting all those links and all that stuff. They're just doing it for free. I just don't know how, because they're routing.
I'm glad I can give back to you tonight, Robbie.
Yeah.
So what's
Wow.
great for this too, and don't get me wrong, at first it was a little bit
I might still do Zoom only because I still send separate recordings to Facebook and stuff and record things separately. And so I do more than what this is.
well,
But for a lot
no,
of stuff,
you can do that with this. You can control the in and out and the recording right from here too, from each source.
and then where does the recording go?
So under your audio settings, you can save to where you want them to go. You can,
I
it
can
gives you,
save it locally.
what's that?
It saves locally or it saves in the cloud?
That I don't know because I've never done it, but I know you can.
Wow.
Yep. So it's,
Take a lot of data. That's why I'm saying like
I'm sure it takes a lot of data. That part I have no doubt.
yeah.
I don't think it's cloud based. I think it's just a routing of it to a local. But anyway, in any case, it is possible. And then there's also, you can record the room, you can record each individual source, you can record video from one source and audio from the same source in a separate channel. I mean, it's in and out, mappable all over the place. It's
I'm
crazy.
wondering for streamers that try to do like audio and like band recordings and stuff like that. Like when I have a music streamer on, like
Yep.
Zoom really messes with, a lot of the audio of it, and it doesn't sound as good because it has its own dampening stuff. And
I think that might be a factor with this, to be fair. I don't know how the audio factor works with this in terms of, is it giving you, authentically raw feed, or is it just giving you, its own version of that? Because I know, just like anything else, everything you use has a different, mastering, if you will, about what you can get out of it. And I don't know if that's ideal because it's not made for that, obviously, but it's capable of it. So if you're just streaming it and not looking for something quotable to be used for recording later, I'm sure it does the trick. But no, the fact that it's free, browser based, as advanced as it is, I use that to screen share to anybody too. Like for instance, if I know we're using Zoom, but again, Zoom is a resource hog. I mean, and you've got it wired right where you're using one streaming computer versus and another one too. Most people don't. And when I was using Zoom to do that, oh my God, you could see pixelation within my strokes. You could see it jump around a lot. And that's why I stopped using Zoom. Because back when I first started streaming, Zoom was the only thing, and I had the paid version of it, but it was the only thing that gave me screen sharing ability from my iPad. It was impossible to do before. Because the stuff that they made for iPad, while it worked, it didn't work fluidly. It was
right now you use a different program to. What do you use to stream your iPad to your computer?
so it's called a Power Mirror, all one word, all lowercase, and it's and no spaces, a Power Mirror, and it's $60 one time, not a subscription. I default to those kinds of things. I prefer to pay for something up front and see if I like it or not.
I hate that Photoshop is now a subscription-based model. I'm
Yep.
thankful I work for a school that pays for mine. So, yeah, so like,
Nope, that's fair.
I'm lucky that you can install it on two machines with
Yep.
your license. So,
And that's the same thing with a Power Mirror. You can install it on two machines, even for the one time for the $60. And it works two ways. Like I can stream to my iPad from my PC. I can stream to and from my Android to my iPad. Infinite number of ways back and forth. So what it was originally, and what I like about it too is that I like a company that takes what it does seriously, but doesn't take itself too seriously. And what I mean by that is a Power Mirror was originally designed not for what it's being used, what I'm using it for. It was originally designed so that people could make calls and answer texts on their PC, which is essentially screen mirroring, but not, it's source mirroring. It's not screen mirroring. So like it would give you my Android screen as a windowed app on my computer, and I could use my mouse to click calls and answer things without having to pick up my phone. That's what it was designed for. And that's as back before before Windows and Apple had those options. And so obviously once those things were starting to be embedded in OSs, a Power Mirror is like, well, crap, they just took our baby. What are we going to do with this now? And they took what they already had and said, how else can we use what we've already developed so we're not spending more money? And they're like, well, geez, who else would need to be able to do that? Like, well, what if we turn it around? What if we gave the ability to the remote device rather than making it for your PC or your Mac? And so they made it interchangeable now, where you can mirror from one to the other instead of just one way. And as soon as they did that, they realized, oh, we have a friend in people who want to screen share not media but live applications. And so they saw the writing on the wall, and they were the first, and they're still the best. I've bought other programs just to see if they were doing it better. They're not. I've paid more money for other apps. They're not as good as this one. And I'll show you that. It's whenever you've watched me stream, you see how fluid. I mean, you see strokes as they're being made. There's no latency, and it's wireless. It's not like I'm connecting a cable to it. Wirelessly,
Wow.
there's like fractional latency, and it is just smooth as butter. And when I'm doing a collab, and when you're a viewer in a collab, you don't realize how much of a resource drain. You're talking about 4 levels of delay, right?
So
You've
are
got
you're streaming to your computer and then from the computer source sending it through that website that then
Yep,
sends it
yep,
through a browser? Yeah.
exactly. It's crazy.
Yeah.
When you're
Because it
doing a
happens in
collab,
so real time, even with a 7 second delay lag that we get as the viewer,
right?
that like it feels like it's still happening in real time, which is crazy when you think about how many steps plus
It really
stream
is.
delay, you know?
Yep.
Well, actually,
So,
stream delay probably in some ways is helpful because you're seeing it because you're in real time with the streamer, right? And so when you're working with a streamer, are you listening to the live stream or are you patched into the people directly? Like
it depends on what role I'm playing. So if like that, like when I do well, the first year I did of collabs, I called it Silent Scribe, where I did not have my mic on and I just listened to the stream that everybody else hears at the same time. I actually prefer that when I'm doing standard collabs like with music streamers for 2 reasons. One, um music streamers, actually no, musicians period, uh there is so much brain resources being used just to be a performer, period. Not even being a good performer, just trying it is a taxing thing to a human being. And then add being good at it. So now they've had to hone the craft. Yeah, maybe they're a little bit more comfortable, but that doesn't mean it's just easy for them. Even if they make it look easy, doesn't mean it is. Now add the added problem of there being their own director and then taking requests live. You don't know what people are going to throw at you. So I've put myself in the mind of a musician streaming on Twitch, and I'm like, the last thing I want to do is let some pesky little nobody artist have more input that's going to take more brain power away from me. So I'm like, how can I make their lives easier? By not talking, by just staying a very, on an island in the corner. And if I have to communicate, I can do it visually. They can read it and not have to stop what they're doing to read it, as opposed to having to wait, what, while they're trying to keep time and listen to their own mind. That's got to be a
got
challenge.
their
So,
attention more than even chat does in some ways, you know.
well,
So right
that's the
there, like,
beautiful thing, is that is exactly what you just said is exactly right, because now that's the only thing happening on screen that the musician and the chat are seeing at the same time, that
mhm.
they're not, one of them's not behind the other. It's the only thing that's that case, because everything
Yeah.
else is on a delay, or the streamer has to catch up with chat. It's the only thing that's happening in real time that doesn't ruin it for everybody. So I'm like, I kind of have a magical thing here by taking away my vocal and that. So I made it
And
silent.
honestly, the streamer's seeing it 7 seconds before we're even seeing it in
Right.
theater, you know,
But it
so
doesn't
they
feel
can
that
react
way.
to it in more of a real time than we can. So it's kind
Yep.
of cool that they get like a sneak preview that way, you
Yep,
know.
they can. And that's one way to do it. Sometimes, like it's the first time there, they'll usually watch it with before the delay. When I'm doing something with Berlin at Science Streams, he's watching at the same time everybody else is. So it depends on your comfort level.
Yeah.
And so there's that. But then when doing the collabs, what makes it good for me is that by not having to add my voice, I'm on I don't get a delay, I get a cushion. All right. So now I can take my time writing out something, or I can think about it. No one's going to know that I'm not doing nothing. I can
Right.
just display art. So I have this little extra window that gives me a little edge to filter things that would be very hard to do in real time otherwise. And
You
also I
actually have
like,
more delay in some ways than you do on your own stream because in your stream you're reading chat as a delay, but they're reacting to you slower. So often I'm giving you a suggestion. You've already done it 7 seconds later, but I don't know that you've known to do that until
happens
after.
all the time. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. And
So
that's the reason why, like you said, I love the collabs. My collabs have been my favorite part of Twitch. Not even because of the collaboration, just because it's not a resource hog for me. I can breathe. I can create without having to worry about babysitting my chat window, without
yeah, you
having
don't have to watch chat and be worried about, oh, what is somebody saying or what are they
yeah.
doing or whatever. And you can still react to their chat and still
Yep.
see it in real time. But it's not like you don't have to moderate because the people don't realize when you're your own streamer, even though you have mods, you're still there in case the mods are all Yeah, I stream in mod view, which some streamers don't do, but I do that way. So that way, I'm also spend more time modding in a week than I do streaming by a wide
Totally.
variety. Having 30 swords, I probably spend 30 hours modding to 3 hours streaming a week. So
Sure.
I'm more
Yeah.
comfortable in that world, right? And so for me, like I like that view better, and then I just feel more comfortable in it. And it's dangerous because I know that some people don't like to know how many viewers they have in chat, or don't even like to know who's in the lurk, mode and stuff like that. I like to know it all, and that's just comes from my background of streaming to three platforms at once, and my brain's already, looking at three screens or four screens at once. So for me, it's like, oh, that's helpful to know who's in chat, both actually active and not. And that's one of the things I like about being a podcaster is I do get a little bit more breathing room than you do as a solo streamer, in the sense that I ask them a question, and I have to be listening to sort of respond to their response, but I
Sure.
also can be quickly reading chat while they're talking, right?
Yep.
And
Absolutely.
it's harder when I do an art stream. I very much struggle because I get so hyper focused on what I'm doing that I then miss out. So I often have whoever I'm doing an art stream with read me chat or read me the most important things, so that way I'm not
That's
behind.
real.
Yeah,
That's very
and
real.
so I know that Alb sometimes has done that, and other people have done that for you, and watching it. I know that that's what's great about having Grimly there, in real time is, he can do some of those, readings and stuff like that.
Yep.
So,
And that's a huge part of it. But to reiterate the same point with collabs is that something I didn't think about when I first started doing it either was that it helps the musician. Now
mm,
they have the same benefit, like you just said, of me having Grimly here in real time. They have, without me being next to them, without having interject, they've got another attraction to use it from my world. It's like adding a photo booth to an event. It's like now your dance floor is not the only thing. Now for people who don't like to dance, they have something they can do too. And
you
now
take
you
a
don't
drink,
have
you're doing art, and people are watching you now, and it's not
right,
dead air, as they call
right.
it.
So when they need to take a break, oh, I'm going to be right, and they're still there, and it's something still just as interactive. If I need to take a break, they're back in the focus on the music, and I come back and I already have something done. Because that's one of my favorite things to do for music collabs is that I'll take a break, but while I'm on break, I'm still there drawing in the background, and they don't know that. And so as soon as I come back from my actual break, I have this piece done, and like here, boom, I'm like, oh my god, and it just breathes life right back into the stream because it's just a surprise.
Do you
And
do
how
like
many other
a screen freeze so that way that it's the BR base, so that way you can be drawing on it behind the scene, or how does that?
so there's a lot of cool things. So with a power mirror, the way I use it, when I do collabs, I do a power mirror through an OBS virtual cam, which means now I'm director of my own screen share.
Mm.
And that's important because now it's not just my iPad I can share. I can hide the screen share. I can have a wallpaper in the background. I can have a piece done before I even start. I can have a slideshow going and then just show that in the shared stream window, and then just bring up my iPad share whenever I want to, and I can make it crossfade. So they have no clue that what they're seeing is not something I just did right now. And so it gives me like live production ability. And that also makes it something to where when the streamer does something that I don't know about, I can be showing something while I'm working on something, and then like 10 seconds later, they see this thing popped up that they just are like, "Oh my god, when did you do that?" And it's already ready already, and they don't. It's almost like the scene from Spaceballs where the movie comes out before it's even finished. Like I get to do that. It's awesome. So yeah, that's something I didn't intend. It was a total happy accident, and I've learned to kind of use that and harness that and make it into something. And
It's amazing the tools that as we grow them and the different programs that we learn and how we interchange them and how everybody does it so differently. Like if you watch
everybody.
Twitch across the board, I rarely see two streams done even remotely similar, and that's crazy to me
And they're
because like
both awesome. They're both amazing.
I follow like 1,000 music streamers, and the fact that no two of them are even remotely similar blows my mind, right?
Yep.
Because they take their own personality into it, and they all do their own graphics, and they all have different levels of using slobs versus OBS versus all these different programs and stuff like that. And I'm happy. I will always be a big advocate for just going OBS, and I
Well,
know
I
that
started out with slobs. I was told to use slobs and not use anything else. because at first I was looking at Twitch Studio and everybody's like, yeah, no. I'm like, why not? It's native. No. I'm like, all right. So I just didn't do it because I assumed that they knew more than I did. But the same person who said no to that said use slobs. And the reason why they did that is because they worked with a lot of musicians, and musicians tend to rely on slobs for a lot of reasons that most streamers do not need to know. In fact, slobs takes what's very basic and efficient in OBS and complicates it to a healthy degree, depending on the type of streamer you are. But if you do not need what that's going to give you, you absolutely should not use it. It's just a bad idea. And so when I did not make
my own
jump.
templates. See, like people
Right.
don't realize everything that we're in right now. If they look at the screen, I created in Photoshop with a lot of blank openings, right?
Yep.
And then I just add stuff to it, and I'm like, I don't need to buy a thing. I can draw it out and see how big to measure these squares. It's all completely
Yep.
sizable. But I do have the advantage that I know Photoshop, and so I understand a layered based source system.
Yep.
Using that, and you can translate that, where if you don't have that.
Absolutely. And that's one of the things that since I started streaming, I realized that there's a lot of money made on people just not knowing. And how people just like, I see this stuff that like even Stream Elements, which I don't love, but it's a necessary evil. Something like it is necessary. And because I'm familiar with it, that's why I use it. It's the devil,
I use Stream Elements too, because there are some things like the automatic, subs and followers and things like
right.
that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not worth reinventing the wheel to find another way. So I bite the bullet on that. But for most of the things, there are, and I've said this about everything I've ever done on the internet. If you're willing to bleed time, you're going to save money. If you cannot bleed time, do not try to save your money. Because everything that you can buy right now, you can find out a way to do it for free. If you have
YouTube's amazing. I have discovered everything that I've taught today. I found on YouTube.
Yep. And you have to rabbit hole on some things. Not everything is jumping out and say, look at me, I'm going to save you a bunch of money and time. But if you're willing to spend the time to look for those things, you can absolutely find them. I do the same thing on Amazon. I used to run, well, not run, that's not fair. I was one of 4 officers for a local wedding entrepreneurs guild. And there was about 60 members. And to say that I was an officer doesn't make me the expert. I just was one of the people responsible for keeping it organized. But the reason I mention that is that in the world of photographers, videographers, DJs, planners, coordinators, florists, there are so many ways to do it wrong in terms of running a business, starting a business, being efficient, being a good service person, the etiquette, what do I charge, imposter syndrome, how do I deal with people who are copycats? I mean, there is I could literally spend 20 minutes just making a list of all the things that one person can't possibly all know. And so the reason I bring this up is mentioning what you said about YouTube and just spend a little time and you can find things. I told people, I said, the number one problem that business people run into is they don't leave enough free time to just think about their business. If they just if they stopped trying so hard to make money or to grow their business or advertise, if they just stopped trying to do that and not tried so hard, to use a Star Wars quote, keep your distance, Chewie, but don't look like you're trying to keep your distance. When you feel desperate and you act desperate, people don't hire you. And why would they? I wouldn't do that. If somebody looks like they need money, I don't really want to spend my money with a person who looks like they need money. But that doesn't mean I want to spend it on a corporate giant that's making $1 billion either. I'd like to give it to this guy, but I'm not comfortable because he's too desperate and too eager, and it's just a turnoff. So I said, if you just stopped worrying about that for one day, just take one day out of a month to not do what every business owner does and just breathe. Go on your front porch, leave your phone in the house, stare at a puddle, and think about one thing that you wish you could do better. I promise you, 20 minutes later, you're going to find something different that you can try that will change everything that you do. So like for Amazon, I used to preach hard about not cheaping out on your equipment. Because at one point in time, pre-COVID, you could say, and it was true, you get what you pay for. It's not true anymore. There are products out right now at Five Below that are going for anywhere between $5 and $7 that are better than professional grade 20-year veteran things that I've used for years and relied upon. Better, not just as good, but you don't know which one that is. And you could spend all your time and money and get all the wrong things, but there are things out there. And the same applies to streaming. If Streamlabs has something that you can pay a subscription for $20 a month, I would much rather a person spend $20 on a tutorial that teaches you how to make that, so that now after you're done making that, you can make a lot more things than just that one thing.
Yeah.
And you're going to be so much better off for it. But you don't know that if you're just I need an overlay. Oh, $20. Okay, done. No. Learn to back it down, spend that same $20 and take an hour and just rabbit hole on YouTube, on Amazon, on forums, there are things out there waiting for you that are absolutely free, that are better than the thing you could pay for. And you're going to do so much better having known to do it yourself. Maybe you realize how hard it is now. Maybe you get a newfound respect for people like you and me who really, dove in on this, and we've spent our lives doing this. But now, even if they choose to make it themselves, now they have a newfound appreciation. If they choose to make it for themselves and they realize, I can't do this, this is not me. Now, instead of spending $20 on Stream Elements, they're going to look for another streamer who can do this and give them that $20. And now don't look out now, but your stream is growing, their stream is growing, because now you're collabing with another creator. Everything is made better by that. And so it's not that I'm not against giving Stream Elements their money, but the truth is, you're not becoming a better streamer by just throwing your money at it. And so I'm eating my own words, because I was a total hypocrite. I didn't want to know anything about Photoshop. I didn't want to pay somebody to do something in Photoshop for me. I found alternatives. I'm a huge Canva user. I'm a huge Procreate user. And between both, I export and import back and forth between those programs all day long. And they're two separately cultivated talents. But if you can get familiar with them, oh my God, it's like coding. There's nothing you can't do. And there is such value to that. And it's across the board. Streaming. I mean, my wife makes cards with her Cricut that she was buying templates before. And I'm like, why are you buying templates? Just make it with Procreate. Oh, I'm not as good as you. No, it's not hard. Here, 5 minutes. I showed her what she could do. Oh my God, that changes everything. You're welcome. Here you go. And now, instead of spending $20 on a template to make something with a Cricut, she spent 5 minutes and now she knows how to make 100 of them herself. And
I Photoshop all of my cards, right? Because I'm like,
right.
why am I spending, now it's like $7 or $8 to buy a card, right?
Yeah.
And they're great, but how many Hallmark holidays and pressure things? I'd rather put a video together, make an animated GIF, text it to them, and it pops up on their phone. You know what I mean? And
exactly.
Rarely they're like, "Oh, you cheaped out," because they're dynamic.
No,
here's the people they love.
Cheaping out is going and buying one.
Yeah, exactly. So and that's real money. You can spend a lot of money. Even on invites to events, or if you do it yourself versus using one of those Evite services, or and somebody has to go Google form and make a graphic and send it out that way versus using some other program to aggregate it for you.
Absolutely true.
Yeah.
And turning your strengths or turning your weaknesses into strengths. I mean, I know that sounds like it's like almost a self-help kind of thing, but I can't tell. I made a career out of that without lying. One of the last things I did, and I'm mentioning this in reference to what you just said about, okay, I can't. For some people, they can't afford to buy cards, and so they make one, and then people think that's cheaping out, but no, because you have so much more invested in that than what a person who just drove to the.
That's so sad that's the card company making you feel that way, right?
Yes.
And it's not the actual person. I've never gotten a hand-drawn card and been like, I really wish you had gone to the store.
Right? Exactly. Yeah, absolutely. I remember when without going into too far of a rabbit hole. So photo booths. I hate photo booths. I hate them. Right. I love using them. I love the idea. I hate being hired to do one.
We did a really cool idea real quickly. We did a flip book one where so you jump in and then so that way everyone got a physical flip book. And then what they didn't realize is they were consenting to giving us all those 5-second clips. And so the video that we got at the end and some of the raunchy stuff that people did was hilarious. But anyway.
It is. It's true. Yeah, no, they're a lot of fun for that reason, especially too. There's a lot of things I learned about people I wish I didn't know now. But there's with I hate having to change print cartridges when we do prints of them. The printer that I got, the sublimation, I spent a crazy crap ton of money on that, and it makes this beep sound when the paper's fed, and you can't really use it until you have it lined up correctly. And in a loud wedding, you can't hear that thing, so you're fussing with it endlessly. I told my wife, I'm like, I'm done doing prints. She's like, how are you gonna nobody's gonna want a photo booth. They can't get prints. I'm like, we'll do it after. Well, everybody wants it right now. And I'm like, okay, I'm gonna call you on that. You know how many photo booth pictures I see left behind on table, crunched up in the trash, in their purses, forgotten about, and it's a waste of money. And
Well, honestly, if it could just get sent to them on an iPhone or something, then people just want things texted to them.
right, so obviously that's a thing now, but once upon a time it wasn't. So I was paying like a $200 a month subscription service to be able to for people to be able to put in their number and text it themselves, or it would collect all the photos people took on their phones on the same Wi-Fi there, and
Mm.
it funneled them to me. So, but with all of that gone, one of the things I came up with, speaking of the turning weakness into strength, I said, you know what? I don't want to bring this printer. It's too fragile. It's too easily ruined in transport, because these things aren't made to be transported. They're made to be put in an office. These are photo studio printers. They're not small, they're not light, and they're so fragile. I got tired of my printer being abused or ruined, or having to fuss with a change of light. I'm like, you know what? I'm going to try and spin this. So I came out with what I call a thank you booth, where I did not bring the printer to the reception, and instead I did what you said. You can text the ones to yourself. But in selling the photo booth, I'm not selling the photo booth to the guests. I'm selling it to the client. So for no more money, I said, I don't provide prints on site. Instead, you get all the pictures at the end of the night. People get the pictures, text them on their phone. But I come home and I take one of every of the sessions that are there and make one print of each of those things. And I give them to you to either use or include with your thank you cards. And
Mm.
they loved that so much more, because now,
It's,
right?
yeah, it's got that meaningful connection, and
And now the photos aren't ruined. They're not forgotten. All the things I hated that I was wasting money on, I use a fraction of the media. So it's saving me money. I'm still charging the same amount as what I was charging before, wowing the client with something that other people aren't doing. I literally got like 12 pluses out of just saying, no, instead of the thing you're used to that you think you can't live without, what if, boom. And I mean, I sold it like hotcakes. And that's the same way I feel about streaming. Is like you mentioned, you can go to 100 streams and they're all different. They're all doing these different things and they're awesome. Think outside the box, take the thing you're not good at, spin it a little differently, and turn it into something that somebody else is not doing or not applying the same way. And boom, you've got something awesome. The same thing that you were afraid of or upset by is now an asset to you, and something you don't want to trade away. But again, you don't get there without thinking and meditating a little bit and having the time to do those things. And let's face it, streamers don't have extra time. We have less time than most
I
people
mean,
do.
usually with my family, like I was lucky to have this 2 weeks where I could just over the weekend dive into it and then have a conversation with you. I don't
Yeah.
usually have 3 hours to go down a rabbit hole,
Nope.
and play with computers. This room is also their playroom, so like, it becomes, which is part of why I've created this playlist. So if you notice, it's just one cable going down here and it's just going to the keyboard and mouse.
Yep.
So that way
Yep.
I can control that one, which I don't even really need anymore because it's on those computers. This is my studio. So you can see I have, two TVs up there that I watch the sports on. We'll have the OBS on the screen. But now I don't have to really care about OBS all that much because it's all remotely controlled, right?
That's
So I
awesome.
can, glance over there, make sure that everything is still like recording and running, but it's not to hunt and peck and find all these scenes. And so Cliff just joined us in stream, and I just wanted to let him know part of what we're doing is the ability to remotely control things. So if you can see right here, if I do C-Rob, it'll go right, and then CNHL. Now I can type in commands, and we could be talking about hockey or something else. And so this will give us the opportunity to do, to have my moderators be able to control some of that, or control it from chat, and I don't have to go hunt and peck things. And it's really great in having the ability. I know that Cliffy does a lot of different things. He's a music streamer, Cliff Stallings, this is, and he also does Pokemon pack openings. There's so many different things, and it could be cool if he's going from Dead by Daylight to a different thing if somebody helped remote control all of that. And so I appreciate it. Yeah, Cliffy's a really good guy. I've known Cliff for a long time. I moderate for him as well as I have for Primordial Sounds and Carly, and we had a bunch of people in here earlier with Champ and stuff that I mod for as well. So, but I think that these sort of tools I think could be used for everybody. I mean, I understand that there's some hesitancy on what we can do, but right now if we're going to put something on the screen for that, I can just do cam, art, and then two, and then boom, it's going to go right to it, and I don't have to go looking for something. it puts us right into place. So it's going to be such a huge time saver, and I'm just so excited just to see how this is going to help you, because I really think there's so many opportunities here for the way that especially with your rebrand. I think it really opens up a lot of opportunities to use these as quote unquote sources, because you've got all these iPads and iPhones or whatever, but you could toggle different sources in and out of those places and have them pop over them, and
Yep.
I think because you did such great work, and I think for us to be able to be like, oh, someone's new in chat, here's some of his work, and one of your cameras then goes away, and it just shows some of your work, and then after it's done, that camera comes back, or you
That's
could even
exactly what I want.
cam two, then and you can do it different ways, where like one source could then be flipping between multiple cameras or different ones, and yeah, it's pretty cool, and I thank everyone for joining us. I'm excited to leave this as a VOD, because I think that a lot of people will be able to come back and learn a lot through some of these things, because one of the things that I've learned in streaming was, yeah, I'm doing a sports podcast, but people are coming here to hang out with me, right? And just in the same way that you do art and people go there to hang out with you. It's not, it's not specifically what you're doing, even if it's fantastic. What makes it unique is the community, the engagement, the squirrels, as we joke, all that sort of stuff is, what makes us keep coming back. And I think that to try to do that, where I verbally have to have a conversation with somebody and keep that going, because I'm recording a podcast, but visually I can have a million things going on. We could be playing games, we could be dueling each other. I have a Pokemon that appears every 15 minutes in chat. We can make fireballs appear. You could throw snowballs, and you could keep people engaged, even if I can't with my voice, answer maybe a question in real time. And when someone does ask me a question related to the show, I'll bring it up. But usually when they're just saying hello or whatever, I take the time and I still say hi in chat. I don't do it there. Thank you, Chan, for staying up. This is off to bed, going into the office in the morning. Good night, y'all. Yes, Chan. If you ever, I know that you love doing the podcast. He uses one of those all-in-one software. I'm trying to remember if it's StreamYard or one of those. But if you ever do switch to OBS, having some of this stuff would be really cool and helpful. I do wonder, I guess StreamYard, there's no way to do browser overlay sources.
What was that? There's no what?
In StreamYard, I think it's like you're just videos and backgrounds. I don't know if you could then like plug in something like a Triggerfyre into that. And,
Gotcha.
but and I like the all-in-ones, because you can really send things to multiple streams, and you can there's so many opportunities, and it's also simple plug and play. But obviously with OBS you can control so many different things, and I think that was my Discord. I just realized.
That's been happening all night to me. You've ruined me.
Yeah, I was talking to somebody who was at a concert with me, and I was trying to get some of the footage that they shot and maybe make a surprise video for them of the different angles. I'm so excited. Josh is coming to Baltimore in September, which I love that he's doing it on the 21st of September. So I'm hoping he plays some Earth, Wind, and Fire. So I really am excited to see him live in person, because I've always wanted to do a collab with him in person. And so I'm going to set up like tripods and cameras and shoot stuff, and maybe make a music video of the night, or do something fun with him, because
he winced out on me. We were supposed to meet up when he came by here, but he I think he got tied up with something, and he couldn't make it. I'm not finding fault with him. I totally know how that goes. And
no, I've been there too, where streamers have ducked through and stuff like that. I was so lucky that I was able to come across the ones that were able to do it, and I should have let you know that I was coming through New York, but
shame on you.
Yeah, I should have, but I only had one day to get all the way from Vermont down to Sesame Place, so it was
that's a lot.
It's a long travel day.
That's a lot of travel.
Yeah, but it was a good journey. If anybody doesn't want to check it out, definitely check out my YouTube. I did a fun 30-minute video where you follow my family going through 10 states in 14 days. So I highly recommend people go check that out, as well as I have a bunch of different concert videos I've done over the summer. And I obviously have my dive videos and all my podcasts and all that on YouTube as well. It's crazy how quickly you can generate content. I was looking at when you zoom out and you go through Procreate, how many things you must have made now in this program,
Were you on stream the other day when I was talking about that? We were actually in the middle of one of my mods is actually is braving the undertaking of organizing all of the stuff I've ever made, and I have
Oh my God.
literally we didn't even actually take a real count. We just averaged it. So we were saying about how 3 years streaming an average of 3.5 days a week, and out of those 3.5 days, an average of 1.21, I think it was, were collabs. I was doing 10 to 20 pieces on average, because they were, back in the beginning, I actually went through more pieces because I wasn't doing backgrounds. I didn't know how to do that yet. I was only working on one layer, so I was just doing calligraphy, digital calligraphy, essentially. And so averaging those pieces plus the ones now that I'm doing slower, I had over 2,600 pieces in 3 years. I mean, that's absurd. It's disgustingly absurd. Now, the only thing more absurd than that is the person or persons that have to go through and label them, because they're all untitled artwork, 1 through 2,200 things. And so I have no way, they were not archived, they were not referenceable. I couldn't look up what I did without just looking them up visually, saying, oh yeah, there it is, finally. Scrolling through 2,000 things in one file, you can imagine how brutal that is. So now we have an organization system. We have them broken down by type, we have them broken down by date, we have them broken down by whose name that was appearing, a description in it. We have them all tagged. I mean, we've been working on that for 6 months now. And we're in the home stretch of that. Plus, we're starting to make time lapses of all the ones I still have that weren't deleted from having to make room. So putting all that together, that's a lot of work. Just organizing the work that I've already done is in itself a bigger undertaking than doing the actual work.
Yeah, that's crazy. I can't even imagine. I have the worst digital organization, because I do so many projects for my school, and I have to tell my boss, you're gonna have to give me a time frame of when something happens, because I just create folders and folders and folders. But I can't create a folder for every project I do. I do 5 to 10 projects a day. And then they just in folders, and so it's how do you organize it? Luckily, I've actually started to store everything in Google Drive, so that way you can use Google search for stuff, which is a little bit faster than trying to do it on a computer.
So I've done the same thing with OneDrive, and the only reason I use
Yeah.
OneDrive instead of Google Drive is the fact that I hate that Google Drive compresses everything when you download more than one. It drives me insane. And so for art, that's a huge no-no. And so I had to find another way, and I did. And that way for me was OneDrive, and OneDrive has been invaluable. I've now since then made every single thing I've done on my OneDrive. My entire life is on my OneDrive. And now hackers, be aware. Yep, you can steal everything from me on my OneDrive. The reason I did that is that now on my phone, any computer, the iPad, everything is native in there, synced across every single thing I use. So now when I'm done making a piece like this one, for instance, and I leave the house and go somewhere, someone says, oh, what'd you do on Twitch today? It's right here. And I don't have to go through my bot. It's just already
You
there.
can save from Procreate right to your OneDrive. Is that?
Yep. It does automatic. I have it set up to do that automatically.
Wow.
So it's pretty great. And
So you didn't give access to your OneDrive to your mods to be able to download everything, or do you have to separately download it?
No, I actually, so they can, some of my mods can do that. Like I have 2 of my mods are video editors. So now one of the things I'm doing starting August 16th is, and I don't know if I can do this here, but we can try. I'll have to stop my screen share. I'll finish. I'll stop this right here for now and come back to it. I think
That looks great.
Cliff is gone. But yeah, so the let me see how I can do this. Maybe it's just as simple as opening up my camera app on my computer and then screen sharing that. Yeah, that's not going to fly. And we have Mr. Glitch is back. And what do you know?
It's funny because it's not shown through in any of the stream shares, which is interesting to me.
Oh no, it will. I just haven't done it yet because I wasn't using that at all. I wasn't using a camera at first. I was just using my one camera. I'm seriously considering just ripping everything out and starting over. I'm really just I talk a good game. It's driving me insane.
Yeah, I don't understand though. It's just like it's still as we've gone through the different possibilities, and I just don't understand.
It
Well,
doesn't make any sense. Oh, wrong one. 0 cents. It makes 0 sense. So let's see, what can I do here? You know what? I'm gonna change the camera that I'm using to this one, and then see what we can do. PTZ, where are we? 24K. And I'm frozen. And no, I'm not. Hi. Okay, so we're going through a couple other cameras here. So one of the things we're trying to show you, let me zoom this out, is I have two cameras to my just over my left shoulder, three cameras. This one, the one that's right here, which is the one that we're broadcasting at the 45-degree angle over my shoulder. And there's another one just below that right here. And that is a Installing 360. And that one is always recording. So now in year 3, the one that's recording is going to my secondary computer, which I'm recording all the time. So that gives, no matter what scene I'm on, it's only giving a live feed of the 45-degree angle, which is the one that I want for using stuff on like TikTok or YouTube or anything we're going to make that's going to show tutorials. I want to show that. In fact, we'll show that right now just to.
you ever use? I know that in Procreate there's a feature that you can create like a time lapse.
Yeah, I use it all the time. The problem is the time lapse is only stroke by stroke, not live. So it only time lapses
Mm.
completed strokes. So it's kind of like a choppy version of the same thing. And so
Mm.
what we want to do is that's why I'm doing what we just talked about is that's going to let me have a oh, that's the
A
wrong one.
a
That
cleaner
is
time lapse. Yeah.
I want to create a custom time lapse for that's stroke by stroke. And then that's this one right here. That's why that's wonky. It's not even wobbling. It's like a jitter for some reason. I'm holding the camera perfectly still and it's jittering. Weird. Anyway, this angle, when flipped properly, because right now it's native, it's not using my OBS filters. I don't know what's going on with that. That's weird. More random. But that angle on my iPad is going to give me that nice constant source. So I'm gonna that they'll be able to tap into that, make markers and update and upload it and make their own custom time lapses from that angle in the recording. But having all these cameras, and that's just the 3/4 one. I have two more here, the one that's on my face and my overhead one. Those allow me to do some pretty crazily awesome things that all those different camera angles have different purposes. Like that overhead cam, I can work on posters that are 3 foot on this at my desk. Whereas before I would have needed a workspace for that. And now getting all the cameras off the desk overhead at an angle, it just changes the way everything feels to watch. And so the problem is it also creates, like what you said, which brings us back to Triggerfyre. It also creates, unfortunately, the need for greater direction and being aware of it live while you're trying to create and talk to chat and read chat. I'm going to go so far as that's just impossible. You can't do it, not effectively.
Right.
So Triggerfyre is literally going to be game changing because now it takes me out of the director's seat.
Mm-hmm.
And that's going to let people now I don't have to have all the cameras live. Maybe that will offset the need to have all the cameras live they can activate when Triggerfyre activates. Because right now on every scene, I have to have every camera going so that's fluid when I go to activate another one. Or if I change scenes, it already has to be going. Otherwise, you'll see it start up and, that's bad. So Triggerfyre, if it lets me activate the camera as one of the group actions, now I can have only two of them on at a time. And then it activates a third, deactivates this other one. And then maybe that cuts down on the system resources. So I'm going to
So
try
it
and
would be
hopefully.
interesting because it'll be interesting if the scene is always on, with the video thing, or if turning the scene on and off will make it go through its boot up part. So that's going to be the thing, on the layers. And but maybe if they were all on top of each other, I know that's a lot of system resources, but your computer is pretty powerful, so maybe
Should be able to.
yeah. Um, so this is why I usually stream with headphones. So I don't have to be like people don't do the. It's been nice to have a stream where I can just chat with somebody and we don't have to have the headphones.
I'll
So
tell you, I am a huge advocate of that. I can't stand wearing headphones. I've been a DJ for 30 years of my life. I'm over the headphones. I just can't do it. I use headphones when I have to cue music and then they come right back off. That's it.
yeah, for me, like doing a podcast, like I feel like I need to hear all of the details.
I
Like
get that. I totally get that.
And so
Sure.
I feel like it is there. But I think that this is a good place where we could probably try to wrap it up. But I do want you to quickly explain one more time what you're doing a week from tomorrow, right? Is
Yeah.
that?
Yep. So 3 years on Twitch coming to an end. I'm combining my Twitch anniversary and my affiliate anniversary into one day. I God, where do I begin? 3 streams. Wednesday, 1:30 p.m. Eastern time will be the last of my nice normal art streams that people have been used to. I'm going to go to a whole different format the week following. We're going to stream for a couple hours at 1:30 for that. I'll try and do kind of use that time on that stream, probably not to create anything, but rather go back through the things I've created for over the last year. And then after that, taking a short break, having some dinner with my wife, coming back for a collab after that around 5 or 6. I forget what we agreed on with Balint on his channel, going there for a couple of hours, and then taking a break and going to the back of my studio with a whole different computer and a whole different set of cameras and a whole different setup. Having my friend Burst Zero, who was my camera lead when I owned my wedding business, and he is coming to help me stream the after party, which is the third stream of the day at 9 p.m. We're going to go to midnight, and it'll be the first, last, and only DJ stream that I'm going to do. I've been asked since I started streaming, when people found out I had a DJ background, they just couldn't believe it because I don't have that personality, at least not anymore. It was a lifetime ago. It's a whole other person. I didn't like the person I was. There's a reason I quit being a club DJ. But I still used the talents from that into the wedding industry. And so I honed that over the last, 20 years. And so people said, well, we'd like to see what you did. And maybe you can do it. Like, all right, well, for the 3 year, I'll dive in and we'll do that. So I'm going to do kind of like a fun first hour. And then I'm going to do
You
like
still
a
have all your
couple.
old applications that you use? Do you like do live mixing in between stuff or
I do all live mixing. Yep.
yeah.
I was a scratch and mix DJ back in the late 90s from 96 to 2001. And I worked with CDs. I had never worked with vinyl. But all the things so DJs today, I'm not going to say they have it easy. They have a whole different level of talent. What I had to do manually, they can do automatically now. And they can make an infinitely better production than I was capable of 25 years ago. So when I left the club industry, I was using Denon 2600 Fs. These were huge, huge, heavy dual CD players with a whole separate heavy hardware rack that was huge. And on this they were the first ones that had jog wheels. I remember when seamless looping was new. Before that, it was all manual. Like, can you imagine nowadays, how just taken for granted it is, having to make a manual loop and chop it at just the right time so it synced back to the original without losing your timing? I mean, I remember doing that manually. I remember it taking a minute and a half between each song to do that. Oh my God. And now people just press one button, and the computer picks it up and you're already there. Oh my God, that's just beautiful. Now, here's the funny part. I'm old school. I can't do the new way. I'm still muscle memoried into the old way. And I feel like, I remember talking to some of the new DJs who were the first ones to use stems, where now they can take apart a track. I remember looking for hardware and spending $2,000 on one that did it okay-ish to take out vocals to make my own instrumental tracks. It's a lifetime ago. It's scary. And now you can just press a button and splits everything up for you. It's like, that's just, oh my God, what I would have killed for 20 years ago. But I still have some recordings that were made on cassette of my club sets. I had a mandatory Metallica at midnight for a modern rock bar that I did towards the end. And they challenged me to mix hip hop into it. And this is before Linkin Park, before POD and bands that were known for mixing those elements. And I was in this little hole in the wall bar. Literally seating capacity was 30. And any given Thursday or Saturday night, it was 100 people in a sardine can just sandwiched in there. The fire marshal hated us. The bar owner loved me because I packed the place like that. And these people would come up. And I mean, when I would mix 2 or 3 songs and would jump around, and there's 100 people in a place that's not built for 100 people, literally making the floor shake, and literally you can hear the joists creaking. Like, it was crazy. And this just doesn't happen anymore. That element doesn't exist. And they would challenge me to mix songs together. They'd pull random CDs out of my case and say, okay, do this. And if we don't like it, we get, you have to buy us all drinks. And then And then they would go in and they would collect $1 from everybody in the place. So I would get $100 to mix 2 songs together at random. I remember somebody picking Bon Jovi and Belinda Carlisle. So things like, and I pulled it off. Go figure that. So like, but they give me 5 minutes to find parts I wanted to loop and make it, and then I'd play it, and you'd see the reaction. It was awesome. It was an awesome time to be a DJ. That all had to stop for a lot of reasons. And I took the elements that I got from that and brought it into the wedding world, which was welcomed because back then weddings were kind of
CDs, or at that point you still have MP3s for different...
so we're 2001, we're still in CDs. MP3s were a thing, but burning CDs and getting tracks to sound good on burned CDs were still a challenge. Because while mastering existed in a studio, mastering at home did not. You're still using things like Nero and Winamp to make your which I love. Winamp. I still have an old school copy of Winamp. But as for playback, for recording, it was not ideal, at least not at the time. And so I couldn't get music mixed well enough and burned to a CD to sound good, amplified at the levels I played at. It just wasn't conducive. So
at the wedding point, did you still towards the end, was it MP3s, or were you always CDs all the way?
Oh no, I moved to MP3 early on. I was one of the first people to kind of brave it in the area because people were afraid of trusting MP3s. I remember for like a good 5 or 6 year spread, the switch from hard copy to software was scary for a lot of DJs, including me. I remember old school virtual DJ and PC DJ back in the day. Very, very choppy, very bad latency, very bad, moving it. You could hear the software struggle in the sound of the song. It was not good to start with. And then so as it got better, but I remember converting all my CDs to MP3, labeling tracks manually. I spent years going through
iTunes. I spent so much time, and it's crazy.
Yep. Hey, Mealy Music. Hello.
Oh wow.
We got some good people here.
Yeah, Mimi. So one thing we were doing just real quickly, so way people who may have been left.
Sorry, I rabbit holed.
No, you're fine. I want to hear more about this, but I thought I'd just give a quick little rundown. So the start of this stream, and I'll put up the VODs and stuff like that, and we go through a Triggerfyre and how we can automate things and make things change. Like the graphic you can see next to Carlo, it can make things disappear, and then I can talk about hockey. We can also make things appear like OV goal, and that'll make a goal appear, I think, or maybe it was hockey goal. Let me see. Oh, it's OV Cup. That was what it was. You can make different things appear, and you can even fire the hosts, and do all sorts of fun, different things. And even we're trying to do a snowball. I don't know if we ever got that to work. Let me see. Do we throw a snowball? Yep.
How far away are you from National Harbor?
About 45 minutes. So I was thinking, Human Juke is playing this Sunday, and my family is out of town, and it's $40 for the brunch, and if you add the unlimited booze, it's 20 more bucks. It's very tempting.
You should go.
To go on Sunday.
Now, having said that, if you choose not to, I'm going to be going to see Danny in DC probably later this year. But either way, whether it's
that he's doing it with what's his name? I'm drawing a blank now. Risky Biscuit. One of the people from that band is joining him this weekend, and and I think it's called something Palooza.
Jukapalooza. Yep.
Yeah. So I think that this is part of that. So
it is. It's a big weekend for him.
Yeah. So I've never done it before, but I am considering,
whether you make it this weekend to see him or not. When next time I'm in DC, I'll let you know. We can.
Yeah, we can definitely do it together. That'd be good.
We've got family in Fairfax, and
that's where the Tina French. That area. So
yeah. So Tina, when we come, we're doing it. It's gonna happen. Stride Tour 24, man.
Yeah, well, we're gonna go. To have a boozy brunch or whatever, and
something like that. I'll tell you actually. So if you like in DC, when we're there, we do the tourist trap. I mean, Old Abbott's.
Of course, I love that people do that because I never do it because I live here. But
right,
I live going through with friends.
So our 3 places that we hit almost every time in DC is the Bulletin, Ted's Bulletin, and also Old Abbott's, which by the way, right there, they have the best mule we've had in and around. That's good stuff. And my wife's very partial to it. And then I love Founding Farmers. That's awesome.
We have one actually right up here in right next to.
So Reston Town Center, that's the one we go to, Tina. That's the one we go to. The homemade Pop-Tarts are awesome. Yes.
Yeah, Reston's great. I have a lot of family growing up that live in Reston, so we'd always go across the border, head south as we joke. So there's always like an internal rivalry in the DMV between Virginia and Maryland, and so we're always making big jokes like, I guess we'll go all the way to Virginia.
That's gotta happen. Tina, it's happening. We're gonna do that, sister. Yeah. So no. Yeah, so when we're down, our family lives is not too far from all that. So when we come down next, we got to make that happen.
Yeah, for sure.
But yeah,
it's been so much fun. I'm happy that we got to pick your brain and do like a longer format. I can't believe we just hit the 3-hour mark. It felt like
it feels like it's been like an hour, maybe in 15 change. It's just crazy.
It's crazy. That's what happens when you have two people who like to talk and throw the room together.
I don't know what you're talking about. You speak for yourself, Robbie.
Exactly.
The 3 years, August 16th is going to be a panic attack and a half for me. I'm not going to lie. That's why I'm making breaks and breaking it up in 3 years, 3 streams, gimmicky maybe, but also necessary. I can't do the all day streams anymore. I'm going to play the old guy card. The longest I did was 16 hours and oh my God, dude, it's just
that's crazy. What did you do for 16 hours?
I arted for 16 hours and I had a few guests come in. I had 7 special guests come in every other hour. Juke came in and played for an hour.
Yeah,
Robbie
I think I was actually saw part of this stream. Now that I think about it,
What's that?
I think I may have seen part of this stream. When was this? It was like
this was year 2. Every year I did something crazy. I had fish in a bird cage. I mean, I called in every calling all cars and which, by the way, let me tell you, it was a huge, crazy, sudden awareness when you have what I consider to be Twitch royalty. You know, and it's not even whether they're partnered or not. It's just that their communities are so fiercely loving and loyal, and when they come over and support streams that belong to categories that they would never have gone to. The vast majority of people that are in my community are people who found me when I was going to music streams before I collabed with them, and I was a fan of the musician, and so I would go there and I'm like, oh, you stream? Yeah, I do art. Oh, and that's the end of the conversation because they're not interested. And I get that. I totally get that. But then the streamer has me on to collab with me because, you know, they just, and all of a sudden now these people who would never have gone to any art channels are hanging out in mine with the streamer that they found me at. And then we're taking them to someplace completely different they never would have discovered. And I just love that. And so I brought that element to bear on whenever I did my streams or my stream anniversaries. I had Fish in a Birdcage there. Carmela came one time. I had Missy Alcazar. I had, and these are not one-offs. I had Katie, voice unmuted, and these are huge, in my estimation, huge music streamers.
Yeah, it's so funny that you mentioned Katie because I was one of her, like, pretty much like one of the first followers, and like before she had 1,000 followers, like very small. And I remember meeting her, and then the next day I saw her and Josh do or not next day, but like a couple days later, her and Josh did like a Valentine's Day stream. And at that point I was like, Josh has this, you know, the chops, he's gonna be a partner in no time because, you know, he's got the background, but he wasn't consistently streaming. And she was, you know, in the same time zones, and she blew the heck up. I was like, it was just so interesting to me that it's an interesting listen and consistency. That it's not a necessary. I mean, there's so many talented people on Twitch. You know, Josh is incredibly talented, you know, and one of the nicest guys in the world. But he's so busy doing, you know, concerts and other things that every week it's a different stream time, and it's really hard to build a following like that. I mean, at least everyone knows Mondays at 9 is my stream. It's always been that way. You know, they can, you know, pretty much rely on that, and it's really important that you have that. So I feel for him because he's one of my favorite people in the world. I mod for him, and I'm super excited to meet him in person. But I just was like, man, if we could have some consistency in the schedule, I feel like you would be very popular. But like,
that's the other thing. One of the things I can't come back to is there's a passage in scripture that says, and it's actually kind of famous. I didn't realize it was, but it says the race is not to the fastest and the battle is not to the strongest, because time and unforeseen things happen to everyone. And I think about that every time with the analogy just made about Katie and Josh, how the one that you think is the most talented, the most promising doesn't blossom. And the one that's just kind of the underdog, just doing their own thing, not even really trying, just skyrockets. That is proof of that. And one of the things that I love about that point is that goes back to what we were saying earlier about how keep your distance to it, but don't try to keep your distance. Don't look like you're trying to keep your distance. I reference that all the time because it's try it, but don't look like you're trying. Don't don't go, oh my God, this is so hard. No, just try it, even though it's hard. And you're going to have this response that you probably don't even anticipate. And if you tried to anticipate it, it won't work the way you think it's going to. And so don't choke it. Don't choke your talent. Don't
Right.
choke your
That's why I
talent.
was like, I love Pokemon. I love video games. I
Yeah, I
love
never would
art.
have gotten that from you.
Right. But like for me, like I could have easily just done the sports thing, right? And that's
Yeah.
all I did. That's what I started. That's what's in my name, and that's all it is. But I would lose so many people, and I end up getting more people coming to my art streams or when I do one-offs than I even do on my podcast. And
Absolutely.
I would basically, if I didn't try to do these other things that are my loves, but not necessarily what I was known for in the streaming thing, I would have given up so many people. And ultimately, I wonder if maybe I should just be an art streamer because people seem to enjoy in that content more. And so, yeah, those questions always,
I don't think it's a bad choice. I mean, I want to point out Final Fantasy as a series, which I stopped keeping track of after 7.
right.
And
Yeah,
what's that?
that's a great game.
It is.
Yes.
But that's my point. They're all great games, and none of them are the same. So take a cue from Final Fantasy that you can reinvent yourself and you're still the same thing. You're still a Final Fantasy game, but there's a huge difference between 1 and 2, 2 and 3, 3 and 5, 5 and 7, 7 and 10. They're night and day. They're not even apples and oranges. They're frogs and
They're not even the
donuts.
same genre. So
Right.
like multiple, yeah.
No similar story. The only really things that are continuous is the battle system and even really there's really no difference. So or no similarities. And so if you were to suddenly just shift gears and say, you know what? I'm glad you've enjoyed the sports. I'll pepper it in here and there, but I'm going to switch to an art stream. And I all I could think of, and every time, I don't know why, whenever I think of somebody doing that, I think of back in the day, one of this, so Media Play, before they closed in our area, I was a used music store junkie back. I missed the days of being able to go to a store for a couple of hours and browsing old used CD racks. There was something special about that era. I didn't know it was ever going to come to an end. If I knew that, I would have spent more time there. And I discovered so much music just fishing through, looking for something cheap, like, okay, I'll take a chance on this for a couple of bucks, and then discovering things that I never would have found. And back there, Aerosmith had just come out with 9 Lives, which was the album that just before I Don't Want to Miss a Thing came out on the Armageddon soundtrack. And Pink came off that album. And I mean, I listened to this whole album, the songs that never got released on radio, like Full Circle. I went home and I listened to that whole album. I did the same thing with Live, Lakini's Juice. I remember buying those CDs before the album cover got changed because of some crap they got into legally. And I remember people reviewing that album and ripping it apart, like they need to go back to their roots. They lost touch with who they are. Shut up.
Yeah, Linkin Park. Linkin Park gets yelled at every single time.
Exactly. I mean, what you loved about Hybrid Theory is not what you loved about Meteora, and you loved it more later. The more they changed, the better they got. And I'm sorry, one of the best things
he got bullied, for One More Light, and I think that caused his death. And people go back to it now and says, "Wow, this is some incredible music," and I'm like, "You didn't give it a chance."
Yep. And when I saw him nail live in concert Adele, oh my God, dude, we're not gonna. I can spend 3 hours talking just about Chester. So,
right.
With that though, back when people dissed rock bands for changing their style and their format, I feel the same thing happens on Twitch on a regular basis, and shame on any of us that choke somebody's talent into thinking that, oh, the thing that they're known for is all they can do. Shame on that, because look at you, look at me. What do you do for a living, Robbie? And I don't mean how you make your money. Dude, I build websites, I do a podcast, I make art, I do design work, I talk technology. Oh, and I live stream. By the way, I'm a dad, a husband, I'm a full-time human being, mother effer. It's kind of like the way I want to say it. Like, and you can't say that. But you want to, but you can't, but you want to.
That's one thing that I love about Davey is that he's so authentically just himself. That on a dime switch, content, and you
I love
know,
it.
wants to do sports one day, wanted to play Mario last night. I joined him because it was like fun just to chit chat while he
And he was
played
playing Super
Mario.
Mario Brothers earlier. I'm like,
Yeah,
yes, that's how you do it, and yet he would never say he was a variety streamer because he's not. He's
right,
picking something today, and that's what he's doing. And you know
right.
what? You either love it or you don't. And I feel like I wish I did not pick the stream scribe for my channel, because now I've been so that is how I'm known. And if I do anything other than art, especially with as many collabs as I do, because people find me in a collab and then they come and see me. And if I'm not doing the art, like, oh, that was bait and switch, so I wish I had changed my identity, and the day may come. It may be turning in just to Carlo at some point. I don't know, but I mean, it's this, the channel's taken on an identity of its own. It started out, I actually had stickers made. I just look at this. When I made this, I had no idea what I was doing. I had my Elvis mic on my desk, and I turned it into a fountain pen mic combo. It was kind of cool. And
Oh,
people were like, why didn't you do calligraphy for your stream title? Because you couldn't read it if it was small. So I'm
hmm.
like, okay, it's no indicator. But now I had to take the Elvis mic off my desk because it took up too much space. And admittedly, it's not a good microphone. It looks cool, but it's not cool. And so I'm like, all right, so now that's gone. Do I still use the same logo? Yes, no. And you go through all this, like, identity crisis as a streamer. And good. Don't be afraid to do that, because eventually, I mean, how many people that right now, if they stopped doing the thing that everybody came to them for, would really lose people. In fact, one of my favorite things about Twitch, what I've told Brimley, my friend who's my real life friend who's here often, he's like, I've been trying to tell him a stream for years. Like, what am I going to stream? I don't know what I'm going to stream. Okay, that's okay. Just stream. Be a human
Just
being.
chatting.
Talk. Right.
That's
Just
what's
start.
great about
Just start.
Twitch. Just start with that.
And I said, yeah, but I'm not good at anything. And that's when I get mad when people say that, because what I think most people who watch me for the art, the vast majority of them are already people creating art. All right. They're not people who have never drawn before and say, oh, I might start drawing now. No, they're people who have already started doing something and are either looking to be inspired, looking for another technique, looking for another angle, looking for input, feedback, something to augment what they already love. And they can't grow it unless they see somebody else doing it. Now, when they see somebody else doing it, the bravery kicks in, the impetus kicks in, the excitement kicks in. And now it kickstarts this thing that never would have happened if they didn't see you trying to do it, not even being good at it. So I told Brimley, I said, just go on there and do something and let it suck. And somebody's gonna be watching you who was afraid to even try it. And I'm like, well, it doesn't look that bad. That's how easy it is. I gotta try that now. You've done something amazing. You don't even know what you're doing for that person. And that's what I've gotten out of my stream. The fact that I've had so many people, dude, I don't know about you. Do you get fan mail? Do you get people messaging you and telling you things
What's
about?
funny is I've been so private. Like I don't have a Discord. I don't open up any of it, and so it's definitely a hindrance in growing a fan base. Like, but
I
I
get
just
that.
have so many Discords, and I just have no bandwidth to manage my own.
I totally get that. I totally get that. Discord was
And
a slow grow for me.
yeah, and like I'm already in 100. I do not buy Nitro, so I constantly have to delete one to get one. I do that on purpose because I don't really want it to grow past 100, right?
I got you. Yep.
So like I and it's difficult because my start all was on Facebook, right? So a majority of my followers, have thousands and thousands of followers on Facebook because I can share to groups about the sports that we love, right? And the people on Twitch that watch me are just there to interact with me and our friends, or that we see each other in other streams or whatever. But it's like two so different communities, right? And
Yeah.
and there's very little overlap between them,
Yes.
both the number of people or just in general. And like, so it's just so interesting to me is like, I have my co-host who's talking to somebody about syndicating our show right now and it being on radio in different parts around the country. But they're also talking about that they might want it to be more general because like DC sports isn't necessarily for everybody. But it's like, now do I have to watch all the other sports? It's hard enough to watch all the
Sell
DC
your
sports.
soul. Yep.
Yeah, like I'm like, I don't know if I have the time to watch, every sports team and be able to be on abreast on all the news and
Heck no. That's a
all
lot.
that. So, eventually I may let him go off and do his own thing with this branding, and I could always do a rebrand of Robbie G Art or whatever, but but I do agree with you. It's hard because you want a name that people are identify with and they know what you do quickly, right? I think
Yep,
that's an important thing. And
it
if
is.
you can come up with some silly name, but you're not going to be a streamer, right? So the
Right.
silly name is fine and funny and makes the streamer chuckle, but it doesn't have a branding associated with it, and it's really hard to build around, right? And
Absolutely. Absolutely.
to have growth, you need branding, and it's a sort of that devil's in the details, right? And I think we all have to build towards something, and so I feel for you because the stream scribe. What if you weren't doing this? What would you want to do on
So
stream?
at one point, I don't know if you came on before that or not, but I had a second channel that I was trying to kickstart. And it's at the same time, it was when I started having the tech issues. I bought the second computer that I'm using now for a second camera setup in the back of the studio. So this room goes back 40 feet. It's a big
Wow.
room.
Yeah.
And originally the other half of it was my workspace for weddings, where I had all my gear stored and doing testing. And so when I stopped doing weddings, I have all this room, and I'm like, okay, well, when I retire from weddings, I'm going to start a second channel in the back of the studio. And I was calling it Suffcaf, which was the name of our podcast, which was short for Sufficiently Caffeinated. It started at Dunkin' Donuts. My friend Dan Dalen, we were doing stuff about 6 years ago with it, and it was just having conversations, and the conversations would last until both of us, our extra large coffees were gone. We would tip our cups over to make that sound, and that's how the episodes ended. It was simple, stupid, fun.
Well, I like that.
It was awesome. And we just this little gimmicky thing. We didn't even intend it. It just turned into this thing. We had 6 regular listeners. And I felt
Right.
like we were like, I didn't care because the fact
Right.
that 6 people were taking the
I'll tell
time
you
to
right
listen to us.
now, we get 6 to 10 regular listeners on our podcast because most people would rather watch it and interact with us at this point
Right.
instead of just listening, which I totally get.
Yep. Yep, me too. But we had people writing emails to us saying, "Oh my God, I love your guys' conversation. You guys make me smile. I think the same things you do, and I'm glad to hear somebody else talking about it." And it was fun. And so it became like a variety thing where we talked about everything, music, movies, news, everything. It did whatever whatever was on our brains, and we had a ball. And so Suffcaf was going to be back there. And then when the tech meltdown happened, I'm like, you know what? I need to funnel my resources and do one thing really well. So I scrapped it. And then as much as I didn't want to do that, that was going to be my variety channel. I was going to do gaming on there. I was going to do movie nights. I was going to do, my nephews when we had D&D, my Grimly when we played Canasta. I mean, it was going to be my everything not art related channel. And it wouldn't be just my identity. I could have guests over there. They could take over. It could be their channel that day when they came in. And I wanted to do that. I really wanted to do that. And the simple truth is, I love my wife more than I love spending time away from her to do these other things, these extracurricular things, if you will. And
my wife gives me a very strong limit of I get to stream once a week.
so my wife does not limit me at all. And yet with her not limiting me, it makes me not want to embrace it too much. And she would never tell me I can't, but I don't ever want to give her a reason that she would feel like she has to. And she's the only reason I'm able to stream with what I'm already doing. I mean, if I had to make a living now, if I had to keep my career, if we were a different financial situation, there's no way I can do this once a week, let alone 5 times a week. So she makes it possible. And so do I feel like it's my duty to? No, but I would never, ever want her to feel like this thing that she's enabled is somehow turning into the monster that she, would dread otherwise. And I don't want it to be that either. I'm that weird. I tell people, I say this with a smile on my face and just wish it wasn't true, that we're that odd couple that actually loves spending time around each other. She's my person. And then she's also my wife, but
Oh, I feel the same way about my wife. The
you
problem
know,
we face is once we have children, then they have to become our sole focus, right?
yep,
And
that's
so
tough.
then it becomes difficult, and then and then to find time to do anything other than parent and do that, and then you're left with just a couple hours at the end of your day. If you're lucky, it becomes difficult. It's already hard to get them into bed because the deal is I need to get them into bed before I click the go stream button, which is why I start at
Absolutely.
9, not 8. And I know I would start at 8 because I feel like nine's a really late start time. But at the same time, like I gotta help her out, and I gotta get at least one of them, if not both of them. And I'm praying that with starting kindergarten, he has to wake up earlier and he'll finally go to bed earlier. But right now, currently in Texas, they're going to bed at 9 or 10 at night. Like they are night owls because we're night owls, and we never bred that out of them, right? Because we were like, oh,
Yep.
dude, we don't have to get up at 5 in the morning. Because I hear horror stories all the time of parents
Yes,
like being like, well, my kid gets up at 5 in the morning. I'm like, oh God, no. Like, like I'd rather hang out with my kid till 9 at night than have to wake up at 5 in the morning.
I
So,
hear that big time. And
so
that's the other thing too. We don't have children, and we can't have children. And one of the things that my wife waited her whole life to get married and have kids, and I wanted to have kids with my first wife. And then when that didn't happen, I'm like, you know what? I'm not going to rush into this or through something just to have that blessing. So I
yeah,
convinced
and
my
I
wife.
definitely never push kids because I love my children, but I also realize how much work it is, and like, so it's funny. I've always been one of those people who are like, "Do you want kids?" But I'm only asking that as like a question. There is no like, you should
Yep.
be having kids by X time, because it's like, holy shit, is a commitment, and
It is.
especially in this world
Yes,
where it's
absolutely.
expensive and we don't know if the world's going to end tomorrow. It's a tough time. Like, like to try to, raise children in
Absolutely.
this world. But
No, I
it,
completely agree. And yet
it,
my wife is one of 9 kids, so she
oh
knew
wow.
the
See, we're both only
responsibility.
children.
Me
So,
too. I'm an only
so-
child. So like, yeah, so we
yeah,
came at that from two different ways, and yet came to the same conclusion that, we also, because she's one of 9 kids, uh, I have nieces and nephews to the end of the day. So we're happy that we get to, and
yeah,
everybody makes the joke, oh yeah, you get to send them home. And yeah, that's not, of course, but I don't really want to. I love spending time with my nieces and nephews. And at the same time, we get to be the cool aunt and uncle. We get to enjoy and see them be, less of the necessity things and more of the fun things. And I love spoiling our kids. They're our kids, whether they're our kids or not. Um and there's a certain level, like they were the ones that came in earlier, like, oh, are we still having game night? I'm like, no, I canceled that a couple days ago, and I told you guys what I was gonna be doing. Oh, that's right. And yet I'm like, well, you guys can stick around if you want. And when we wrap up, like, no, I'll spend more time Friday when we come by them. Okay. And so now they'll come by early Friday, and
do they
I
live close? Is it only like a short distance?
yeah, they're maybe 10 minutes from us.
Oh, that's so
And they're
nice.
both old. And the other thing too, you want something really cool. You talked about the world being able to end tomorrow. The older nephew is 22,
Hmm.
and he still comes here every weekend and spends the night on a Friday night with his younger brother, who is 15, just turned 15. And these two kids at 22, he still takes, he's all the same things what we used to do for him when he was a teenager, he is now doing for his little brother, but still comes and does with him here. How many 22-year-old kids do you know that even want to hang out with their little brother,
Right,
or their aunt and uncle on a weekend? They don't make
right.
that kind of kid. And that is validation to my wife and I that we are
No, it's
good for them and that they enjoy it and it's authentic.
Well, I
uh,
love that, and I mean, and I love pet parents and things like that, and it's just, and I only speak to it because like my co-host would so want us to be big time. Like he's always wanted us to be on ESPN and and so syndicate
sure.
and all that sort of stuff, and doesn't want this to be a gimmick or anything like that. Wants this to be like a big thing. But I have a 9 to 5, right? So
Right.
like for me, like burnout's real. I have only so much attention. So like I'm gonna watch a couple sports shows throughout the week, and I'm doing my podcast where it's my night, and then I can take over if Liz wants to do pottery on Tuesdays. I'm in charge on Tuesdays, and can give her that day back for her to have,
Yeah.
as well. But it definitely limits. But it's funny because I have this week where I could stream every day, I could do whatever, and here I am like sitting missing them, right? So it's like it's always funny that the grass is always greener, right? It's
So
always like,
so you hit the nail on the head right there. And I heard somebody tell me, oh Tina, boy, you're not wrong, but we're not going to talk about that right now. That's a whole other hour. Um, the You said the grass is always greener. That's absolutely the case because you don't know what you don't know. And there's that yearning concept. But I firmly believe with every fiber of my being, and I'll die on that hill, is that what defines you is not what you want and what you do. You're defined by what you refuse.
hmm,
You're defined by what you give up, what you sacrifice, what you don't do. That's what defines you. And that's a good thing because the fact that I don't have children is the defining point that makes it possible for me to be known by the things that people identify me as: the artist, the husband, all these things that I have as an identity. I only have because of what I don't do also. And if I had kids, there's no way I'm a streamer. There's no way I'm a streamer. There's no way, zero way. And there's no way that if I was still in the wedding business, I could be streaming as often as I do. I mean, it was an all-consuming thing. People ask me like, how can you walk away? Pretty darn easily. Let me make you that clear, but put this in perspective. 25 years, every Saturday, every Sunday, sometimes mostly Fridays, in addition to no days off between April 15th and November 1st. And managing 6 people, and those employees, I'm responsible for their livelihood. I need all 6 of them. They need all the work we can get. I didn't intend on the success that we got, and the success was scarier than the failure. And walking away from this, how didn't I do it sooner? And then actually the fulfillment from it became work. At some point, what fun I got out of it, because it was getting me out of debt, stopped being fun. And now that we're out of debt and I'm managing somewhat good financially, we're not rich by any means, but we manage our money well. Not having kids is a big help for that. And even with spoiling our nieces and nephews and all of them that we do, we don't begin to touch what it would cost us to be the parent of one child. There's no way. So, and we get to enjoy everything.
It's so people don't realize how expensive.
No, they don't.
And especially in this world. Like I'm like, holy shit! Like I do well, but like it's basically all goes back to them. And it's so then you're net neutral again and stuff like that. And it's funny because I think that we see other streamers and we only see such a small fraction of their life when their camera is turned on. And we get this idyllic view of them like, oh man, to be a musician and to do it and to have all these people, or to even have all my bills paid for through doing streaming, some of the, the bigger streamers and stuff like that. But like, there's so much more behind the scenes that we just don't know. And, how do they, make ends meet, how they deal with healthcare, all these sorts of, things that I take for granted, working for a school that like, those things are, covered for me and my family,
I will forever be grateful working with Just Joe Syracuse. So I don't know how many people that, I don't even know if we've talked about that, but, so Joe was on Twitch from pandemic start to about 6-8 months ago, and made a killing here. He was Twitch royalty. He got partnered quick within a month from scratch, and I managed him for 6 years in the wedding industry. And so I wasn't responsible for his music career, before we worked together in events, but anything wedding and events related, anything private, that was me. And I couldn't understand why he wanted me along the ride. Why are you willing to bleed money to have a partner when you can do it yourself? And he's like, I can't do it myself. I said, I don't have the bandwidth after working all my private gigs during the week. And then and obviously Joe was as big as you can get without being signed and touring as a major single artist. He's as big as he could possibly be otherwise. And locally, he's just renowned. He is, again, you can't go anywhere and people don't know who he is. He was invited to be a contestant on The Voice. He didn't even try. He turned it down twice, and because he didn't want to leave his daughter and have to go into a place in New York City for 5 months. I mean, so he defining talent, amazing, and he was part of a real rock band, and they toured with Kiss. They opened for Kiss in Germany. I mean, it's not a small deal. I say all that because that's what people see. I manage the dude. I see him sack out on my couch crying because he's just burned out, and nobody sees that, and the anxiety, the not knowing where your next paycheck's coming from, not being able to afford alimony and child support, and paying back fees and penalties for leaving the band mid-tour, and all the stresses of being a human being that doesn't have the benefit and the ability of being every other human being because of the expectations and, like you said, the idyllic view we have in our heads of them. And the anxiety, the breakdown, the fear of being defined by your talent, the fear of not being defined enough by your talent, being a slave to your talent, and having to look like you love it even if you're not feeling it that day. I mean, you got to sell every song you perform. I would not trade anything to be that dude. I would not a thing. And watching him dig 2 to 3 times a day, 7 days a week, and you wonder why he doesn't want to sing Piano Man one more time, just that, you know what I mean? Like, how do you do that? I don't know how you do that. I don't know how you do that. So
It's
putting
hard
all that
because I still have
together.
the same issue because like I do graphic design. I've done the same job for 14 years, and there are
Yep.
days where I'm like, oh, I've done this template before, and I've done this meaningless data entry, but it's tough. It's a grind, and you have to try to put, best foot forward. It's why I listen to a lot of Twitch music while I'm doing it because at
Yep.
least, I'm not in a room by myself for 6 hours. So that's why being
And
able
yeah,
to create
yes,
alongside of you is so helpful because then I can do art, but if I need a funny moment or a laugh or a comment, I
you can
don't
do
feel
that.
so alone, like,
I,
because a lot of designers are just in a office just sitting there designing and there's nothing else,
yeah,
and
that's why I love what Nico Silverado does.
yeah.
I love that he streams his workday.
Right.
That's fabulous. First
Yeah.
of all, that's really awesome that they let him do that.
Yeah.
But
I
that
think
he
my work would not be okay with that.
no, of course not.
Yeah.
But like
I'm like,
it's
cool. Like,
and
yeah.
but he takes that edge. It makes it awesome for him. And no, there was something I was gonna say about what you mentioned there. I was going to mention about Joe being on Twitch, and Twitch fulfilled the void during the pandemic. But then this became a new form of slavery for him because now this community is never going to see him live. People live don't want to go on Twitch; they'd rather see him in person. So there's no crossover, and you're literally living two lives, and you don't know who knows you from one to the other. You're switching gears back and forth, man. Again, I wouldn't trade places with him. So when he left Twitch with no warning, he like literally says, "I'm out," and then people just ghosted Twitch, and people got upset by that. Frankly, I tell them you don't get to say that. You know, there was a clip that Dave Chappelle. I love Dave Chappelle. He put something out. It was like a YouTube thing. It was like a 10-minute, kind of like reality talk, not comedy. And one of the things he said, I literally saw Joe sobbing when he saw this clip, and it said, "Any job that depends on other people liking you is a crazy, crazy job." And as simple as that was to say, that's every musician. Unless you are playing for yourself in your basement, every musician, that's your situation.
I mean, it's kind of any streamer, right?
And the more successful you are, the more enslaved you are. And the more following you have, the more people don't know you or the
So
real
I've
you.
kind of kept away from the Discord and kept it, abreast. Like I enjoy doing this show. I enjoy having all my friends come on, especially during COVID when I couldn't have my friends come and sit on the couch and talk sports or watch a game with me. The fact that we could all get on a Zoom and watch a game on, TV and have our weekly chats that I would have with them in person,
Yep.
like was great. And that's why, but I love the fact that I'm not a slave to it. If I need to take 3 months off for the summer, and go to the pool with the family,
Yep.
that's the right call to spend time with them. And,
Yep.
but I can understand, but there is a glamour in a sense, and you only see that, what is shared with us. And I'm always so curious what half the streamers do for a day job, because the reality is people don't realize there's not a lot of money to be made in streaming. Some of the, the partners and the highest end people are make just enough to scrape by, but it's
They do.
often, you
And
know,
the successful ones make
yeah.
just enough to scrape by. I've preached hard that Twitch is not a paycheck. And I've also told people anyone who's pursuing it as one, first of all, you're wasting your time. Second of all, you're doing it wrong. And third of all, it's going to blow up in your face. At best, it's mad money. I've had no problem telling real numbers to people. I said once I was established as a streamer with over, I think I had like 1,200 followers. My average at that time, I think I was making, between maybe $400 and $500 a month on Twitch, streaming 3 times a week. It's a lot of money for what little I was putting in. But if you average out the time I spent before stream, during stream, after stream, I was making about $8 an hour.
Yeah, you're not doing it
There's
for
nothing celebratory about that at all. On my best month, I made a couple grand, but I was doing crazy stuff that month. I did 2 all-day streams. I gave away probably about $1,400 worth of stuff. So, I mean, again, it all washes. So when people look at just the numbers, that's very misleading. They don't get the reality of that. And it's like you said, the glamour of it is, yeah, it's pretty neat that I can make enough money that I don't have to work a part-time job just sitting at my desk. That's cool. The freedom to be able to make minimal money doing something that doesn't require me to spend money to go to work and then spend time away from my wife. My wife can just come out here whenever she wants. The freedom that buys you, along with making some money, is what makes streaming worth it.
Yeah, I just try to make enough to pay for my my website and my my
And that was my rule. My
account and
wife's
stuff
only
like that.
rule. She goes,
Yeah.
you can do this as much as you want, as long as it doesn't tax our personal time and you're not spending more than you're making. If you're breaking even, I'm happy. I'm like, that's totally reasonable. So speaking of, I think this part of the conversation happened because you mentioned, the changes I'm bringing in my stream. Every year I've pretty much done a life audit of, okay, the time I'm investing into streaming, what I'm personally getting out of it, what I'm getting out of it talent wise and improving on what I'm doing or changing or learning or all those things. I take all of it into consideration, and how can I do this differently in a way that will make this better, easier, or more substantial? And the current view is actually, the previous one was, I wanted to do daytime streams because that's when my wife is working. So I had our evenings together, and it's not going to be a compromise, and I can do, that made sense to me. So I moved from my nighttime streams to my daytime streams. I lost half my mods because now they're working during the day and now they can't be here. That was hard. A lot of the people who came all the time, every time, were suddenly just not there because they can't be there during the day. They'd pop in when they could on a day off, or if they called in, or if it was a holiday, and hey, I hope you don't think I forgot about you. And that's sad because I saw them all the time, every day, but then a whole new group of people that I never would have tapped into, so all those
Like me,
elements.
the work lurk, and
Yes.
like that, yeah.
It's and again, that there's no good or bad to any of that. Any decision you make is going to have both of those things. You're going to have things that are going to help you grow. They're going to have things that take away. And you know what? It doesn't, one of my wife's favorite sayings is, you can't fatten a cow by weighing it all the time.
Mhm.
And that's what I think a lot of streamers fall into the habit of doing, where, oh my God, why are my numbers dipping? Well, sometimes you're not even the reason that's happening.
I mean,
It's
summers are
summertime.
slow, and
Right. Okay.
the
Everybody's
reality
numbers are
is
down.
post-pandemic, the numbers just plummeted.
Yeah, and why
People,
wouldn't they? I
yeah,
mean, we can talk about all we want. The truth is, real life is pretty real. And when everybody didn't have one, yeah, this was pretty great. But even still, and I still even feel that. Like, we have, how many people are watching us right now?
yeah.
7, 8. You know, again, we talked about the podcast with 6 people. Dude, if anyone's listening to you ramble and talk like we are, all right, it doesn't mean their life is sad. It doesn't mean our life is awesome. The fact that somebody wants to listen to us, or even be possible. Tina's like, excuse me, I'm still here. Love you, Tina. That's, if I made this point on my stream before. I'm like, if you have a dinner party, most people's dining rooms, if you have a dining room table, how many does it seat? It seats 8 at max.
Yeah, 8 to 10 if you're lucky.
And 2 of them are you and your mate. So 6 people at your house. Do you really want more than 6 people? I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't want more than 2 other people.
I'll be totally honest. The big chats on Twitch scare the hell out of me. Like,
Yes.
I'll raid in, I'll say some jokes, I'll talk for a couple of minutes, and then I duck out.
Yep. And so when people say, "Oh, I'm just lurking," thank you. You're doing me such a favor. By the way, Tina, doesn't mean you can't talk. But like, seriously, when I see, like, I've had my chat, like, my biggest chat I ever had without any raiders was 54 people. And I don't know where they came from that day, but 54 people. And I saw the number just casually out of the corner of my eye, and I felt like, and just the performance anxiety, if you will,
Right.
of
That's why I'm
keeping that
kind of
many
happy
people.
that my Twitch numbers are low, because I'm on Facebook, I'm on Twitch, I'm trying to have conversations with you, I'm trying to read chat. Like, it's a lot going on, and sometimes the slower days are better because I can actually focus on the podcast instead of where you can focus on the art. Where like it's that's where, like, you don't have to scroll off and do that. Yeah,
I did twice. I did an emote only chat, and I did a silent scribe chat without a collaboration. And both times people complained. They didn't let me do that. They're like, "No, we want to talk to you. We want to hear you." All right. So I learned, but and that's the other thing too, that the big takeaway.
To be totally fair, I'm there for you more than your art. So I mean, I totally understand.
It's hard. And the thing is, I'm not even there for my art. I'm there for my community. But the reason I even have a community is because I dove back into my art, and I know that whether or not that's the spotlight, that is the stage, that is the foundation. And I mean, even if, like I said, at some point, if it
I wonder
becomes,
if you just did just chatting for one day and you don't have any art whatsoever.
I've done it, and it's tremendously better. More people come in,
Yeah.
but I also, I mean, I've been told by many people that I should just be a just chatting stream. I should just be and you know, it's there's not.
Even just once a week, you know what I mean? Like, I'm not saying like it's completely your whole
So I
thing.
did that when in the last year. That's one of the things I did. When I did the theme days, I was streaming 5 days a week. Tuesday was my talk Tuesday, so it was a just chatting stream, and that was my heaviest day. That was the one that we had the 54 people in, and we had great conversations going. But then, um, I got kind of exhausted by
Oh
so
yeah, because
many
it's an
subjects.
emotional thing. Yeah.
Yeah. And then of course the next day on Wednesday when I'm shifting back to calligraphy for Word Art Wednesday, people are coming back. Hey, can we talk about what you're saying more? And then like, oh, and it's like it's a push pull, you know. And um,
Because like I think everyone comes to we talked about this on your stream. Like 4 people in a row came to your stream for 4 different reasons, right? So it's like you can't necessarily appease everybody, and you got to also make yourself happy with your content and what you're producing because
and
what
so
you're
that
generating.
those
Yeah.
points alone were the biggest reasons I did the most recent life audit. So I realized I cannot do whole streams devoted to one thing. The theme days does not work because some days when okay, Word Art Wednesday's here, does that mean I have to do Word Art Wednesday now? What if I'm not in the mood to do it? Now
Mhm.
I'm locked into it. And so I said, okay, I need to think this through and not enslave myself to the thing that already has a propensity to slave me. You know, so I'm like, okay, so how can I do this? Well, every stream people want to hear me talk. Every stream people want me to talk to them about specific things like workshop points. How do I do this thing? Can you show me how you made that? Every stream they want me to do a request or something that, get started with the art. Don't take 45 minutes to warm up. Every stream they want me to slow down and try something different, walk them through my process. So like, okay, why don't I do all of those things every stream? And it occurred to me, I'm like, I can, and that's what I'm going to be doing going forward. I'm going to have these 5 dots on the side of the screen, and it's only going to show the current one. So at the top one, it's going to say warm up, and there'll be the 5 dots. The other ones will be dark. The top one will be lit, and it'll say warm up next to it. After that, it'll be tribe
So for the
chat, which is
techie nerd in me, how do you animate that and light them up? Is there a certain program that you found
I
that?
don't. They're just separate scenes.
Okay,
Very simple.
so
Um,
we could talk.
so
So toggling and things like that. It'll be interesting to see how that plays
yeah,
in.
it won't be necessary at all for that because that part will just be, the scene that I'm on will be a copy paste of the previous scene with just that changeover.
Yeah.
At least that's the way I did it for now. There's got to be better ways, and I'm sure there will be going forward, but I haven't done the work yet. So I have warm
Going
up.
into your thing with the OBS, creating a source that can be a source within a source.
That's what
In
that'll be.
theory, the toggle commands using in the other, in Triggerfyre, I wonder if you could toggle it in there, and then that way it's appearing on all of your sources and stuff like that.
Hey,
So
Fee. Yeah, no, absolutely. And that would be the way I would, that would be another way I'd like to try and do it. I'm going to dig deep into Triggerfyre and see what we can do.
yeah,
Um,
I'm super excited to see.
I can't wait either. I'm not even kidding. I love
Curious
that.
to see if you give control to everybody or which elements you can give control to who and who you task
I'm
with.
gonna start out just giving it to my mods and see how it goes, and I'll grow into VIPs and subs. And I mean, I would love to have it be a free for all, but I think I have to
Well, just
measure and
also,
gauge.
what I get nervous is with a lot of people's hands in the pot is, somebody wanted to see a picture of Dew and somebody else wanted to see your artwork, and they both trigger it at nearly the same time. What happens? Like those can become, the issue is can you
Right. So anything I do has only got to help me. I can't let it be something that's an experiment going forward.
But also, like one mod might be like, "Man, I want to see the over the shoulder," and another mod be like, "I really want to see this other angle," and how to.
Well,
So
that's the other thing too. I think I want to keep 2 views constant so that at any
yeah,
given time you're seeing 2 different things, not just one.
right.
That's the mainstay of what I'm doing now. But I also don't want it to be the kind of thing where, like you said, I don't want it to be a competition. I don't want people to lose what they want to see when somebody else wants to see what they want to see. So yeah, I think to begin with, hey Fee, there's I want to grow it. I don't want to just slam into something different. But part of the reason I'm staggering my changeover now with going into year 4 is I want to make my stream work for me, not just be something I get out of it, but um I'm not when I wrap up my streams, almost every stream, I mean, I don't get emotional necessarily, but there's an emotional reaction that's happening under the surface when I tell people how grateful I am that people keep coming back and supporting this. I don't take for granted, not one iota of what I've got here. And I had some really good advice early on from a couple art streamers, one of which still comes a lot. But I blew past them and I didn't mean to. And there was some jealousy for a second. We had a really nice long conversation. They've been on Twitch for almost 10 years. They've seen everything happen, from back before there were emotes, before there were bits and subs, back when it was all basically an IRC essentially,
That's
with
TV. Yeah.
right. And after 10 years, they only had like 700 followers. And, we're not even getting a payout every month. And, they were quick to, when I first started, they're like, they're very encouraging, tell me all the right things to do. And when I got to 1100 followers, we had a knockdown drag out conversation where they were kind of upset. And I'm like, why are you upset? And they're like, I'm not jealous. I just don't understand how you managed to do it and I didn't do it. And so that it became an opportunity for me to educate them on something that had nothing to do with Twitch, but that also affected them on Twitch, which is the reality of why people come to your channel. They don't come to you for what you are, what your category is. That's how they discover you. That's not why they come back more than once. And engagement. If you're not talking and interacting with somebody all the time in your chat, you're going to lose followers. You're going to lose viewership. You're going to lose engagement.
Things I love about mods, because like I know that I get super focused on the podcast or whatever, but Carly and Andy will greet everybody that comes in the chat, and I think that that's
Exactly.
really an important
Absolutely.
part of it. And your mods are great about that too, and I think that it becomes a self-sustaining community where you know that you could be doing something else and you're not going to be engaging with all of us all the time, because
true. That's absolutely true.
Impossible to do that. So,
right, and it's an unrealistic expectation, and it's not a healthy one.
Or I have like a Pokemon game, or now want to have these fun graphics or whatever, and it's something that people are like, oh, there's a timer. It's like, oh, there's only 1 minute until the next Pokemon. I'll stay here for another minute and catch that Pokemon, and then maybe something else catches their attention in that time, and then they're going to stay a little bit longer or engage in a different way. And so it's
that's a really great point too. I streamer envy, if you will. Balint Science Streams. He's got so much movement on his channel. Any given time, there's 20 things happening. You've got the game working on the bottom of the screen all the time. You have the photo that he's sharing about some 10 million year old amber. He's talking about something and he's doing the voice of Ferret and he's shouting out a streamer all the time. And then there's somebody raids him every 10 minutes. I mean, it's nuts. And I've watched his stream and I'm like, man, I wish I had the vibe he had. No, I don't. There's no way I keep up with that. There's no way I enjoy it. I get worn out watching him, let alone trying to be like.
I don't know how game streamers or musicians are able to read chat while they're performing or while they're playing a game. Like it's a real struggle. That's why I kind of like having 10 to 15 people in a chat, because at least I can glance over and get a sense of the conversation. If I'm already 30 things deep, I don't have time to scroll back and look at through 20 conversations. I watch the VOD back later and be like, oh, that's what they were talking about,
Yep. At all of that.
Yeah.
And so I accept the fact that I'm the chill, sort of art, but all talk streamer. I'm perfectly fine with that. I don't want to be like somebody else. And I'm perfectly fine not having bigger numbers. I want a bigger community. I don't necessarily need bigger viewership. I want people to be able to know that they can get this here when they want it. That's all I want. And that's what, when people come in all the time, like just last stream, one of my regulars that was here every day for a year, has maybe been here maybe once in the last 3 weeks. And they're like, I'm sorry I haven't been around. I'm like, first of all, no, you're not. You mean to tell me that you would tell something else in your real life that you were sorry I was watching my streamer friend? You would never do that. So why would you do that to me? So don't do that. You don't get to say that. And
I do feel bad though when I miss my streamers though. I
do too. But I just came across this the other day. My wife showed it to me. She'd never seen it before, but it's an old Facebook meme, and it said something like, I'm going to stop saying I'm sorry and I'm going to start saying thank you more. Rather than saying I'm sorry I was late, I'm going to say thank you for being patient. Rather than saying um uh I'm sorry that I hurt you. Or no, what was it? Hold on. I want to make sure I get it right because it was really good. Rather than saying I'm sorry, what was it? I'm sorry for it's like thank you for loving me. And like it's and like I owe the people who love me my gratitude, not my negativity. I love that. And I
Mhm.
feel the same way about missing my streamers. Like, I mean, I'm not a sports guy.
Mhm.
And yet I've lurked for hours in your stream.
Right.
What am I going to contribute to the conversation? What could I possibly do other than serve as a distraction? At best, I'm going to take away your reason for streaming. I
Right.
know better than that.
And that's part of why like it's frustrating because I have such a community here that doesn't necessarily relate to what I do as a streamer, right?
Yep.
So it doesn't become questions, but then on Facebook it's the other way around, right? Like they're only there because of the sports stuff and
Right.
not who I am, right? So it's like a totally different, platform and totally different people. I do have the question for you. If there wasn't Twitch and the pandemic, or even if there was Twitch but no pandemic, do you think you would still be a wedding planner, or do you think you would have moved on and tried something else?
I know for a fact that I would still be doing weddings and I would not be better for it.
Yeah.
I've said, I remember saying many times that I would do what I did for weddings till the day I died. I loved the work. I still love the work. I don't like the work that it takes to do the work.
Hmm.
I don't like having to work for my work. And by what I mean by that is the business of having a business that is a separately cultivated skill, talent, and need to do the thing that you really have a passion for doing. I was never a business person, but you have to be a good business person to be good at this part of what you do. And if you're not that, then you don't get to do this.
Hmm.
So when I would educate other wedding vendors, like people who, I want to be a florist. Okay, good. You love flowers. You do understand, but by doing flower arrangements doesn't translate you getting money and putting food on your table. Oh yeah, but I'm going to start my own business. Okay. But part of starting your own business means diving into the business of your business, which has nothing to do with flowers, and trying to get people to understand that
Oh, you're not going to be successful.
you're not.
Like
You're going to
yeah.
be at best. It's a tipped hobby. It's a gratuity hobby. That's it. It's not. You're not going to get traction, momentum, regularity, efficiency. Forget retirement. Forget health insurance. Those are just not even in the picture for you. And in order to have all those things, you have to marry your business, not even marry your talent. And it's horrible. And that's what happens to people like Joe. That's what happens to people become a slave to their
It's really
talent.
interesting that you say that because when I was younger, I had a dream to start my own production company, right? And that was what my goal was going to be in life. And I was going to be a multi-purpose thing, have animations, video production, photography, website, all of it, right? But then you have to go and find the business, right? And then you got to manage the business.
Those and
And
those just those two things are two huge separate things.
right. And it's very time consuming and things that take away from being the creative person that you want to be in those moments. So in an ideal world, I like the fact that I don't have to work the exact boss every day and go through the slog. But the fact that she can give me a different project every day for me to work on, then basically I'm a client of, she's a client of mine, where I'm making stuff, but I don't have to find a new client every day. She's the
Yep.
client, right? And so we don't always agree. And when you work with anyone for 14 years, and I am the subservient person to her, for that dynamic. Even 14 years in, there's still trust issues, right? Like doesn't know if she leaves me a list and goes away for 4 weeks, how much of that list is getting done, right? So it's tough, right? It's because I really wanted that for me. Like I went to an Ivy League university. I went and I studied this stuff to be able to be you
Yep.
know, I say the business side of it that much, but all the other aspects of it, right? And then to sort of be like okay with being, somebody's bitch, for lack of a better term, for 14 years, it's grating on you, right? It's tough. But there is an advantage. Nothing that happens to me goes to me. It all goes to her. She
Yep.
deals to deal with all of the shit, all the going to meetings, the administrative bullshit, all of that, coming up with the copy, coming up with the plan, all of that. And she just gives me the copy and the
You don't
plan.
want any of
I
it.
get to sit there and just actually do it, right? So I don't
Yep.
have to worry about managing any of the taxes, the healthcare, all of that shit. I don't have to manage with finding the business. And yes, it's a grind. It sucks. Like, to be doing it for 14 years. But
Absolutely
you
true.
don't have to do all the other bullshit, right? So there's a huge advantage. And I've sort of had to be okay and sit with myself, right? Because you want to be able to grow as a person, right? It's natural and you want to be able to do different things. And I still think there are times I might want to go back and be a teacher instead of doing this, just because I love teaching people about things, having conversations and being a part of it. When I
Yeah.
started my job, I was a teacher, I was tech department, and I was doing my current job, and then I burnt out, right? And then I
Yep.
told them this needs to be three different jobs. And so that was how I basically was like, oh, they hired an IT department, they hired a teacher, and then I could sell the school, right? And then because all that social media became a thing. I started it all 10 years ago. None of it existed before, I came. And so,
So
um,
there's something
managing.
I'm going to throw at
uh,
you, which is so it's even perfect that you're where you are too. So my wife and I have been watching The West Wing over again.
oh, yes, I love that.
I guess we're on our fourth watch through the whole all seven seasons, and I'm not a political person at all. Like not I'm concerned about issues, of course, but not to the point where I'm involved in anything like that. But what I love about the show is the humanity of the characters, the lives they have beyond just the roles they fill in their careers. And one of the things that I loved about it, which I did not realize, didn't appreciate until the most recent watch through of all seven seasons, the third time through, is that and the funny part is just this time we finished watching it. We went back and watched the first four episodes right after we finished watching the last of the seven seasons. And it plays into exactly what we're talking about, where in the beginning of the show, they're in their second year of the White House. They just finished a year.
That
And
makes sense.
so the minor characters are our favorite characters, CJ Craig, that's the White House press secretary in the first couple seasons. She is promoted to chief of staff when the chief of staff has a health problem. And so in the beginning of the show, she's this underling type, and she's worked hard to advance her career to get where she's gotten. And she's got this, you love her, you just love her. And she's dealing, the crap that she has to take from both up above her as well as below her. Plus she's got to be who she is to the public. She's the face and the voice of the White House. I almost feel like she's the main character.
Mhm.
Um, and by season 5, she's been promoted to the chief of staff, and she takes it very humbly. Her look has changed. She's wearing very different outfits. Her hair is different. She actually looks younger, but she has a completely different wherewithal as a character. Her way of communicating changes. And at the last episode of season 7 is when a new president's installed. She's no longer got a job. She's walking out the White House gate. Somebody on the street doesn't even know. Like, oh, do you work at the White House? And she says no. And he goes, wow, can you imagine working there? And she's like, no, I can't. And she's walking down the street, and she's just a person. And I feel like that plays a big part in what we're talking about right now, where you work so hard to get in the door at the bottom level, and you go to school and you devote so much of your emotional and financial resources into getting started in this thing that you have a passion for, without any regard of what it's costing you as a person, as a human being, because you're so excited about being a something that you forget to be a someone. And all I can think of is Mr. Holland's Opus. You ever see
Mm.
it? Same
Mhm.
thing. Guy loves music, wants to be a famous musician, composer, and ends up taking a teaching job because he needs money, because he's got a kid and he's got a wife. And so he goes into it and he hates it. He hates the grind, and I'm giving up all my dreams. And he goes to a certain point, and this to answer your earlier question, what about me with the wedding industry? Would I keep doing it? He sacrifices his dreams to stay the teacher, to be the parent, And now he's forced retirement, and he feels like he hasn't, he's gotten nothing out of his life. And it's one of the most emotionally draining, beautiful movies ever. I put it
I love that movie. It's been probably over a decade since I've seen
same
it. But
here, but I
I,
remember all of
I
it.
feel the same way though, because it's like when I was a little kid, I was like, I'm going to be a teacher someday,
Me
right? I
too.
just had that
I wanted to
feeling,
be an English teacher.
right? And I wanted to be a computer teacher, and so I was like, sometime when I'm older, I'll come back and do it in my 40s, and then they got thrown in where they're like, oh, the webmaster teaching is part of the job. So for 4 years, when I was way too young to be a teacher in my mind, in to late 20s, taught these kids that were only 6 to 8 years younger than me, right? Because I was teaching high school, right? So it's hard because I went to the same high school. So it's hard for me to then have that authority figure. Now I'm a dad, right? I have a very different look on life, and I have more years between me and them. It's a
Yep.
shame because I never gave myself credit for being a teacher because I always was hired as a webmaster, and they made it very clear that that was my number one job, and I was also a teacher, right? And it took me years to break to say that I wasn't a teacher anymore, even though I gave it up because it clearly was so part of my identity and what I wanted to do. And then it came to me just a couple of months ago. They had the 10-year reunion, and it was also our 20-year reunion. So it was my high school 20-year reunion, but we were such a small school that we invited the 10-year reunion to enjoy a party, and we both got there. And
Okay.
it was a weird juxtaposition of these are all the kids that I went to high school with and all the kids I taught 10 years ago, right? So like it was sort of this thing, and then more than half of them went in the computer field. So I was like, maybe I didn't suck at that as much as I had given myself credit for, because I was sort of told all your planning periods are devoted to this, and and it's not really who you are. And I was like, I would only focus on my lack of ability to discipline them or whatever, and I wasn't ever focusing on, well, maybe they were learning something and maybe they were enjoying it. And so there are times where I'm like, oh man, I would love to do that, but I would have to give up so much of being able to do art and see people on Twitch, and so everything is this give and take. The grass is always greener. Where I want to be a teacher now, but there's still planning periods and all the different things and the drama, classroom management, all that sort of stuff. Like, it's each one of these jobs, we only see the idyllic part of them and not necessarily everything that goes into it.
You hit the nail on the head right there. I still not lament, but I reminisce by myself. um, my two favorite jobs are jobs I hated when I had them. I was a video store clerk back in the golden era of video stores.
Oh, that makes me so happy.
I worked there from 96 to 01 when I was dreaming of starting my DJ business then, because I gave up on the art concept. And so I psychopath. That's awesome. By the way, everybody, thanks for still being here. That's pretty
Yeah,
cool.
and thanks for new
We
people
didn't
coming.
even intend on streaming this long, and this is awesome.
Yeah, this has been fun.
And so I being a video store clerk, I had no idea when I was there that I was going to have impact on lives. Who does that? A video store clerk. How good are you? It's like, no, you may as well be the cable guy. But 20 years after having that job, 20 years, who am I kidding? 25 years. As recently as a month ago, I saw this lady, not even a girl, because the last time I saw her was then, with her kids, saying, "Oh my God, you're the video guy." Good Jesus, no, that you are. I am not still the video guy. So, but they remembered me, and it's one of those things where you saw whole families grow up in the course of 5 years. You saw there was a whole bunch of things. I was the rewind guy. Yeah, actually, I knew. Speaking of that psychopath,
Be kind.
there was a plaque. There was a plaque behind me that had a phrase in like 12 different languages, and I learned how to say it in all of them. And my favorite was German, and it was "Bitte zurückwinden," which literally meant "please rewind your tapes," but it sounded like you were declaring war. And I just loved it. No, "Bitte zurückwinden." I'm sorry. And so I loved it. And so anyway, it was a great time in my life, and I had no idea, because all I wanted was to become a DJ at that point and like grow my business, not just be a club DJ, but actually have a DJ business. And I was petrified to make the jump of working my part-time safety nets to doing that full-time. And so I was working 4 jobs part-time. I was a video store clerk for 22 hours a week. I cleaned theaters, which is my other favorite job. I worked at a dry cleaners, and I DJ'd at night. I was a psychopath. And not the psychopath that's in chat. I was a certifiable one. But cleaning theaters was the coolest job. I hated it because it was grinding work. It was disgusting. You learn a lot about people being a janitor. Let me tell you, dude. But I'll tell you, I had 8 hours to myself in a building that had the most chill, awesome frozen air conditioning ever. I had to clean 13 theaters. I can't even tell you how many square feet it was. I went in at 11 o'clock. I had to be done by 7, because that's when corporate would come in and have their meetings and stuff. It was a bigger theater. And I took for granted the fact that even though I didn't get to see the sun for half the time because I worked overnight, I had this whole huge place to myself. I ran the sound system. I could run down movies if I wanted to. That gets old quick. But I was alone with my thoughts. There's no boss. I can work as fast as I want, as slow as I want. There was a lot of freedom in that job that I took for granted when I had it. And oh my God, I wish I had the time to have that job now, where I could just go in and think and have nothing taking space in between my ears that I didn't want there. It's one of those things where it's important to do a life audit in real time, not just after you do something or before you do
I
something.
think that's such an interesting thing to say, because I think my biggest struggle in life is being present in that moment. I'm always thinking about what's the next video I'm making, what's the next podcast I'm playing,
Don't beat yourself up too bad. That's everybody.
Yeah, but it's just, I have such a beautiful life, and I don't take it, and I take it for granted, right? And I think it's so easy to do in this go, go, go world that we live in, that we're all you're looking at what's your next stream improvement versus like how much fun it was today that you got to, hang out with all these people, right? But that's just the natural creative flow. And you're always, the second I end my podcast, I'm already thinking, what sports am I going to talk about next week? Which things am I going to, like, I can't just even sit and be like, oh, that was a great 2-hour show. And, I got to talk to my friends, and what a cool opportunity it was,
You say everything you just said, and yet we're doing what you said wish you could do. We're doing it right now.
Yeah.
You're not thinking about your next stream right now.
Yeah.
You're not.
Well,
you're not. You're right now, basking it right now. The thing you think you're not doing that often, you're doing it right now.
Yeah.
We've been vibing for the last 2 hours. We could have wrapped. We said we were going to think about wrapping
up. I know. I was looking at the time. I was like, we said 2 hours we were going to wrap up, but
I'm good, dude. I'm enjoying every second of this, and I feel like this is the kind of stuff that people who really want to hear it, honestly. And I mean, it's how many people really have real talk or real conversations or conversations that really matter anymore. Yeah. I'm willing to bet most of us stopped having those conversations when COVID ended. And that brings me full circle with what you asked me, is that, what I keep doing this. COVID, as awful as that whole time in history was for us now, was the best thing that could have happened to me. If it were not for COVID, I would have never stopped doing what I was doing. I would never have thought about what I was really getting out of it or what it was costing me. I was so caught up in the identity of being a wedding professional and being, I'm not even trying to brag. I am the best at what I do in my area. I am, or at least I was. I'm not now, obviously. But the only reason I can say that with any amount of certainty is because I'm the one that cared too much about what I did. Perfectionism came standard with being a wedding vendor, because
I think we're both very empathetic people, right? We bring in people's emotions, and then it imprints onto us.
Yes, absolutely, absolutely, and that's the good and the bad of that, because a lot of those emotions that become part of us are not even ours. We just feel them.
We're borrowing them. Yeah.
Yes, big time. And so you actually convince yourself that you love it because it's all love all the time. And the truth is probably not. And you don't realize it because you're still too busy doing it. And ironically, we talked about the West Wing, but the movie that came from was The American President. And there's a line in that movie, one of my favorite movies, I know it by heart. I saw that when I was working in the video store, so it all ties together, is most of us are so busy trying to keep our job, we forget to do our job. And boy, if that doesn't say it all. As a streamer, that plays
a word that I don't do enough for my job, but I'm 14 years in. The likelihood of them firing me with my institutional knowledge probably pretty low, unless I'm doing something absolutely bonkers, right? But
exactly right.
But still have that innate fear, like, oh my God, here's a list and so many things came up, and I'm still nervous when my boss comes in. Have I done enough? And
Hmm.
I think that
That's
that's
real.
yeah, it's a real fear that we all have. I think that
But
it's
that right there backfeeds on what I was saying about the caring too much, is that's what made me great at my job. Same with you. You care about the quality of your work. Your boss knows that. She doesn't have to question it at all.
yeah,
So even when you disagree, she still has that in the backbone of things. And so when COVID hit for me, there was no doing events, even if I wanted to, just no. And it forced me to find out what is there that I would be doing if. And so I hadn't touched my art in 25 years. I wasn't ready for it to become a thing. I wasn't ready to be talking to people I didn't meet. I wasn't comfortable being on camera. I didn't have a top down camera. I didn't have any. I felt so thrown together when I started streaming. I was convinced that I was being stupid. I really did not anticipate any of it. The big takeaway is that I had nothing to do with it. And that's the truth about most streamers that we don't realize, is that we can literally do anything, anything. Even if we go completely in the opposite direction than people anticipate, there will be a whole group of people, some part of who our community is already, some people who never saw us before, who are going to start watching us because we did something completely different and unexpected. And the same applies both ways. So whether we do or whether we don't, whether we change, whether we stay, does not dictate. I'm going to go so far to say it doesn't even have any impact, real significant impact, on whether or not we do well streaming.
yeah.
I think the vast majority of the success of any stream is being who you are in real time, unscripted, bearing your soul and being real about your emotions, not manufacturing them, not trying to be something that you're not, or trying to be something you're not because you're not sure if you can do it, and discovering whether or not you can. And people who watch you because they're seeing you be the thing that they're not yet, but would like to be. And they get to see you doing that, and they get to think, maybe I could do that. Or maybe I don't want to do that now because I see what he's going through to do it, and I don't want any part of that. Either way, it's a dumpster fire, and it's beautiful, and we can't stop watching, and it's good. It's all good. Literally, it's all good. So
I love like Friday stream, for example. Like you were in a zone and then we completely derailed you, but that became funny and became an entire thing into itself.
and if we tried to make that happen, it would have been so bad.
Right.
You can't fake that. That was so fun and so raw and so everything all the time. It was great. And that's the kind of stuff. So again, going back to that question, there are so many things I got to discover about myself that I never would have found out if it wasn't for COVID. I would never have stopped doing events. I would never have voluntarily hung this up, sold the business, any of the things. Tina's throwing us sympathy bits right now.
Oh,
Thank you, Tina.
thank you, Tina.
And with that, I am so grateful. I would have never, ever walked away from the wedding industry, and now I can't imagine being in it at all anymore. I just did an event
I was
Sunday.
about to actually ask you that as my next question is like, do you miss it?
No, and then people think I'm lying when I say that, but
Such a
I
big part of who you were for so long,
it was, and but even that. So I mean, the reality of that too, being a wedding vendor, the real push for that came in 2009, 1 year after my divorce. Not a very easy thing to be a wedding planner going through a divorce. It's very
Yeah,
feels
that's
critical.
yeah, I hadn't really
It was
thought about
hard.
that.
That was hard. I mean, I can tell you right now, I struggled through that pretty badly. And when my first wife left, I was almost $80,000 in debt. I had nothing to show for it. I was living in low income housing, had a business, successful business, but struggling hugely. The perception was that I was successful. The reality was I needed every cent that we generated, and I didn't want to look desperate. I didn't want to look like I needed the work. And so I was trying to shift gears. I was deficit spending like you wouldn't believe. I went into so much more debt to get out of debt. Did it. Don't get me wrong. I didn't just, throw my hands in the air and see what happens. I took some calculated risks. They paid off huge. Um, Between 2009 and 2014 was the golden era of a wedding vendor. That's back when the technology had not grown significant enough yet where people couldn't do things themselves. So anyone who tried and invested even a little bit into something that people needed, but they weren't comfortable trying, like video. Back in 2009, you either had a full-blown videographer or you didn't have video. There was no middle ground. There was no cell phones that could support meaningful video. There was not, I mean, it was just a different time completely.
I'm
And
curious, what do you think was the big thing that helped you make that jump? Like, as you said that there was, the deficit spending, but was there one or two things that you think were like really helpful to
absolutely,
you?
video and lighting, huge, and which in my opinion goes hand in hand. You can't have good video unless you have good lighting.
Oh,
And you
I highly, going through a wedding myself, I think the lighting was the number one thing I spent money on. We took
here.
money out of flower budget and into
Yes,
lighting because
yes,
we figured that the photos would look better ultimately and the video, because I hired a videographer and photographer knowing that I would do post-production work. They would
right,
do something, but I asked them and I made sure they'd give me all the raw so that way I could do something with it too. But
yeah,
totally
yeah,
agree.
exactly, psychopath. Although I did it in stages, we weren't sure we were going to do video. In fact, I made more money not offering full-blown videography than the videographers that I worked with most often, and they were upset with me about it. And I said, same thing we talked about earlier about the thank you booth, as opposed to providing all these overblown services and charging the same. Take your weaknesses and make them strengths. What it occurred to me back in 2009 when all you had was camcorder quality so prosumer was not established yet.
Mm.
There was full-blown professional and there was amateur hour. And as long as that was that disparity, it took someone who knew enough about what people wanted from this and investing more than the nothing at this level to get there. And so we didn't buy full-blown video equipment. We bought camcorders, but we bought good lighting. And so now in good lighting, a mediocre amateur camcorder isn't that bad. And now you add direction and a good eye to that. And we didn't do editing. We didn't know editing yet. So we just gave people all their footage, which back then there was a whole market for people who didn't want edited anything. They wanted everything. And now that's not the case. Now it's the complete opposite, which is funny because websites were the same way. Back in 2009, everybody wanted big 30-page websites, robust, and now they want one page with, you scroll twice.
You want a website with 5 pages or less. You really
right, exactly. So it's a whole different animal. And so that's why I say that golden era, I dropped $30,000 in lighting when I got started because, and that's what part of the 80,000 was. And it was the single best thing I did in my business because
then you don't have to rent lighting every time because you already
didn't have
have
to
it.
rent lighting. We didn't have to rent lighting, but I also didn't just I didn't just buy lighting. I went full blown. So I was the first vendor in my area for about 2 hours radius, any direction, that purchased, didn't rent. And what I purchased, I bought separate. Back at the time, they didn't have them embedded. I had to buy separate dongles for wireless transmission and receiving for DMX to be able to control everything remotely. And I didn't just buy basic. I bought high transmission through walls. I went full bore. I also, back when lithium ion was even still a blip on the radar, I bought heavy duty batteries. These fixtures were so heavy, but I made up for the weight in the fact I got fractured lenses, which changed the beam angle from being 15 degrees to 65 degrees. So now I didn't need as many lights. I could put one light that covered a whole wall. While DJs were renting lights that had a beam, I had washes with fewer fixtures, battery powered, which cut my setup from 2 hours to 20 minutes. And so all these things. So I'm like, okay, if I'm going to do this at all, I'm going to make our lives easier, better, more productive, and all across the board. It took 30 grand to do it. I was scared to death. I'm not going to lie. I did not know this was going to pan out for me, but I was literally the only option within a 2-hour radius of a major city in New York State. I had no idea that would turn out to be what it is. So the person that I called to ask about lighting, because I knew nothing about DMX or controlling lighting at the time, was another DJ conveniently 2 hours away, who was my mentor in a lot of ways for this part of the business, because he was braving some things but not lighting. But he told me a little bit about DMX. I took the ball and ran with it. And in 3 years, he was now renting fixtures from me. And I was educating.
I was about to ask, I wonder if you were going to start renting them back out.
Well, I couldn't because I needed them for all my events. But the first, like I said, I started with 30,000. We ended up spending over 150,000 over the course of 7 years. So my initial purchase of 30,000 got me 24 lights, which is a lot of money. You just calculate the expense on that.
Wow.
A lot of money for one fixture. But I was doing things that were literally impossible for even stage companies to do without 10 employees and a box truck to take in. And I was doing it out of the back of a minivan with sound equipment and employees. And so the transportability, not needing multiple vehicles, not needing to have a huge.
You're an all-in-one vendor. You don't have to
All-in-one
rent
vendor.
from like a bunch
Right.
of different vendors. Yeah.
So by making that one huge gamble, that gave way to the next huge gamble, which is, okay, now we need to advertise that we have this, because how do you, okay. And so this was the golden era because wedding wire was brand new. The knot was a couple years old. And very few people in my area were using it at all, either shopping on it or paying to advertise on it. So I got on the ground floor and I think we threw $6,000 into advertising that year. And that's a lot of money considering my first year rebranded. We only made maybe 100,000. So after my overhead, I think my paycheck was like 24 grand that year. I didn't make nothing for myself. I was barely getting by, but the business was doing very well. And that's another thing that people don't get. You see a successful business, you think the people must be raking it in. Let me tell you, couldn't be more than the truth. Farther from the
truth. You can
truth.
only cut off so much off the top,
Right. That's it. So and people like, can't you do better in your price? No. Are you kidding? You know how little I'm making right now? Well, all I know is you're charging $3,000. I'm like, you're doing all these events. Yeah. I also have 6 other people who have careers that are leaning on me. Forget that one, even I couldn't afford a secretary. I was working literally 16-hour days, 7 days a week. Like I said, from April 15th to November 1st, I was exhausted. I can't even tell you. I don't know how I did it. I don't know why I did it, but
this is why working for a school when it's a 9 to 5, and at 5 o'clock I can leave. Where like if you're running your own company,
you don't get to leave. There's no clock. There's no punching out.
Right.
At the time, I remember there was a thing on Facebook that said, the amazing thing about being an entrepreneur is you get to choose which 20 hours a day you want to work. And oh my God, if that's not spot on accurate.
Yeah.
Because I'm answering all the phones, replying to all the emails, advertising, building my own website. And that's in addition to the work, all while trying to train new help and things that I don't even know are going to pan out for us. I mean, I was scared to death. I mean, I think that was the beginning of my anxiety and I didn't even realize I had it. So the advertising, the first year I did it, we broke even on the advertising. We spent 6,000. I probably got, like 2 events out of it that broke it even, but that's because nobody was using it yet. And then they called me like, hey, would you like to re-up? Maybe, but 2 events for $6,000, it doesn't make sense. They're like, well, what if we gave you, if you re-up with this, what if we gave you a couple other markets? Would you like to do that? Like I was advertising as a DJ service. Would you like to advertise as a lighting vendor and or a planner? We'll give you, if for every one that you do, we'll give you 2 other categories. I'm like,
oh, wow.
All right, that's pretty great. I'm like, okay, so then we advertised lighting and planning and DJ. Now the next year, same amount of invested, we got 12 events. Our 2010. So we 6 times bigger than we did the first year. Now the next one, when they asked me to re-up, they gave me the same deal again, but I said, you know what? Rather than advertising different categories, I want to advertise in different markets. I want to stop advertising in Podunk, Syracuse, because as much as it's a major city in the state, the only reason we're on the map is because we're in the middle of the other 2 big cities. Otherwise, we wouldn't be nothing. And it's a depressed area. Even though it's not poor, it's not thriving. And so I'm like, you know what? But there's a lot of people who are from here. SU is no small deal. And there's a lot of wealthy communities around. There's Steny Atlas, there's the Finger Lakes region, there's a lot of wineries here, but they're not coming to Syracuse or looking at Syracuse to hire people for things. So I'm like, I'm going to advertise in those markets. And you know what? While I'm at it, I'm going to drop $6,000 in California. I'm going to take $2,000 in the DJ part of it and the planning part of it in San Francisco. I'm going to put another in LA. I put another one in Chicago. I did another one in Miami, one in Washington, and one in New York City. So I advertised in 6 markets. The third year, we spent about $15,000 in advertising. Again, lighting investment, deja vu, petrified that I'm wasting my money. Single greatest decision I ever made in my business, because what made me spend the money in those markets is that there had to be people who lived in those places who are getting married here because they were either from here or they toured the Finger Lakes or they have family here and this is where they want to get married. And that's what did it. That year, my target was 35 weddings. We did over 140.
Wow.
I had to hire double the crew because I couldn't sustain the success we were getting. That 80 grand I was in debt in 2008, I paid off in under 2 years,
Wow.
and thrived. And now that we were doing so well, it was scary because now we can't sustain this. I need to hire new people. I need to find somebody to replace me because I was not a human being. I was not okay. Um, and again, divorced, thank goodness, because there's no way I would have had time for a family. But it was a pretty lonely 3 years of working and being married to your job. And plus, at the same time, I was losing my grandmother, who was the only reason I turned out okay as a human being. She lived for an additional 4.5 years, but at that time she was sick. I needed to take care of her because I needed to be the one to do that. So once I started hiring new people, my quality control suffered because I'm no longer spearheading it and overseeing every aspect of it, which is the scary thing.
Only be one Carlo.
Only be one. So that's when I decided to bring in video. And so rather than I stopped being a DJ, I stopped offering that for myself. I hired 2 other DJs to replace me as a DJ and an MC. I taught my existing staff how to do everything with lighting. And so that these people can now double over as those. We got into photo booths as rentals, not as service providers, but video. So it's 2010. Video was getting better, still wasn't at a level that you could do DIY it. And so with the lighting we had now, we could produce pretty good results with a $300 camcorder from Walmart, which is what we did. First year, we had a bride that hired us for everything else and say, hey, do you know where we can find somebody who's just willing to, psychopath, thank you for sticking around for so long. We're at a point now where we can produce decent effects with a minimal investment. Let's pick up a couple of these. We picked up 2 Panasonic crap cams, whatever they were. I don't even remember what they were. And we got memory cards for them back when 8 megabytes was still a lot. And, and we'd have buy like 6 memory cards to make it through an event because there's no way that holds up at the quality we needed. We weren't editing. We were editing. We were editing with Windows Movie Maker. Okay. So like we were literally like making little slideshow things and putting them on.
Windows Movie Maker used to crash so bad. I
Oh
remember.
my God, it was so heartbreakingly bad. And we were making DVDs for people because there was no watching them on computers yet. Man, how much has changed in 13 years, right?
Right now, I can just shoot it on my iPhone and throw it on YouTube, right? Like,
right now, yeah, exactly.
I edit it on iMovie on the iPhone. I don't even have to take it to another device. Like,
nope, exactly. It was not a good time. But because it was a lot of work, nobody would do it for themselves. So we had this one bride call us and say, hey, you guys do all this stuff. Would you be willing to just hold a camera for us and record us getting married? I don't really want to spend the money on a videographer. I'd rather spend more money on these other things. And that's when it clued into me that right there, and it wasn't until 2010, halfway through the season, when I remember this bride, Casey Lynn Frank. I remember her like it was yesterday. Very modest, small wedding, 60, 70 people. And she was an author, but she wasn't really published yet, but she was published, but not successful yet. I'm sorry. And she's now much, much better. But back then she was trying to, get what she wanted with not as little as an investment that she could make, but she wanted to spend her money in the right places. And that's when I started to change the way I sold things. I'm like, it's not how much money you spend, it's what you spend it on. Make a list of things that you don't want to have to compromise on, bump those to the top. Everything else can take a back seat. She did exactly what you said. I want to spend more money on lighting than flowers, because the flowers, after you see them, the first 10 minutes, they're just background noise. The lighting can change throughout the whole event. That makes more fun. So you can spend $1,000 in flowers, or you can spend $500 on lighting and get so much more out of it.
better, yeah.
Right. So
that's that.
Oh, and so we started doing that. And so that in combo with the video, I'm like, well, geez, if this savvy bride can see the value of that, we should offer what I called candid video. I didn't offer videography. We just said, I literally remember writing my text for it on the website. Our camera remains a discreet observer. That's all I said. And we parked it in a corner of the room. And then we took the other one roving. So we had one on a tripod that was fixed and one that was moving.
That's exactly my setup for my wedding. We had one on the tripod and one roving.
That's how we started. All right. And so we did that. She loved it. And she goes, how much would you charge us? I'm like, well, we've never done this before, so we'll give this to you for free. She gave us a $500 tip. So we went and bought a third camera, and so now we started growing things with that. And so by the end of that year, we had 4 cameras. We were doing multiple events a day, so we were doing 2 and 2. And we were doing one for free, and we were doing one charge, so that every time we had somebody out that didn't know anything about it, learning about it, offering it to the client for free. And then we did this one that we produced with the person who knew what they were doing and getting them more polished, which became my camera lead, who is now going to be filming my 3-year anniversary here in a bit. So all these things, the learning, the gambling, the fear factor, the poverty, the drain, the burnout, forged some crazy things in me that turned into being this thing that I loved enough to leave after the pandemic was over. I got into this to get out of debt because I couldn't work on any number of jobs to get out of 80 grand in debt without, I'd be in debt for 10 years to pay that off. So I got into something that I could spend not less time, but the same amount of time and make much more than incremental money more. But the only way I did that was by having employees, being legitimate, paying taxes, advertising in multiple markets, all the things that John and Jane Doe, small business owner, are too afraid to do. But that's also why they stay small. And don't get me wrong, there's a value and a good thing in staying small. And if that's what you're looking to get, kind of like as a streamer, this is why I can preach why I don't want a big community. I don't want my stream to become what my business became. I will leave Twitch and quit this hardcore if this ever blows up to the point where I was like in my business. I cannot do that to myself or my family. I won't do it. As a single person going through divorce, I could do it. I cannot do that now. I won't do that now.
Well, I think like, because I was on Brenda's stream earlier, and it's like it looks like chaos and so much fun, but I couldn't deal with that.
Never do it. Nope. I love that she's enjoying. If she's enjoying it, I love that she is.
Who knows? Like, yeah, it seems so crazy to me. You know,
it is. And again, same thing about you. You mentioned Brenda, Belint, the same. I love what they're doing for themselves. I hope it is exactly what they are projecting. I can't imagine it being that way. I look at Brenda and I see somebody who wants to be a serious artist, and her people will never let her. They will never let her. And you know what? If the point of her streaming is for the income, they shouldn't. If the point of her stream is to do her art, I feel so sorry for her, you know, and
I gotta hope that she gets to do her art at some other time, though. For
I
her,
hope so. I really hope so.
yeah, because I think that becomes the thing is like doing art for yourself. Like I do art and design all day, right? But
Yeah.
it's for somebody else. So is it fulfilling to me at the end of the day? Maybe not. And then I take on emote jobs, or I take on videography, or I do all these other ones, and you keep on fulfilling the time, and then it takes something away from something else. It's like that rat race, you know? And it's sort
exactly
of
right. We spend too much time filling holes instead of digging the ones we mean to, and that's
right.
huge. It's a huge problem, and streamers fall more victim to that, I think, than anybody.
Yeah.
Because how many other people who are doing a certain job are doing it in front of a live studio audience?
Right, exactly.
You're not. Every streamer is.
And I got to be especially for mine, I have to be a producer ahead of time. I'm scheduling all these different guests coming in and out of my stream at set times. Like it's
Exactly.
a lot. Like it's one thing. It's great to have just you on one show, and we're just doing this. But
Yeah.
to know that in 30 minutes someone else is calling in, and I've got to finish us up within 5-10 minutes, so that way each segment has those guests. I mean, I have 3 to 4 guests for each segment. And it becomes
Right.
man,
Exactly.
chat, camera, the technology. It's it takes a whole entire team to do that when you look at the news. But like we're just one person. And so
And
how do
we've talked. I think you and I talked about that when you were on my stream last time too. That the amazingness that is Twitch, that is live streaming on any platform, is what took literally a minimum of 14 people, each paid a much more than minimum wage salary, that actually had to go to school to learn how to do the things that they had to be hired to do. And that's to do any of it, not to mention the length, the editing, and even if it was live, being able to recover in real time. And oh my God.
I can highlight these videos after the fact and make 3 clips of it. I don't have to even save it on remotely. I can just do it in Twitch, and they can send it right to YouTube right there. I mean, I tell that to streamers sometimes, that you can highlight your video and send it to YouTube directly, and I would say more than half streamers don't even know that's a possibility.
True.
Or even know what highlighting is. You
Yep.
know, like, and it's just so interesting that those are just tools that are just sort of hidden and tucked away, right? You
We
know,
should do a stream just about that point. We should just make one like that. Like a
yeah,
here, did you know?
yeah,
Happy can confirm. Yep. I no, those kinds of those are total Twitch life hacks.
yeah.
But
I
having
highlight
said,
I do something that no one does, and Twitch actually tries to get people actively not to do, and that's highlight every stream that I do. And that way they never go away. So Twitch is this whole thing. It's like, oh, VOD's going to go away in 2 weeks. Well, not if you highlight all of them. So I still
true.
have all my streams from the last 2 years on my page, where most people,
Man.
if they have 2 weeks worth, you know?
Now, how long does it take to do all of that?
Well, what's great is now with these graphics that I have on the screen, I can literally see when the graphic changes, and I just make an edit point right there. So, and I have an editing hack, and this is kind of good for people to know. I edit backwards. So you edit part three, then two, then one, and that way, when you click send on it, then on your page, number one is the most recent, two is the next most recent, three is so it actually will play them in order.
That's
I go
awesome.
from the end and then I go to the previous trigger point, find that time code, make a highlight, copy that time code, go to the next one. That's now my new endpoint. Then I go to the previous one and I find a way to chop it into three parts and then boom. And honestly, I sit there smoking a KR stream and do it in 15 minutes. It's not that long, you know, like, and so, but people I think have this vision that it, it'd be, so let me let Lily out real quick. Hold on.
Go ahead. Absolutely. How you doing, Fee?
So, but I think this is probably a good place to wrap up. I don't think either of us expected this to go 4.5 hours.
No,
Uh,
we sure didn't, but I'm glad we did.
no, it's been a lot of fun, and I'll definitely highlight this, and I'll make a YouTube video, and we can share it with your community and your Discord and stuff like that. Because I think that it's been really interesting to learn a little bit about some of the backstory. I know that you've alluded to a lot of these things on different streams, but it's been fun to sort of walk through the whole thing with you, and to know that a lot of the things that I'm sure a ton of streamers deal with are constant things, or even viewers. I can't tell you how often I think about, oh, I wonder what their personal life is like, or I wonder what, business they do. And, some people are very open about their day job that they do in addition to this. And some people, all is the time that they turn on the camera to the time that they turn it off.
Are
And both
you
are fine.
are
But
you okay with me saying something that's intensely much of a downer, but it'll highlight the reality of what you just said?
yeah,
And I know Fee's gonna get emotional on this. I know I did too, but I'm just giving you fair warning, Fee. So if you want to turn it off because you can't handle some trauma, I'm giving you fair warning right now, sister. But just to go and highlight that point. Hey, Neville. Just nothing to see here. Just me being me. Don't speak for me. I was just letting you know that if you needed to, I'm just letting you know, here you go. So one of the things and one of the reasons um why I have to reshape my channel, which is no secret to you. I've made 2 new channels on Discord for people to share things that I just can't handle and process in real time on stream. And I didn't say because you can't handle trauma. I'm saying depending on your current mood, sister. In case you're having one of them days where you can't take anymore, here's your chance to bow out before you have to take any more. That's all I was giving you. Just giving you. Oh, I know your story. I know a lot of your story anyway. I'm just giving you. I was trying to be kind. That's all I'm saying. I'm just trying to be kind. So this is just an example of not knowing what people are going through. And this is a person who I would never, I'm obviously going to not say names, but I want to read exactly what they typed in one of my Discord channels and then also their private DM to me about what they typed. There was a person in one of my channels who was going through something really hard with their child. Their child is going through a major identity crisis. They're inventing facts about themselves to escape things about themselves they don't like. They invented a bully in their life, and they were the actual bully, but they were saying somebody else was bullying them, and the parents are only finding out a year or two after this started, and you don't know your own child. I mean, it's a scary situation. Now, this person that was relaying this, someone read what they said, and their follow-up was infinitely more affecting than what I just gave you a synopsis of. And I was going to read that to you because I feel like it's one of those things where, as a streamer, it's also one of the things I'm grateful for. And also, I have to be very careful to allow too much before I have a chance to filter it. So anyway, this particular person, the responder to the situation, said this. If you're okay with me doing this on your stream, I want to do you. So the person who read what I just told you about said, I know the novel that you just wrote probably seems like something beyond outlandish to share with anyone. Like it's got to feel like the universe is laying on the smite button just for you. And while it's not going to make anything better on its own, you must know that this is not the case. I know and have spoken to so many who have similar and worse issues. Being impatient with the progress is never easy. I dealt, and here's where they start to relate, with being married to someone who I had to go through a divorce and watch go into rehab for undiagnosed mental health issues that were over a decade old. It was incredibly hard, but it's there for a reason, and it comes with no guarantees. You've already, they said, hold on, let's see here. Let me be clear when I tell you that your son, who's going through this, if they don't already, you as parents, you need to solidify yourselves and stand by each other for whatever comes next. You can't possibly know what that is. Solidarity as a couple and as parents is going to be central to you navigating whatever your son is going through. What he's dealing with may seem enigmatic, but it is not unknowable or unrelatable. The behavior could very well be the side effect to inventing himself, a way of him dealing with parts of himself he doesn't like or doesn't want to deal with or can't deal with. I had a person in my life who had not one, but nearly 9 simultaneous identities and double lives going. This is where I broke down. Impersonating people that they imagined, going by different names in different social circles, filling out applications for jobs in one name in one city, signing checks in another, using different banks, dating apps with another. And I was married to this person. And all the while, no one knew this. All the while they were married, they owned a business, and they ran this business with me. But in the end, it was discovered that the reality of our business failing and needing to make money made them apply for jobs, which they kept from me, to make up from the money that they lost, which they screamed over daily, wondering how, which in turn created marital problems, which in turn they blamed themselves for and sought validation and comfort from other people for. It turned out they were seeing 3 people in addition to being married to me. None of them knew each other or knew of each other until she was admitted inpatient and they all showed up as visitors. Holy hell. Okay, and there's more, but I'll stop there. And this is just a person. This is a person that's in my stream often. And this is and I didn't know anything about this until they were replying to something that somebody else in my stream was relating on Discord.
I'm listening. I'm going to let Lily back in.
Yeah, you're good. Caffeine bakes cake, not crying. Oh my God, Kath, that needs to be a t-shirt. I'm not crying, I'm baking a cake. And so my whole reason for relaying that, several reasons. One, I'm an art streamer. Where'd this come from, right? I'm not an art streamer. I stream art. I'm not an art streamer. For the same reason why you're not a podcaster. You're a human being that people see, hear, and recognize, and they see themselves in you, and they see themselves in me. And that's why people follow us, and that's why people come in and listen to us. And that's why we thrive on interacting with them, because we're not feeding our art addiction, our creative addiction. We're doing that already. We're feeding our social need, because we can't get that level of real in our real lives. No one in our real lives is ever going to come clean on something that deep, that much, that hard. And this person who has been in my channel for the better part of 20 months, I think, I learned that way. and if it
What a
weren't
testament to your community and what you've created that people feel so open that they're able to.
my point exactly. It's
Yeah,
exactly what I'm trying to say.
yeah,
So yeah, is this hard? It's hard,
yeah.
but it's gold. And
Like I sit here, I think of my own son, and he often, claims that somebody, punched him, but I really think he punched them, right? And he's 5, and I understand that there is, part of that is,
I'm
growing.
not crying, you're crying. Yeah, yeah.
Right. And so, but you always think the worst, especially with your own kids. It's like, is it a psychopath that we're raising? Like it's those real questions because, of empathy and, being able to relate to each other. And it's hard to navigate this world, at any age, and we're constantly reinventing ourselves. We're all
Absolutely.
different than, we were a couple of years ago. I mean, I think about where I started doing this and where I am today, and or any of it, and and I think it's important that people understand with that they have the opportunity to reinvent themselves too. It goes back to your thing about if anybody even has an inclination to want to stream, do it because there are a lot of advantages and stuff like that, but it's a crazy world that we live in, right? Because it's just what I love about Twitch is you're introducing people from all different walks of life, all different locations around the world into one soup, and it's I'm doing tug of war with her because
I'm sorry. I was
25.
totally into what you were saying, and I just saw your dog like, give me that. It's mine. I'm like, oh my God, that's fabulous. Oh, it's great. And that right there, that's a whole metaphor for Twitch. You don't know what your dog's doing, dude. They can't possibly know what you got going on off camera. Oh, it's beautiful.
Yeah, but here, like, what I love is like just off the camera, we got the dog who's trying to do that. You've got the cat who's sarcastic. Like that's like inches, right? It's just
Right. There is literally 2 other realities that are converging just out of frame that you
right,
can't possibly know unless I tell you.
right. It's
Right, Kath? Oh my
it's such
God.
an interesting world that we live in. But I'm happy that we get to share it and get to be able to give light to some people who might not realize that we want to show the perfect world, the social medias of this, and trying to put out the Instagram post and that perfect family and things like that. People don't talk about when me and my wife get into a fight or an argument, or I didn't clean the litter box like I promised I was going to, or all those sorts of things that we're all dealing with, right? It's I love people that say that they never get into a fight with their significant other, and I believe them to an extent. Maybe it's not a knockdown blow up fight, but whenever you're sharing your life with anybody, there's always going to be differences, and there's always going to be how do you navigate living and sharing all of that with people. And
I
so
completely
I
agree.
the grass is always greener. There's a lot of people that are single on Twitch, and they're like, oh man, I wish I had that. And I love my family, but it's there's a time, there's a commitment, and there's a recommitment that you have to do on a daily basis to it.
I think so there's so many thoughts. Things that you just said, things that Fee just said. Um, and you said a few times in the stream, the grass is always greener. I saw one thing sometime a long time ago that I loved. It says, I don't care if your grass is greener, just keep it mowed. I
Hmm.
love that. I love that.
Yeah, that's cool.
And isn't that great? And so I just felt like I just needed to give you that because I just think it's great. But what Fee said about perfect doesn't exist. And I'm just going to kind of wax poetic on that, Fee. I'm not trying to be contradictory. It does exist. The problem is we don't define it properly.
Mm.
One of the things that I mentioned to brides and grooms when I sat down and planned their weddings is that everybody wants the perfect wedding, but what does that look like? What does that mean? And I said, people don't really want a perfect wedding. What they really mean is they want a flawless wedding. They don't want anything they can complain about.
Hmm.
Doesn't, because perfect means very different things to very different people. Your idea of the perfect wedding is going to be very different from what my idea was, right? So perfect does exist, but it's subjective. It's not something that you can define universally. And so I can tell you without a doubt that I was happier in some points in my life when I was not happy.
Hmm.
I remember being homeless. I remember living in my office, not having an apartment anymore because I was taking the dog has killed me. I love it.
I know, I'm sorry.
I love it. Now, see, that's perfect right there. You want perfect? It's just slightly out of frame, Fee. You just gotta look closer. And and I think that's happiness is a choice. It's not a condition. It's a state of mind. It's not based on external forces. Perfect is subjective. It's not something you can universally define, but it does very much exist, and you can chase it, but you shouldn't. But you have it. Sometimes you have it. You don't even know you have it. Perfect is a mood. It's not a thing. Right now, 12:51 a.m., sitting in front of my desk with you after 4.5+ hours, I'm going to call this perfect.
Yeah.
Nothing else I'd rather be doing right now. And that's perfect. That's it. And that's happiness. It's tethered to it. And your dog playing like that at this hour, just it's time to fetch. Let's get this done. That's perfect. It's freaking perfect. Taff, don't you start. That's my trigger phrase. There's no agreeing to disagree. There's no agreement if you're disagreeing. So with that, I love you, sister. I know you do.
Congratulations on the Explode, by the way. I love how we're still catching Pokemon. She got an awesome Pokemon in chat.
Okay, I'm gonna go. You stop it. Don't done talking. You're not. You're never done talking. No more than I am. Oh, stop with your laters. You stick around. You know you can't leave. Things are just getting good, sister. But it's one of those things where there's no part of the whole experience of living, period. But think of what we don't know about the people we watch on Twitch. Now think of what you wouldn't know if you didn't watch them on Twitch. If you didn't, wait, you're on a whole other level than me, bro. That doesn't mean I'm higher, sister. It just means I'm on. You know what? Just get off where the elevator takes you. You know what I'm saying? And I think about that. I mean, see, shush, Calf. You know, there's not a single thing's gonna come out of your mouth that I can't say something about. And so that doesn't mean it's good or bad. It just means it is, and that's why we do it. That's why we do this. It's what we did out of it. Takeaway is more important than it's more than the sum of its parts. I guess what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
Stop it right now. So I can't imagine not knowing the people that are in my community. I can't imagine not showing up, connecting with them multiple times a week. I see and talk to them more than my own family. Oh my God.
Yeah. That's why it's so. She's gonna pull my arm.
Next level tugging going on there.
She's very strong. This is why she's a boxer, so she's very big.
I love it. Do you remember she reminds me of the Maple Kind dog from the YouTube early days. You remember that?
Yeah.
I love it.
Yeah, she's got beautiful markings though. It's just her nickname in daycare. She's beloved at daycare is Tiger Lily because they assume that's why I called her Lily because she looks like a tiger. But it's actually because of Lily Potter, because all of our animals are named after Potter characters, which is why you have a Neville and a Lily. But
I was going back to Natalie Merchant when you said Tiger Lily.
Oh yeah, man, I have stories about Natalie Merchant. We could go on forever. My dad was actually a lawyer for 10,000 Maniacs at one point.
Oh my God! Wow.
Stage and stuff like that. And,
that's crazy. She got a new album out, by the way.
Oh, she has a great Lullabies album that my son loves. It's like poetry written.
I love Natalie Merchant. She's kind of one of those.
Oh yeah, I mean 10,000 Maniacs was one of my first loves. That was back then.
She did a song on the soundtrack for One Fine Day, movie from the late '90s, and she covered the song One Fine Day from the Shirelles. Was it Shirelles? I think it was Shirelles. The boppy 50 song One Fine Day.
Yeah.
Okay, very upbeat. She just a piano and a horn and stripped it down at a third of the speed, and she turned it into a blues jam. And I mean, just telling you about it is giving me. I played it every dinner hour at every wedding, and people come up to me all the time like, "Oh my God, who is this?" I'm like, "That's Natalie Merchant." No, and it's been out for 26 years, but you never heard of it because it was just a soundtrack, and it wasn't even a featured song in it. And it was amazing. And if you didn't like her before, man, you freaking loved her now. And she's been like that. I mean, speaking of reinventing yourself, look at how much that lady has reinvented herself in her lifetime. I mean, I remember it was the album that These Are Days was on.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the first songs on it was Noah's Dove.
Yes.
And it was not released on the radio. And to this day, just the piano in it is just enough to just stir feelings. It's just beautiful song, and her voice and her songwriting is just so.
Our Time in Eden. I was like,
Yes.
I can picture the album
Me
cover. I was
too.
like,
I couldn't
gotta
think
figure
of
it
the name of
out.
it though. Look at you,
Yeah.
Robbie. Your stat just went up a couple points, sir. That was, you were cut from the same cloth. I love it.
Yeah.
Um,
I had to
yeah,
look at my CDs because I still have that CD, which
me
is
too. I just couldn't remember that one.
yeah.
Yeah, and so yeah, but that's what I'm talking about. Like look at her example of how much over the course of 40 years
Yeah.
she has not stand still. She is not. She's changed at every interval, and
I'm sort of bummed that Michael Stipes stopped because I loved REM, right? And like, it kills me that they inspired so much, and like, I don't know, I that one was the one that really killed me the most. Is I was like, they kept on reinventing themselves, and like, often people couldn't even see the value in what they were doing in the moment, but then 10 years later, like, oh shit, that's the music now. Like, you know, I mean, they were like so ahead of the game. That was why
there are
REM
so many
or
bands and
Linkin Park
artists
was
out
like
there.
one of my favorite, bands. And then Linkin Park to me was the same kind of thing where they were very much ahead of their time,
Yes,
which
absolutely,
blown
absolutely.
away. So
I know we gotta wrap up, but I want to further down that rabbit hole one more time, real quick. There was a band in the mid '90s that I saw on like 120 minutes, back when people watched music videos on purpose, and you just stay up late to get them because they never played any other time. And the band was called, and I'm either gonna you're either gonna go, what, never heard of them, or you're gonna be like, oh my god, dude, I can't believe you know about them. Shudder to Think.
no, I
No.
don't.
So they did a song, My Lights Go Wonky at 1 a.m. That's my reminder that you have a wife that's sleeping alone in her bed. You should probably not make that, make it a priority. So I took my lights out. That's my way of saying lights out, go to bed, which doesn't always work. But but having said that, they have a song called X French T-shirt.
Hmm.
Just go with it for a second. It's not a great song, but there was something about it, and I'm just going to say that. And I remembered hearing it, watching the video, thinking it was weird at the time because he had this slightly androgynous thing going on, a lot of facial makeup, had a little bit of a falsetto voice, wasn't gay, but just played into that role. And yet he came into this band from a Faith No More kind of like approach to music, and then turned into their own thing, got very grungy before grunge was cool, and just transformed themselves at every interval, and they never made it. They never made it big. And yet they had like 12 albums, and they're that complete underground local novelty. And wait for it, the band breaks up. The lead singer, who is never understood, very, very way ahead of his time and never going to make it, leave it to Incubus to, at the end of one of their own songs, go into a medley and start singing the chorus to that song. And it blew up again, and people were looking into them, and now they're this cult following. The band's back together, and again, all from this, let's put ourselves out there and do something that nobody else is doing. And this song is still it. I listened to this song. It's just so unique. There's no other song like it. And even within the band, like, they never made another song like it. X French T-shirt. I can't tell you what it is about it. If you just get past the first 2 minutes of it, man, if it doesn't have the most addicting, I can't stop listening to this trail out of a song. And it is like the song I listen to at the end of every wedding, on the way home, driving at 3 a.m. This was one of the ones between them and Muse. And just, there's a whole bunch of the bands that all the music I would never play at a wedding, but
Right, that you gotta
know,
disconnect from.
and
Yeah.
and so yeah, I just felt the need to tell you about the X Friends T-shirt by Shudder to Think. If there was, when I do my DJ
Write
stream,
it down. Shudder to
well, you
think.
won't have to, because one of the things I'm going to use my 3-year anniversary to do is to expose people to stuff they've never heard, that I would never play. And if I get my sub,
They're from here.
what's
They're
that?
from they're from DC.
Yeah, yes, they are. That's
Yeah,
kind of why I
that's
thought maybe you might know.
yeah, interesting. Yeah. Well, I'll leave it on this. It's like you never know who's going to watch and who's going to go back and go through these sort of odds, and what sort of inspiration that they'll glean from it. I was looking the other day, 437 YouTube videos. Some videos 5 views. Some videos 13,000 views. You don't know. I record every concert I go to, and I just do a quick what I call a mega mix, where I take my
Yep.
favorite moments, I mash it together, so it's like a 15-minute look into an hour and a half experience. Sometimes the videos do an incredible, pull in numbers. Sometimes they pull in numbers way later. Like, so I did one on Smashing Pumpkins, right before the pandemic hit. And it gets 100 views every month now, even though I recorded it 2.5 years ago, right? So it's like, it's so weird to me. Or like, I filmed the first pitch of a Nationals game in Nationals history. I went to the game in Philadelphia. I posted it there, got 10 views when I posted it. I go check it now, 2,000 views. So it's sort of interesting, these moments through time. And just as artists, we just got to put stuff out there, and it might not get the clicks, the views, whatever that we might be searching for, because like, oh man, I just did that. But I laugh because some videos I put weeks and months into, and then some videos I'll slash together, like this Tiesto video I did, threw it up, tweeted at Tiesto in the morning. He saw it when he landed on his private jet. He retweeted it. A Russian blog posted it. Ukrainian website followed it. Next thing I know, 10,000 people in Ukraine watch a video I did. There's no way you could have ever predicted that, right? Like, and I tell that story because like one of my former students filmed himself smashing milk at a grocery store, which was like a terrible thing to do. It's 26 million views on YouTube right now. And I warned him that he'd get in trouble. He did. He ultimately got in trouble with the police. He got kicked out of the school, but he has a video that's 27 million views. You know what I mean? Like, but it's like, even like, it's hard to even fathom that. When he showed it to me in class, he said, I filmed this video. It got a couple thousand views overnight. Then the next day it was getting close to 1 million. I was like, you might want to take that down because like it's vandalism, blah, 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 blah. A week later, I'm in Texas on spring break, and I hear the people in Texas talking about the video. I check it; it's at 8 million. He then takes it down, but puts it back up, and then it ultimately gets 20 million views later. Like, it's just like, how could you? But you just got to keep on producing the things that you love. When I don't encourage vandalism, but it went to the core part of that film class that I was teaching. It's like, you got to do what you love, and you don't know who's going to react to it. At least you can be happy with yourself at the end of the day,
And to that end too, how many artists, especially musicians, have written songs that blew up that they hated?
Oh
They
yeah,
hate the song, and it's the only reason they're even known.
I think of Blur, right? I love the Gorillas, and right, they're fronted by Damien, and it's really from Blur, right? But he did the Gorillas as a side project and didn't want his face being shown because he didn't want them to know who it was, right? So he did it completely animated. People did figure out the voice, but it became its own thing. Gorillaz, I would say, is far more popular than Blur is today, right? Like, like people know song 2 and that's it, right?
Yeah.
If they can make a second Blur song, I'm
Girls
impressed.
and Boys was their bigger hit to begin with, and that's just all.
Song 2 was a joke. I read the other day they wrote it because the industry was like, oh, just do this silly thing. They did it, and they were like, it's amazing, we're printing it. And they're like, are you serious? And it's now the song that they know for. Same thing with Feel Good Inc. I can't imagine they thought that would be the mega hit that it was. Right? There's no way. Like. And so, and it's interesting because it's like, I think about Running Up the Hill, right? That's got
I was just gonna say, I'm like, Kate Bush never saw that coming, and she
exactly.
never enjoyed the success that song's having now. Even when it made her money, it was never talked about the way that it is now. So yeah, you do not try to capture the lightning in the bottle. Just enjoy it when it happens, and again, I would rather love what I do than hate what I do because it's loved too much too fast.
Yeah.
And you don't get to have your cake and eat it too, which, by the way, it's one of those things where 2 words make that saying make so much more sense that people don't think about. What they really mean is you can't have your cake on display. If they just said that, it would make so much more sense, and people will get, okay, yeah, but they don't get that. That's what it means. You don't get to have it in the window and have it in your mouth. You can't. You gotta, right? So when it comes to your art, and now here we go, we'll bring it back in so we can leave, is you cannot all you can do is create it. You can't direct it, or you can direct it and you shouldn't create it. Going back to talking about jobs and how your boss is handling the CEO level stuff and the advertising and the stress and the sales of it all. And all you do is you get to sit back and create, and you love that. That's a perk. That's a reason to keep that job, not to get something else. And there's glory to be had at the top. There's glory to be had at the bottom. There's glory to be had on the way up and the way down, and I I hate that we epitomize certain things, and we do that at the expense of things beneath that. Um, there's a lyric, or no, it's a verse. I think it's a verse in the Bible actually, where it says, "Yeah, there's vessels for an honorable purpose and a dishonorable purpose." As simple as that sounds, what that really means is, do you really care if the spoons in your drawer are gold, or are you just really glad there's a plunger next to you when you need one?
Right.
All right. So there is glory in that plunger next to you when you need one, and there's glory for having spoons made of gold. So you don't sacrifice one for the other. You appreciate all the things all the time for the role they play, and more than just the role they play. I'm so asleep I can't spell. Tina, we're not ready to go to bed yet, but we need to go to bed
Yeah,
because we have
I have
lives.
work tomorrow, right?
And the truth is, Robbie and I are those kinds of people that we're making up for lost time, because the truth is we should just be doing this on the regular so we don't do it for 5 hours.
It's true.
But the scary part is, if we did it on the regular, we'd do it for a lot longer, just over more time.
That's exactly. We start our own podcast.
But right, I mean, there's no way you and I were going to get together and this was going to be a short stint. We knew that.
Right. It's true.
It's awesome. I mean, we've covered the whole gambit tonight, and yet everything we've said, I feel like, ties into everything else we've said.
Yeah, no, I think it would be cohesive if you watched it back, I think.
What's that?
It'd be cohesive, I think, if you'd watch it back,
Yeah, I agree. I totally agree with that.
So,
But yeah, no, this was a lot of fun, sir. Thanks for having me.
yeah,
This was also very good for me too, because in preparation for year 3, which I'm not going to lie, I'm losing my mind, because I got a lot to do in 7 days. I thought I wanted to have all this done 2 weeks before it, and it's not even close to done a week
my
ahead.
hint is that you should do some of it on stream and not do separate things.
What do you mean?
I think if there are certain things that you could do in that time that would be helpful towards the year 3.
I would, except that there's no way I can meaningfully keep engaged with chat while trying to focus on the stuff I need to do. If I could do that, I would do it. If somebody else could talk to chat while I was working on the thing, and people just kind of
just put Discord voice in, and then the mods then run the voice, and then you work.
Yeah. So I invite 3 or 4 people to talk about me while I'm doing it, and I don't have any vocal input. That would be great. Not, but it would be great, sort of. Yeah, all the things. But no, for my year 3, what was I going to say about that now? In prep for year 3, we're just saying, oh yeah, I said this was good for me because this got me out of my head for the night, and I may have gotten something done tonight. I'm going to go so far to say I probably wouldn't have. I would not have been in the mode at 8 o'clock at night to work on the stuff I needed to work on for the year 3. So this was a wise use of time. Because
I love it too, because I mean, it started off as a technology stream, but it really became a podcast.
Right. Yes, absolutely. And you know what? Those are the best things right there. And again, you can't predict it. You can't control it. Why would you want to? Can you
especially
imagine
in a time where I don't have family who's going to be like, "What the hell are you doing?" So I have a lucky little break in my life, and it's cool to be able to share it with you guys and be able to celebrate it, Because I have to say, I had the itch. It's hard when you do this weekly and then to not do it for 2 months. Like it's a very.
I hear you.
I was like, what can I do? What can I stream? Like this morning, I was like, I'll just stream the Pokemon thing. Like, I was at that point, I was going to stream anything. Like it was just.
Yep.
It's one of those things that it's a hard itch to scratch. So I usually raid, but I feel like if I raid somebody tonight, I will feel like committed to stay there. And it's already
hold that thought. Let's see who's on first of all. Who would you raid? And then if that's the case, you can hand off to me and I can stick around for a few more minutes. That way you can do what you gotta do. Who are we thinking about?
I got Andrea is on right now, and Tina French has been with us.
What do you say, Tina? You're looking for night owls.
I think we have to, right? I think that makes the most for Tina's level of commitment to this chat, even though I'm sure she was in both, and that's totally acceptable. Because I mod 2 to 3 things at once often. I mean, I can't tell you how many times where I'm like supposed to be modding, but I'm in Scribe's chat. Um, but
You're
that's
welcome. I'm sorry.
but that's also my fault for having 31 swords because there's probably never a time in the day. Like I actually am legitimately curious if I check right now, is there somebody that I could be modding for? No, luckily not. All right, I'll take it.
Yeah, and you know, a lot of the people I was going to suggest, like all three, just left off like in the last 5 minutes. So, yeah, there's only
Yeah,
yeah, yeah, there's nobody to really rate that could use the help actually right now. So,
yeah.
yeah,
Let's
I'm
yeah.
fine with just bailing if you want.
Or do you want to? You don't want to try? Well, let's just raid over to Andrea. We can just raid her fridge real fast.
Yeah,
I think she will totally understand. So because I've also never gotten to rate her before, so that's kind of a fun opportunity. So,
yeah.
well, thank you so much for doing this.
You're welcome so much. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, and this is really cool, and would definitely catch me in Carlo's stream, and I really appreciate everyone for being a part of this. I didn't really talk about it at all this whole night, but it is kind of a celebration for hitting 600 followers, which I really do appreciate. It's one of those things, talk about growth. It's a slow burn when you're doing a podcast. You grow very, very slowly, and it's one of the things you kind of have to know going into it. It's not one of the fast growing,
I would go so far to say that's one of the slowest growing ones.
yeah, it probably is because even just chatting, I think, was faster than a podcast because you can't really engage with people, and so it's really fun to be able to do these art streams and these and stuff like that. And so I will try to do some emote with me streams at least while the sports are a little bit slower early on, and it's just football and baseball, and there isn't hockey and basketball yet. I enjoyed last October. I split my time. I did a 1 hour podcast and then a 1 hour art stream, and then I could sort of scratch both of those itches at least until the sports gets overwhelming and I start covering 3 or 4 sports at once. So
Yep.
but at some point I'll have to have you back on for one of those emote with me streams, and we'll do one of those for sure. And I'm sure I'll come on your stream at some point. Now I don't have anybody else in my office anymore, so I don't have to be quite as worried. So maybe a short pop in, probably not a 3 hours during the workday, but but
You're gonna get more of that too, by the way. I just saw that she respects night owls. I don't know if I mentioned that to you or if you heard it before, but one of the big changes in year 3 is a change of schedule. I'm going to go back to night streams. I'm also going to keep my daytime streams. I'm going to have 2 night streams, Sundays and Monday nights at 9 p.m. Eastern time, and then 2 daytime streams, which will be earlier than current. It'll be 11 a.m. Wednesdays and Thursdays. So all the changes I'm making are things that have been deeply calculated, discussed in depth with all the people involved. I can't wait to see what happens. I'm going to stick with all the changes at least 6 months, holding myself to that and observing it slowly and see how it affects things, good and bad, for myself and the community. I feel like doing that frequent life audit and reassessment is the secret to growing as a person, as a stream, all the things. If you just keep doing the same thing all the time and you don't gauge and measure, you don't know if you're having success, and you don't know if the success is costing you more than it's giving you. So a 600 follower count on a podcast stream is significant. The glory of having 600 people following a podcast is the equivalent of 6,000 people following a musician. And that's one of the things I had to learn as an art streamer, is that the same person who got Just Joe Syracuse onto Twitch is the same person who got me into Twitch. Joe left Twitch with 28,000 followers and an average viewership of 300. I have an average viewership of 41. I'm not even at 3,000 followers. There's a honorable purpose and a dishonorable purpose. And I'm not saying mine is dishonorable by any stretch, but again, I don't mind having the plunger. I don't need the golden spoon.
And it's funny because it was cool because at a time I remember when Davey first started, Twitch, and he was looking, up to me and doing this, and then he, blew up way past me, kind of talking about that story that you were, talking about with another streamer. But you know, I'm so happy for him because I think what he found success in is being able to branch out and being able to stream multiple times a week and do different content. And it's one of the things I just have to know for myself. I don't have the time to do that. You know,
Oh.
I'm sure that I could be successful if I did, you know, like,
And we don't know that Dave. I know Davey very well, but we've never talked about that. Who's to say that Davey doesn't want a family and kids, and he doesn't have that, and he's doing that. So yeah, we don't know, man.
I don't know. It's always the green, you know, the grass is
Stupid
always green.
mode. Stupid mode.
So, all right, before we go down some more rabbit holes, I'm going
That's
to do
right.
this raid. It's going to force us out. But I really appreciate your time. And I think this has
Right
been a
back
real
at you, sir.
fun conversation. And I'll definitely put it together on YouTube tomorrow sometime during my workday. And I look forward to having a conversation on your stream tomorrow. You're streaming at what time tomorrow?
1:30
1:30. Awesome.
Eastern.
Forward to it.
Green guy, good
All
to
right.
see you. Thank you.
It is great to see you, Green Guy, and I appreciate it. And Green Guy, check out the beginning of this VOD. You can learn how to do some interactive stuff that it's actually good for all streamers. So
I
definitely,
can't wait.
we did do Tech Talk for an hour, so then talked generally for 4 hours. So, but I appreciate you all for being here. It's been super fun, and we'll definitely talk soon. Have a good night, everybody.
All right, guys.